What is up? You're gonna hear a quick echo. What is up? I had to test the mic. I'm using a different mic today. How is everybody doing? Actually, first, you know what I'm gonna do? I gotta send the link out because I've got some people who are wanting to tune in right away. So I'm gonna do that real fast while we just kind of wait to get started. But in the meantime, for anybody who's tuning in right now, hold on. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna post the link too. Let's go ahead and do that. So yeah, if you've seen the title, which I'm assuming you have, uh this is every single new release that I watched in the year of 2023, and I'm ranking all of them from worst to best. And trust me, there are some worst, but there are some best too. Let me go ahead and post this. There we go. Also, just kind of want to take some time, anyways, just to kind of let people get in here. Also, too, where's my chat? There we are. Need that up. Let's see. There we go. Posted. Hey, what's going on? How you doing? We about to get this thing going. About to get it popping. It's gonna take a long time. So, there's a few things I want to go ahead and say. There's 105 movies on this list. I I watched a lot of movies, and actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start with. Hey, I appreciate it, dog. I actually wanted to trim up, but I'm having some technical difficulties with the razor. I need Manscaped to sponsor so I can get the nice trim up. But yeah, the hair is getting long. It's getting long. It's getting hard to handle. uh, I'm just sending out the link right now. So if you see me looking down, that's what I'm doing. Um, just trying to get it sent out so I can. Hey, trying to get it sent out so everybody can that wants to watch can jump in here. All right, let's see here. Maybe I'll take a selfie for instead of a thumbnail. Yesterday, I edited a thumbnail for like 10 minutes. Nah, I ain't doing that. I can't. I was gonna do a live selfie. I can't do it. I'm not a selfie taker. Maybe I'll just take a picture of the screen. Like, what's up? What's up? What's up? No, I'm good. All right. I think I'm just gonna get pretty quick. I'm gonna do so. What I'm gonna do is there was actually some movies that I wanted to watch this year that I was not able to get to, and so for those, I'm gonna just list them as kind of honorable mentions. One of them in particular, it really stinks because I started it and was super excited about watching it, was enjoying it, and then I had to stop because I had some things come up and I wasn't able to keep watching it. So that was upsetting. And so because of that, I'm going to have some honorable mentions. Um, First off, and actually, you know what, let me pull up a list so I don't forget any of them. I'm just going to go ahead and say it though. We'll go ahead and get started. Saltburn is my first honorable mention. That's the one I was just talking about. I started it, was enjoying it. I'm a Barry Keegan fan, and I heard a lot of good things about it. And was unable to finish it. I had some stuff come up and had to abandon ship, so that sucked. Um, so Saltburn's my first honorable mention. Also, some of the foreign films I wanted to watch. One of them was Past Lives, I believe is what it's called. I was unable to catch it. It didn't show in a theater near me, and it wasn't on streaming anywhere either. So I wasn't able to catch it. Let me pull up a list so I can make sure I'm looking at Holdovers. That's another one. I wanted to watch The Holdovers. I heard a lot of good things about it. I'm a Paul Giamatti fan. And again, it just didn't show anywhere near me, and I was traveling at the time, so I was needing to find a theater that was, you know, there, or find a showing that was where I was at. I'm gonna turn this off. And, it just wasn't showing anywhere near me, so I didn't get to watch Holdovers. Um, Wonka, that's kind of one that I was wanting to check out. Wasn't able to watch it. A lot of these here at the end of the year were kind of tough because I had so much going on. Maestro, Bradley Cooper, I wanted to watch it and was unable to. Anyone But You, Sydney Sweeney. Yeah, enough said about that one. Here's an interesting one. Rebel Moon. I am a huge Zack Snyder fan, and Rebel Moon was one of my most anticipated movies of the year. But I did not watch it when it come out, and I still haven't watched it, and I'm not going to until they release the full version because I heard that they had, the PG-13 version that come out, and then they're gonna have the full cut that comes out later on. So I'm not even gonna waste my time with a lesser version of the film. There's no need. So I'm just waiting on it. So that'll be sometime next year, whenever that drops, probably spring. Um, the new Natalie Portman movie, May December, is another one I wanted to check out. Didn't get to see. I think that's pretty much it. The main ones I wanted to talk about was Maestro, Holdovers, and Saltburn. Um, so yeah, without further ado, let's go ahead and get into this bad boy. So my least favorite film of the year, and I'm going to just go ahead and admit before I show it, I have a huge grudge against this movie because I'll get into it when I show you what the movie is. And also, first, I'm gonna preface everything. I know one person in particular was concerned about spoilers, so I'm gonna address it here and now. I'm going to avoid spoilers as best I can on every one of these. And if I do have something specific I want to say about the plot of one of these, I'll tell you beforehand. I'll give you a little bit of a spoiler warning. So I'm just gonna go ahead and put that out there now. All right, here we go. The 105th film. Drum roll. I don't know how terrible that sounds on this mic. And that is Ant Man. This movie sucked balls. I absolutely hated this movie. Every single thing about this movie I hated. And like I said, I kind of have a bit of a grudge. Oh, get on the side. I kind of have a little bit of a grudge against this movie. Namely because this movie is, hear me out, okay? This is the biggest studio in the world. They have more money and more power and more leverage than any company ever that I'm aware of. And in terms of filmmaking, we'll say, when it comes to movies, Disney is on top of the world. And when I watched this movie, I was as it it started, and it starts off with Paul Rudd's kind of goofy sense of humor, and he's just, I'm Ant-Man. This is how my life has been. And I was watching it, and I was like, okay, well, it's Marvel. It just felt like kind of another run of the mill. And as it went along, I started to feel more and more insulted by this movie because everything felt like they was just saying, you know what? They'll watch it. They'll love it because we're Marvel and we can do whatever we want. We're Disney. We can do whatever we want. And that's how this movie felt to me. And the longer it went on, the more and more I started to feel that. And I'm not even talking about quality of the film, which also is terrible. The quality of this movie is hot garbage. But I'm talking specifically just the spirit of this film. It ticked me off so bad because I was watching. I was like, they're not even pretending to care, and they're just complete. They're spitting in our face. They're just telling us straight to our face. Yeah, they'll watch anything. It doesn't matter. Quality wise, this movie's garbage. I have 105 movies, so I don't really want to spend too long on any one particular. Um, but the only positive is Paul Rudd, and he's pushed to like third or fourth lead, and even what he's doing isn't all that memorable on Paul Rudd standards. But he's still fun. So yeah, it is that bad. This movie made me so, and I'm gonna go ahead and say there are films that are above it. There are films on here that probably are worse in quality, or I don't even know if I want to say that because this movie sucks so bad. It sucks. And I there's one person in particular I argue about this movie all the time. This one and another one that made it into my bottom 10. And I just did not like this movie. And yes, snorkeling with dad, you're gonna appreciate one of my low ones here. We'll get into it. But yeah, that's the bottom one out of the way. So let's get into this next one. And this one, like I said, this is a lot of these you're gonna kind of see a trend, kind of a common denominator, and that's how I feel about this one. Number 104. And I know I'm not even going to be able to almost keep up with that number as I go along. So, but 104 is this movie. Honestly, I don't even remember watching this. I watched it. I watched it, and I remember certain things about it being just kind of eye rollingly cringe. I was just watching it. I was like, man, this is bad. It's bad. But honestly, I couldn't tell you the first thing about this movie, and that's a negative. That's a bad thing about this movie. When I was making my list and everything, and I was kind of going through and resorting everything, I saw this in there and was like, "Oh, this is did I watch this?" Yeah, it's again kind of like just like Ant Man. It's a Disney product. That's all it is. It's just a Disney product. They're trying to just they're milking their brand, um, and it was terrible. I don't didn't this one I would probably say quality wise is probably worse than Ant Man. But this one because I really don't care. This one didn't offend me the way Ant Man did. Ant Man ticked me off. This one I just couldn't bring myself to care enough. So yeah, that's 104. Like I said, I'm gonna try to move through these. All right, this one here. This one's an interesting one. So quality wise, I think this one was pretty good in the for the most part. That's Run Rabbit Run. This was a horror film. I think it was a Netflix film. I can't remember exactly what it released on. And it's got some interesting ideas, some cool stuff going on. It's very symbolic, and there's some stuff that kind of feels very um I hesitate to say Lynchian, like David Lynch. I don't want to say it was that far. But it just kind of fell flat. You know, a lot of the ideas were kind of, but I think the biggest offender about this movie was that it was boring. I was watching this and I started it, and I think it's only 90 minutes, maybe 100 minutes long. And I was watching this, and my brother was in the room, and he was doing some work while I was watching it. And he saw the beginning, he saw a couple parts, and he turned around and was working. And I remember hearing him. He turned around and looked and said, "You're still watching this movie?" And I just looked at him and said, "It's still going." And it's not even that long, but it feels so long. This was such a boring movie. Again, I liked some of the things that they did. I think they had some cool direction. Quality wise, I think if I remember right, it was solid on a technical scale, but just not much to offer for me, anyways, in terms of narrative or characters or anything. Very, very boring. Boring. Next up, what was this? This is 5, 4, 3, 2, 102. This one hurts my feelings. I feel bad that this one is where it's at because I wanted to like this movie, and that is Skinamarink. I wanted to like Skinamarink so bad because the story of this film is super inspiring. I mean, you had a guy who just kind of I think they got together 15 grand and put this movie out, and it became a huge success, just a tsunami of success. And when I this dropped in January, I think, and when I heard that story, I heard this story. I knew it was just the Twitter space. I knew about okay, it's this guy who it's his first film. He got the money together. It's chump change in regards to trying to get together a film budget. I mean, 15 grand. I mean, that barely rents. cameras, that are that barely rents Hollywood cameras. So the, he was working with nothing, and it became this monumental success in January and just huge, huge film. And I went out and saw it as soon as I could, and I was disappointed. It this is just a movie. I think I killed Yoda. I think Yoda died. Eating too much of those little frogs, eh? Stand up. Need you just to stand here. That's all you gotta do. Anyways, yeah, overhyped. Yeah, it was a cool experience, and I like a lot of the things he did. The aesthetic was really cool. And I do think there are certain parts that I thought did evoke some a good creep factor, but I just to me this would have worked so much better as just a short film. Watching it, I think this one did clock in at like 99 minutes long or something like that. It was like an hour 40, and that is a long time. It's a long time to look at corners and hear VHS fuzz. So I this one hurt my feelings. I wanted to really like this one a lot. Props to the guy. I it being down here at the bottom of the list is by no means a dig at him. I hope whatever he does next is, I hope he keeps his ambition and makes something crazy. I'm gonna be watching for whatever who is this? Who did this one? Kyle Edward Ball. Whatever he chooses to do next, I'm gonna be excited for it. I hope it's awesome. I wish I'd have liked Skinamarink more, but you can't like everything. So yeah, next up. This one is kind of an oddball out. I kind of watched this one just to watch it. And that is Batman, the Doom that came to Dolpham, Dolph Lundgren. The Doom that came to Gotham. I am a Batman whore. I love Batman. Everything to do with Batman. I watch everything, pretty much everything Batman that comes out. I read as many comics and stories and stuff that I can get my hands on. I mean, Matt Reeves' The Batman was my favorite movie of 2022. It was my most hyped movie of every year before that. And the sequel's my most hyped movie, you know, probably ever. I'm a Batman whore. I love Batman. And yeah, there's just this is just it's this is a weird one. It's the Lovecraft take on Batman. And you have Ra's al Ghul, and he's bringing about Cthulhu and all kinds of stuff. There's some cool ideas in it. I think part of it is too. I'm kind of getting sick of this animation style. DC's been doing it for a while, and I think I'm just ready for DC to try something different. I'm ready for them to branch out. I mean, you have movies like, you have Sony with, the Spider Verse movies, animated films, which are just mind blowing, and you have, DreamWorks with animated films like Puss in Boots and stuff, which it's just gorgeous movies to look at. Animation has, especially these past couple of years, animation has really done some cool stuff, and I just wish DC would do it as well. It didn't have to be anything crazy. I'm not asking for them to make a Spider Verse type film, but I just wish they would have. I just wish they would advance it in some way, do something new. Um, it was cool for the 52 run. I watched that all the way up until you had Dark Apocalypse War that ended that universe and reset. And I wish after that they would have tried a new artwork style. So, oh well, we'll see. We'll see what happens in the future. But yeah, this one just kind of fell flat. Nothing too bad, but you know, not too memorable either. All right, I think I'm taking too long on these. Some of these. Oh boy, we got the crazy one now. We got the one that made everybody kick up. For that, yes, yes, Puss in Boots, gorgeous film. Animation was beautiful. That to me, that's my favorite looking anime. I know everyone. I mentioned the Spider Verse films. I think the Spider Verse films look amazing. But the I think Puss in Boots has my favorite animated look so far. I could be wrong. I could be forgetting something, but off the top of my head, that's my favorite looking animated film ever. But here we go. Next up, this is the one. This kicked everybody up, and when I heard everybody's reactions, I couldn't wait to watch it. And yeah, nobody's surprised that this is this low. This movie sucked. David Gordon Green did some cool things with Halloween. I think Halloween 2018 is one of my favorites of the sequels. I think Halloween Kills, as goofy as some of it is with like the Evil Dies Tonight and stuff. I think Michael is at his coolest there. Halloween Ends had some cool ideas. I didn't like the ending. I didn't. There were some things I didn't like about Halloween Ends. I don't want to talk only about Halloween. David Gordon Green, I thought did okay with Halloween. I was not. I did not expect anything from this movie. I expected it to be bad. Um, I everyone started deciding they wanted to do the legacy thing after it seems like after Halloween 2018, everybody was like, let's get our legacy characters back. That was the worst part of the Texas Chainsaw sequel um, from last year. I think is when that came out. That was the worst part was Sally coming back for no reason. If you cut her out, the movie jumped way up on my list. Um, I'm trying to think. I can't even think of what else did it. There's been several do it. I'm just blanking. But yeah, this was not the franchise to do it with. I think honestly, this is not shouldn't be a franchise. Period. I think the first one I talked about it when I did my Halloween challenge that I did the haunted hippie challenge. I watched the first one for the first time ever. It was the first time I ever seen it. I had seen the third one and I love the third one. It's one of my favorite detective thrillers ever. Um, I love it. I think it's incredible. I watched the first movie for the first time, and I respect it. I think it did some cool things for the time. I definitely think it was groundbreaking. I had some issues with it, but it's not franchise worthy. Not everything needs to be a franchise, and this certainly did. I did not like David Gordon Green. One thing that was funny, I watched it with my brother, and he said he had watched it before me, and he said when they watched him and a group of guys went and watched it, and it was only them in the theater, and they were kind of being obnoxious and just kind of having fun with it. And when the Catholic guy comes busting in at the end, he said they all just got super hyped for him to just well, I won't spoil it. I didn't like it at all. I that's a movie that I probably will never watch again. I'll never watch it. Next up, we got. Uh, I don't even have much to say about this. His only son. This is the Abraham movie. Um, this this movie you know I have a problem. So this was a Fathom event at Cinemark, and when this movie come out, I we went and watched it. Me and my cousin I think went and watched it, and um, the very beginning Fathom events they usually have like a little clip from the beginning, where the director or someone will talk, and the director gets on there, and right at the beginning he said, "Now remember, when you watch this, we didn't have a big budget," and that was an instant red flag because I was like, "Wow, the movie hasn't even started. We haven't even got opening credits, and you're already making excuses for the quality that we're about to see. That's not a good sign." Even if there are hundreds of movies. I mean, we just talked about Skinamarink. That's a perfect example. Skinamarink, 15 grand. It was a fraction of this movie's budget, and Skinamarink had so much more soul than this one did. I personally, Skinamarink, I just couldn't. Skinamarink was a tough watch to get through, just because it wasn't really for me. But this one here, that the getting up and making an excuse right off the bat before you even see the film, he starts off by saying, "I didn't have a lot of budget, so just keep that in mind." It's like, no, you don't get a pass because because you didn't have a big budget. I think the budget. I think I heard. I can't remember exactly, but I think they said it was like 300 grand or something. Like it, that a $300,000 budget doesn't excuse some dumb stuff happening in your plot. I mean, Zack Snyder shot a short film on his iPhone for YouTube that looked 10 times as good as this right here. And what is that? $1,400 iPhone. So it just takes talent. And when you get out front and you start making excuses before the movie even starts, I think that shows a lack of talent. So the only reason it's as high as it is probably because I enjoyed the watch more. I had fun watching it because I was watching it with my cousin, and yeah, it was kind of fun. Next up, we have one of the most recent ones that I watched. It's Eddie Murphy's new movie, and honestly, if it wasn't for the having the poster and the title there, I probably couldn't even tell you the name. Um, and it's another one of these movies. That's the best way I know how to say it. It's another Christmas movie starring a comedy legend that doesn't do anything interesting. It's just I honestly have nothing to say about it. It's just a movie. It's just an hour and a half, 2 hours of time watching people act on screen, and that's it. There's nothing here to see that you haven't seen. You're not going to learn anything after watching this. You're not going to walk away saying, "Wow, I've gained something from watching that." No. There are bad movies that you can still say you gained something from watching. That one's not one of them. And that's how I feel about this next one too. I'm just kind of speeding through because I feel a lot of these were just they're just movies, and that's this one here. Murder Mystery 2. Just the latest in an Adam Sandler Netflix movie. I don't remember the first one. I watched the first one, but I don't remember it. It didn't do anything really to stick out. I probably wouldn't have even watched this. But again, that same cousin from earlier, I need to stop watching movies with him. That's twice that I've had one of the movies that he picked here at the bottom of my list. I need to stop letting him pick movies. He wanted to watch it, so I said, "All right, let's cool. That's cool. Let's watch it." And we did, and I couldn't tell you the first thing about it. I remember the Eiffel Tower being involved. That's about it. It had to go down here just by default because I don't even remember it. It's just it again, kind of like I said about the other one. It's just another one of these movies. Um, I think this is my bottom 10. I think that was the ninth one. One, two, three, five. All right, here's my 10. This right here is my bottom 10. So snorkeling with dad, you're gonna like this one being where it's at because me and you talked about it when we watched it. And I remember your thoughts about it. This is another one kind of like Ant-Man where if I wanted to, I could spend the whole video ranting about this movie. It probably should be lower, but I gave it props for one thing, and I'm about to talk about it. And that is capping off my bottom 10 worst of the year, Indiana Jones. Hot garbage. I I very reluctantly put it this high. If I was being unfair, I would put this right beside Ant-Man at being tied with my right at the bottom. I I really hate this studio. They've made some great movies and they probably will make some more great movies, but overall this studio sucks and I hate them because they do stuff like this. This movie did this movie should have never happened. And look, I like the director. I think it's James Mangold. I like James Mangold. He did Logan and he's charted up to do he did Wolverine too, I believe. Let me just check. We'll check. We're gonna see it together. Where's it at? Logan Ford versus Ferrari. I didn't see Girl Interrupted. Look at these. These are some great movies on here. Some great movies on here. What happened? That's what I want to know. What happened? I don't think he made this movie. I think Disney made this movie, and they put a popular director in front of it. But I would be willing to bet money on it that James Mangold had very little to do with what we see on screen because there is zero flair to this film. It is nothing but a product. And I heard that's kind of been the talking point. Uh, one of the huge sides of the internet is just corporate product in movies and stuff. This is one that this one and Ant Man, both of them are prime examples of that. I hated this movie. Now I said I gave it props. If I was being unfair, this would be at the bottom, but I'd not. I had to give it props. And the only thing is that opening 15 minutes. And I didn't even love everything in that, but I think the CG, especially when you're seeing him hop the tops of the train, the CG looked awful. And I'm thinking, you're the richest studio in the world. In the world. Why? Why does it look like a PS2 game? Why does Spider-Man 2 CGI from 2005 or 2004 look better? Why does Star Wars Revenge of the Sith from 2005? Why does that CG look better than making Indiana Jones jump across train tops in the dark? You don't even have to do any details. It's dark. Why does it look that bad? It's simple. It's because this studio has been coasting by on everybody just going to watch their movies. Everybody just they expect it. And so we get stuff like this. And that's why this studio more than anybody offended me the most this year. And if I was really being mean, this would be at the bottom, right there beside Ant-Man. But I have to give it props because I did find enjoyment at the beginning. And John Williams popped off. I mean, as always. So I'll give it props for that. And I'm reluctant to, but I did anyways. This caps off my bottom 10 worst of the year. Wow. When I put in my description on my letterbox, I did a description. I'm going to do something cool at the end of the video where I'm going to rank this year I'm going to average. I did it all earlier. Average to all of my ratings into one rating for the year. And we'll talk about that at the end. Save that for the end, but next up, we have this would be number 94, correct? We have Boston Strangler. I don't even know how many of you watching even know this movie exists. Yeah, I'm with you, Snorkeling. Let's do it. It's starting. Well, we'll talk after. We'll we'll talk after because I have some ideas on it. I want to cue you in on. But yeah, Boston Strangler. I doubt most people who watch this even know what this movie is. I didn't know what this movie was. I saw it. I think this was a Hulu movie. I saw it on there and was like, oh hey, Keira Knightley. I like Keira Knightley, and was like, okay, cool. I started it, and to give this movie some credit, as far as movies, one of my favorite movies of all time is David Fincher's Zodiac. This movie tries so hard to be Zodiac. I mean, it is trying hard to be Zodiac. And it doesn't reach Zodiac. There's some really cool stuff in it. I think there's some really cool cinematography here. I think some of the color grading looks good. I think the performances were good. I think this was like a February or March movie. So I'm trying to remember, but this was another one where it was just kind of boring. It felt very sluggish. But I'll give it credit on being on trying to rip off Zodiac because I love Zodiac, so it gets points there. But it's just a forgettable movie. One of the movies that I watched at the beginning of the year that I couldn't tell you anything about. Next up, this one is another controversial one that I've argued with several people about in person. So now I'm going to open it up to online discourse. This is a movie I found little to no enjoyment out of, and that is No Hard Feelings. This is the comedy of the year that everybody was talking about. And look, there's again, I like to give props to everything, even movies I don't like. To give this film props, I think that Jennifer Lawrence is good. I think the kid, I don't know what the kid's name is. I think he's good. He has I think the best scene in the entire film is when he's in a restaurant and he performs Lit Maneater. He performs Maneater, and he kills it. And that's a really good scene. I remember watching that and just going, okay, that was good. I'll give it props. But being a comedy movie, and especially this is a film that's trying to call back to early 2000s comedy, the raunchy comedy like Superbad and Sex Drive, and, the Seth Rogen type movies and James Franco. It seems like it's trying to call back to those, and I it just didn't work. The comedy didn't work for me here. I chuckled one time, once, and it was a chuck. It wasn't even a laugh. It was just kind of a. And it wasn't even the main characters. It was a side character it says a blink and you miss it line. I don't even think it's supposed to be a joke that they wrote and was like, oh, this is gonna get a laugh. I think it was just dialogue that had to be there to move the conversation forward, and it just happened to be funny, kind of funny. And it got a chuckle out of me. I just that was funny. I'll give it that was funny. That's it. I did I did not find any of the gags funny. And it felt like it was trying so hard to be something that it wasn't. It was trying so hard to be super bad, which is one of my favorite comedies of all time. It was trying so hard to be Pineapple Express or those movies, the Sex Drive and stuff like that. It was trying so hard, and to me, it felt flat. It felt all flat. I've had arguments about that one because the people I went and watched that one with loved it and laughed at it the whole time, and I didn't want to be that guy that was just sitting there just while everyone else is laughing, just like. But I ended up having to be that guy because it's just like it's not funny. I don't find it funny. I'm I'm half and half when it comes to comedy. Sometimes I'm a hard audience, and sometimes I no homo, and sometimes I'm really easy to make laugh. But I'll say I'm tricky when it comes to comedy. It's got to be one way or another. I can laugh at any type of comedy, whether it's the raunchy comedy, whether it's slapstick, whether it's just witty comedy. All quick wordplay and stuff like that. I can laugh at all of it. I love all of it, but it's got to be natural. That's my thing, and very rarely does it come across as natural. I think we haven't got very. There's another comedy that come out this year that I wish would have got the buzz that No Hard Feelings got, because that one you'll see it much higher on this list. And that besides that one, I'm gonna say, we for me anyways, just cough. For me anyways, good comedies are far and few between these days. I feel like there's such a chokehold on comedy these days where everybody's trying to play it safe and they don't want to go too far and this and the movies that stand out are the ones that just say, you know what, let's just do it and let's just have fun with it. Um, but I challenge you for anybody who's watching. I want to see. I want you to list recent comedy. I'm talking within the last 3 to 5 years. Comedy movies, strictly comedy, not action comedy, not this and that. Just comedy by itself as the main genre. Because if not, you could say movies like Bullet Train and stuff like that, which I thought Bullet Train was hilarious, but I would classify it more action before I would comedy. So I challenge you as this video goes along, name the best comedies of the past 3 to 5 years. I have my pick for this year for sure, and for last year, but I struggle to think of any others. That's two out of I mean, 105 movies, and then last year I watched 65 movies or something like that, I think. So, I mean, of 170 movies, I have 2 that I can think of that are just strictly comedies that I would classify. Anyways, let's move on. So yeah, just name them if you can think of them. Next up, again, this just falls kind of in the same category as Boston Strangler, Marlowe. This is the Liam Neeson movie where he's a private investigator, and it's again, it's just another movie where it just the you leave. This is the type of movie you leave and you just think, what did I watch? I don't even remember. I do remember there being some good cinematography here. Liam Neeson's fun in the role. I'm a Liam Neeson fan, and I think he was fun in the role. Um, there's a decent mystery, and there's a certain spot in the film when a certain scene happens that I was like, okay, that was good. That was good stuff. But as a whole, it's just kind of bland. It just kind of falls flat. There's just not much here, and it's just an odd film as well. It's a period piece, and especially Liam Neeson himself, has such an odd way of speaking. It's not really a negative. It's just something I remember really standing out. I was like, "This is weird. Why is he talking like that?" so, but yeah, not much to say about it. Again, it's just another one of those movies that it happened. I watched it. I'm glad I watched it, but I couldn't tell you anything about it. Next up, 80 for Brady. I don't even remember watching this one. Man, this coffee is killing me. I don't remember watching this one at all. Um, yeah, I yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to say about it. I remember a couple of the jokes, but I don't remember if I remember them from watching the movie or from seeing the trailer. So there's that. I mean, 80 for Brady. That's next up. I mean, what else is there to say, right? Man of little words. Next up, now I have a little more to say about this one, and that is Jesus Revolution. Now, this one is about kind of like the Pentecostal push that happened in like I think it's like the 70s and 80s or something like that. Maybe 60s and 70s, I can't remember. I say it's probably 60s and 70s because it's a very heavy hippie push. And yeah, it's just it to me that this film was better than I expected it to be. Given you have movies like His Only Son and stuff like that. So I this one was better than His Only Son. Obviously, I mean it's much higher. But when you're watching this, you get a certain ways in, and it hits a point where I was like, okay, that was good. That was decent. I'd give it like a 6.5. That's not too bad. And then the next scene happens, and you realize, oh, it's been 45 minutes. We still have more movie to go, and it loses all of its steam after that part. After that point, I'll say once it builds up to a climax, the climax happens, and you're like, okay, cool. That was a nice little quick, you know, movie, and then you realize, oh, I haven't been in here for the whole movie yet. And then the rest of the movie happens, and it slows to a crawl, and then starts building its way back up to try to recapture the climax that just happened, and it just doesn't. It never reaches it again, and the fact that you have to do it again, it drags the whole movie down. So that's how I felt about that one. Again, it was better than I expected it to be, but I mean, I didn't expect much. All right, snorkeling with dad. I watched this one with you too. So, and we shared a lot of thoughts after the film. So I'm curious to see how many of your thoughts still reign the same. And that is Transformers: Rise of the Beast. Now, I have seen this movie twice, I think now. I think I watched it twice. I watched it with Snorkeling with Dad and Jack Appleseed and the whole crew. and then I watched it um again with a different crew, and it seems like Snack. I watched it with Snackery, and for anybody who's on the Twitch side, probably recognizes Snackery because he's a frequent guest on the games. Um, but yeah, it's, these movies fell off after Dark of the Moon. For me, Dark of the Moon is my favorite of the entire franchise. Um, I know that's sacrilege when because the first one's supposed to be the best, but honestly, I think Dark of the Moon has such a cool movie. There's some dumb stuff in it for sure. There's some things that could have easily been cut out to trim it and make it a little a little less Michael Bay-ish. But Dark of the Moon for me is still the best one. Um, and actually, for the most part, I love Dark of the Moon a lot. I watched it as a kid and I loved it. I really like the first one, and I really don't like any of the others. Just to kind of give you my relationship with the Transformer franchise. Um, but this one barely edged out last on my Transformers ranking. I I think this one's right above whichever one. I can't even remember what they're called now. The one before this one, I think. It barely edged it out. As far as redeeming things go, Bumblebee has some cool stuff to do in this one. To me, all of the humor fell flat. Pete Davidson's Transformer was so weird as an inclusion. I thought it was just I was wondering, why, why? It felt like a popularity thing, um, rather than what worked best for the narrative. So yeah, the humor fell flat, but even then the action, that was something that even you look at Dark of the Moon, where I do think a lot of the humor, especially with the two little robots, I can't remember what their names are, but the two little ones that are bantering back and forth all the time. A lot of that humor just falls flat. It's like that Homelander meme where he's just staring at the screen, and but it's overshadowed by the action in those movies. Whereas this movie, I don't even think the action did that. There's a lot of really dumb stuff, like the scene where Optimus is fighting the one guy, I can't even remember, and they roll down the hill and they land on the highway, and it's cutting back and forth between them, and they're talking to each other, and they're like, "I'm gonna kill you, Prime." He's like, "Not if I kill you first," and they're kind of going back and forth, and then the camera comes back, and they're like half a mile apart, and they start running towards each other. Awful stuff, and you watch it, it's just like, what in the world? How are you making these mistakes? How do you make these types of mistakes? And it's just stuff like that. I don't think it really did anything interesting. There's some cool, like I said, Bumblebee has a couple moments when he jumps out of the plane at the end and kind of has his on your left moment and jumps down. That was cool. Um, yeah, I wasn't a fan. It's barely. I'm telling you, it barely edged out being last place because it almost was dead last on my Transformers ranking. Not on this ranking, on my Transformers ranking. Next up, we have a movie, Pet Cemetery: Bloodlines. I'm fairly new to the Pet Cemetery franchise. I think I watched the original a couple years ago. I watched it for the first time, and I really liked the original. There's some cool stuff in the original that I think holds up so well today. In particular, the Achilles, and that's all I'm going to say. Anybody who has seen the original Pet Cemetery knows exactly what I'm talking about. Um, One of the best things in horror, I think, is that Achilles scene. Oh, um, and that's it. I think I watched the first one. I can't remember if I watched the remake or not. I remember the discourse about it, but I don't want to say I saw it. Um, just because I don't remember for sure if I did or not. Uh, it's just one of them things. Um, but yeah, it this one here had a few problems. What up, Jay Holland underscore 41 on the road to a million subs. You missed the bottom 15, I think. I think that's what we're on right now. Something like that of my year. We're in the bottom of the list still. So this one here had a few things that I really did not like. But first, I will say some of the characters are cool. I like the dynamic that you start off with the main couple. It's a kind of a cool um, place to start, where it's they're just trying to get out of town. They just want to get out of town, and I kind of liked the idea of seeing Judd back in the day, but this falls into the problem that a lot of modern horror does, where it's just I won't say modern horror, a lot of horror period, where it's just it, it just relies on the stuff that you expect out of a horror film. And it does kind of do one of my pet peeve things where it's not a big thing, but when it comes to a scare and you have a shot, let's just say there's one specific scene in this where there's a light bulb and the light I if I remember right, the light bulb gets busted or something, but it's sitting there and you get a loud sound and the camera zooms in real fast and then something happens. It cuts in and it speeds the footage up and you get a loud sound. It's really cheap looking. And this film does it a lot. It's a pet peeve of mine when it comes to horror. And I watch a lot of horror. Big pet peeve. Awesome poster though. I'll give them that. This poster is sweet. I would hang this poster up right here if I had it. So really cool. I'll probably have G Piggy walk in here now because I'm not. Um, yeah, let's move on. So I don't know what number we're on. Let's see. What are we on? That was 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That was bottom 17. Bottom 18. Here we go. We got boy, our boy, Mr. Family, Fast X. What a stupid movie. This movie is single-handedly saved by Jason Momoa and John Cena. And I can't even really say they saved it. I mean, we're at bottom 18 out of 105, so it didn't really save it, but it made it watchable. I will say that. I can't even begin to list the dumb things that happen in this movie. It's so bad. Quality-wise, this movie is absolutely terrible. Probably it belongs way lower. But there's some enjoyment to be had. There are moments where it leans into so bad, it's kind of fun. Uh, Jay Holland's in here, so I can Speaking of Jay Holland, I just showed him the scene from this movie where they're fighting on the bridge, and Dom one arm grabs the roof of a car that is flipped on its side, and he deadlifts the car up on back onto the to stand it up right side up. He deadlifts a single arm deadlift a car. A car. That's that's It's stupid. I don't think it's as stupid as the last one. I'll give him that. where he where they he jumps and hits the little rope and Tarzan swings the car over over the cliff. It's not quite that dumb. I think they dialed it back slightly. Um, I think the dumbest thing in the whole film is the very last scene with um, Charlize Theron and what's her name? It's not Rodriguez. I can't remember her. I can't remember which one it is. Um, but yeah, in Antarctica, that's where I was going. Terrible, stupid movie. But Jason Momoa has a ball in this. He plays a really fun villain that he's chewing the scenery. And John Cena is funny as always. So yeah, but this isn't me giving it those compliments isn't very high praise. But the way it leaves off has me so excited. Can you hear the excitement? Yeah, it does look like a Got Milk commercial. Someone should edit that. Put the little milk mustache. Next up, we have Inside. It's Willem Dafoe's movie. The premise is he is a robber or a burglar, and he gets stuck in this luxury penthouse with no water, no food, pretty much. He just has what's left in the penthouse, and he survives for however long. And oh, when he lifts the car, I got you. I thought you were saying the poster. Um, or how it feels to chew five gum. Feels like that too, or like one of those. Yeah, this movie. Again, it's just another kind of forgettable movie. You get Willem Dafoe all by himself, and I mean, he's a world class actor. He's one of the best working in the business. I mean, he's good in it. It's gross. This is just a nasty movie because you're just seeing him kind of. He, my review. You want to know what my official review for this movie was? I'm going to show you right here. This is going to be the first one that I show. Look right there. We'll just click on it and see if I can look at that. I've come to the decision that I don't much enjoy seeing Willem Dafoe with his shirt off. Yeah, that pretty much sums up my thoughts about the film. That sums it up very nicely. Willem Dafoe is not very pleasing to look at. It's a gross movie. It's gross. Just take my word for it. It's gross. Next up, Haunted Mansion. Um, Again, kind of like I said earlier about No Hard Feelings. Is supposed to be a comedy film that I mean, it's kind of. I wouldn't necessarily call it horror. I mean, you could probably say kid horror, but it's a comedy film. Um, and I think I laughed twice, and I remember him too. It was Danny DeVito makes a joke about his heart that was funny, and or a cholesterol joke, and then um, Owen Wilson has a funny line. It's in the same scene. Both of them drop the two only funny things that for me anyway. I'm not gonna say I don't want to make it sound like nobody's allowed to find this funny. Some people obviously did. Um, as a matter of fact, the people I went with to watch this found it funny. I just didn't. And other than that scene, but the rest of it just kind of fell flat. It felt like a less charming Goosebumps. It's the best way I know how to put it. A less charming Goosebumps. I don't remember what my review was for this one. Curious. I'm curious to know what I even said about it. I want Father Kent to officiate my future wedding. I don't even remember who Father Kent is. So there you go. Next up, Unseen. This one, whoa, second cough come out of nowhere. This one was one of the kind of lesser known releases that come out. I didn't see a lot of buzz about it. Even afterwards, when I watched it and I reviewed it, I didn't see. I like to go and kind of after I've reviewed the film to watch and listen to kind of what other people think. And I don't remember finding anything up on this film. I remember finding anything. So not a lot of people saw it. It's the premise is fine. It's so you have the girl on top. I don't remember their names. So y'all just have to forgive me. But the girl that you see on the top here, um, she is crazy, crazy blind without her glasses. This is like, you know, this is bad. I'm blind without my glasses. They told me I shouldn't drive without my glasses. She's worse. She shouldn't walk without her glasses, and she doesn't. Pretty much, for the most part. Um, and the premise is you have the guy. You see him down here in the little corner. Can't see my mouse. Let's see if I can get to pop up. Come on. There you go. So you have she's blind. You have this guy right here. They're dating and he's kind of obsessive. He's controlling and he decides he's going to kill her. And so they struggle. Her glasses get broken in the process. She runs out into the woods and he's chasing her. She has a huge head start on him. But he's a hunter. So he's tracking her, he's tracking her through the woods. He's smelling the leaves and he's doing all this weird stuff and she can't see. So she FaceTimes the the last number that called her, and it was this girl. This girl accidentally dialed the wrong number, and so she FaceTimes her and says, "Hey, I need you to be my eyes. I need you to walk me through the woods." And so she's turning the camera around and she's walking, and this girl is having to guide her. Cool premise. Cool premise. Um, Poor execution. That's the best thing I know how to say. Um, on its own, if you had just that, it would have been fine. It still wouldn't have been great just because of how they chose to do things. It wouldn't have been great still, but I think it would have been fine. What drags it down is everything revolving this woman right here. Every single scene or plot element or anything. You could have cut her out of the movie completely and just found the drama that they get from her, the conflict that they get from her. You could have gotten in another way, cut her out of the movie, and the movie improves the whole story. I'm not even playing. That's not an exaggeration. This woman and everything involving her character is so stupid that it single-handedly brought the film down a whole star. So yeah, it's if they'd have cut her out, it would have done them a favor. Terrible, terrible stuff. Next up, we have if I was doing a most disappointing list, not worst of the year, but most disappointing, this film would have been on it, and that is Expendables 4. So it didn't make my top 10 worst film of the year. I mean, you saw those already, but it absolutely would have made my top 10 disappointing. I was looking forward to this. I'm an Expendables fan. I thought the first one was great. The second one was great, even better in some aspects. The third one was is the least of the original three, but Mel Gibson is the best villain in the franchise. I mean, it's awesome. He's fantastic. And there's still some great stuff in the third one, while admittedly being worse than the other two. This one had me intrigued because I'm a Jason Statham fan, and I keep track of everything, and I was keeping track of the fact that Jason Statham was going to be taking over as lead in the franchise. And I was like, okay, I like that. That's cool. I like Jason Statham. I like Lee Christmas as a character. As long as they don't cut Barney out completely, I'll be cool with it. And I was so disappointed and just baffled by how bad this movie was. It it's bad. There's some stuff in it that I enjoyed, which is why it is as high as it is. It's not high by any means, but it's not any lower because there's some things about it. I do enjoy Jason Statham's character and what some of the stuff that he gets to do. Barney Ross and Stallone is kind of cool. You get some decent. I don't know. I can't even say that. You get some okay action set pieces, but this film was it they killed it in the CG in the visual effects and the CG. That's what killed this movie. It looks so bad. This is some of the worst. This and Ant Man has some of the worst CGI I've ever seen. It has the worst CG of the year. We'll say that. Jeepers Creepers come out last year, and that's the worst CGI I've ever seen. Um, there's some Spy Kids level CGI in this movie, and same thing with Ant Man. So this was disappointing. I really don't have a whole lot to say about it. There's some really stupid plot things that they choose to do that really brought it down even more. And yeah, It's a sad dwindle. And here's the worst part. I'll say this. Here's the worst part about this movie. You had Iko, who I'm gonna butcher his last name. Iko Uwais, if I'm saying that right, and Tony Jaa, two of my favorite martial artists. You had both of them in this movie and fumbled action on it. You fumbled the action. How? These are two of the biggest stars when it comes to international martial arts movies. I mean, you have the Raid franchise and you have the what's the one movie I really like? Sorry, I'm oh yeah, The Protector for Tony Jaa. That's not the one I'm thinking of. What's the movie I'm looking for? Oh, here it is. Yeah, The Night Comes For Us. You have so many good movies like Night Comes For Us, Headshot, and you have these are two of the biggest international martial artists, and you fumbled the action. So yeah, disappointing, very disappointing. I was looking forward to it. Actually, these next couple, I just pulled it up. I'm looking. These next couple, I could probably just kind of lump them together. Uh, Champions, Woody Harrelson. Nothing really to say about it. Woody Harrelson's fun. The movie is kind of charming. It's inoffensive. You jump in, you watch it, you watch some special basketball, and that's it. That's pretty much it's got kind of a little bit of a charm to it. There's just nothing more to it. It's a Woody Harrelson charming movie. I'm gonna kind of blast through because these next couple, I kind of have feel the same about all of them. Man Called Otto, Tom Hanks. It's a movie that's it's fine. It's fine. Tom Hanks is good with what he has. I'm not a huge Tom Hanks fan, but he's good. I'm not going to deny that. There's some silly stuff in it that I think kind of brings down the quality of the film, in particular with the family that moves in across the street. The wife, there's some acting stuff with her that I was like, "Ugh." Especially when you're up against Tom Hanks. It's like you really got to have your acting chops down, and I just didn't feel like they really brought it with that movie. But it's just fine. You get in, you watch it. It's inoffensive. You get some heart. You get a little bit of heart in there, and then that's it. Crater, the Disney movie. Now, this movie was a movie that I had no idea about. I didn't even know what we were watching. I was sick back in it was Memorial Day, I think. I got sick on Memorial Day, and it was me and my dad, and we were at the house. Everyone else went on a vacation, and so we stayed at the house. We were both sick, and while we were at the house, he just turned on a movie, and I didn't know what the movie was, and it was this one here, and it's fine. You know, it's charming. You have some kids that are stranded on the moon, and they're just exploring. And there's more to it than that, but that's the gist of it. Um, it would have been lower, but it has a decent ending. When the ending happened, I was like, "Wow, that was surprising. I didn't expect that. That was good." And so it gets some props for that, which is why it's as high as it is. But again, it's just a little inoffensive, charming movie. Not much to say about those types. Here we go. It Lives Inside. This was I don't remember exactly. I don't want to say it was Indian if it wasn't Indian. It's a foreign horror film. Um, and it falls into the same traps of horror films. I mean, there's another film this year that we'll see later on the list that there's parts in this film that is almost identical. And it's just a lesser version. I think there's some cool stuff in it. I think the scene with the swing set is the standout here. Anybody who watched this knows exactly what I'm talking about. That swing set scene was pretty cool. The way they shot it, I was like, wow, that was good. That was good stuff. Other than that, um, it falls into all the same problems as usual with these horror films like this. It's a haunted object where you have this creature, this entity that is latched on, and they have to figure out the rules to beat it. And it is exactly what you think. And it got dropped down too. It loses points because of the creature when you see the creature. When they show the creature, I was like, ooh, you should have just left it to imagination. Mafia Mamas next up. Um, again, kind of like the others. It's fine. It's charming. Tony Collette has some funny stuff. These two guys that are with her on the poster here, they're the standout. They're the funniest parts. Um, it's about a woman who inherits her mafia uncle. I think he is. He's an uncle or he's a grandpa. I think. Um, dies and leaves the whole you know business to her, and so she comes over and she's reluctant. She tries to give it up, and maybe she just might find her place here. It's one of those. Some funny stuff, especially with the two guys that are behind her there, but again, really nothing memorable. It's the movies like that, like this one and Crater and Otto and Champions, and it's those movies that bring down the average the score for the year because there's so many of them. There's so many in between just mediocre, just movies. And this year had some really low lows and some really high highs, and just a lot of just in between. And we'll talk more about it when I get to the end and I do my average and stuff. But next up, The Nun 2. Better than the first Nun. I'll give it props for that. But that's not saying much. It's just another one of these movies. This is in the Conjuring franchise, and I mean it's the exact same as you expect. I mean, it's all the usual things with sequence, one single sequence that was interesting. That was outside of the box, and it involves a goat. The first time. Now then you see the goat again, and after that it was like, oh, well, I liked you better the first time. Um, but yeah, it's just mm, again, there's just not much here. Not much here. There's nothing really to talk about. I'm to the point in the list where the movies aren't bad enough to want to rant, but they're not good enough to want to talk about. And so they're just kind of in between where it's just like I really don't have anything to say about it. Valak is a cool design. Um, the Farmiga, it's not Vera Farmiga. What's her name? I can't think of her name. The sister, Thaisa Farmiga. She's fine. She's good. She's likable. Um, but that's pretty much it. There's not much else here, and unfortunately, with horror this year, there's a few of those. Speaking of a few of those, we have another one, The Pope's Exorcist. This one edged out The Nun 2 because of Russell Crowe being just enjoyable as an actor. He has a funny wit and charm about him in this movie where pretty much every time he's on screen, he is either going to put a smile on your face and maybe get a chuckle out of you. He's just that kind of character. Even he's just got a lot of levity to him, even to where you get to the end and he after the big climax and he opens and he pulls his flask out, he takes a sip. There's stuff like that. He's likable. But it's just another one of these movies. Um, I mean, there's not much to say about it. Outside of Russell Crowe, I mean, there's nothing here that you haven't seen 1,000 times before. Next up, here is probably the most disappointing. Okay, so I said earlier with Expendables, if I had a list for most disappointing movies, like a top 10 most disappointing movies of the year, Expendables would have been on it. This one would have been number 1 on that list. It's not the worst movie of the year, but it is most disappointing. And this one is the hot water one that I have. I think probably the biggest one, and that is sorry, that's Barbie. I was so excited for this movie. I love Margot Robbie. I think Margot Robbie is. I think she's hilarious. That's one of the things that often I think gets overlooked. I think she's really funny as an actress. She's got a very funny, charming, likable personality. In Wolf of Wall Street, where she makes her debut, she's hilarious. She has lines in that that are really funny. She's obviously she's been Harley Quinn now since 2016, and she's great as Harley Quinn. She's funny as Harley Quinn, but she's got some great acting chops too. I mean, you see it in movies like Bombshell, where she does a really good performance in Bombshell, and I Tanya and stuff like that. So I was excited for that, and then you have the internet sweetheart Ryan Gosling. Everybody loves Ryan Gosling. Um, he's just such a likable person. Again, I think he's the funniest of the Ryans. You have Ryan Gosling and Ryan Reynolds. I am partial to Gosling. I think he's funniest. I think he's got such a funny, dry humor to him, and he's great at action and all kinds of stuff. And then you were putting these two together, and the trailers. I don't watch a lot of trailers, so I only watched the first one. But the trailers looked the one that I saw anyways looked hilarious. I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be great. This is gonna be like a fish out of water comedy where Barbie and Ken find themselves in the real world, and you know, it's gonna be great." You have you have one of the most capable actresses paired with one of the funniest, most charming leading men, and you're putting them in the same movie together and giving them a hilarious concept with beautiful set design. And then when I watched the movie, it so disappointing. I have a lot of problems with the film, and they vary. It's quality. So message of the film, I had a big problem with, and I talk more about it in my in depth review um, that I did on Letterboxd, but kind of the bullet point version. The film is extremely hypocritical in its message. It starts off with a message, and look, I'm fine. I don't care about what your message is in a film as long as you're consistent. If your message is consistent, I don't care what the message is. I mean, obviously, there's some things that you probably don't want to say, you don't want to preach, but for the most part, I don't care. I don't care what your message is as long as you're consistent. And from the point that this film starts and the point that this film ends, the message doesn't really change. Or the let me take it back. The the arc of the film, Barbie goes on a big arc. Barbie herself, where she experiences humanity, and I have some issues with that as well, but I think she has a pretty good arc. Ken has a good arc, about he's just obsessed with her, and then he experiences the patriarchy, and then comes brings it back and just completely dominates, and then he finds himself by the end and realizes, hey, I don't need Barbie. I can be my own man. So individually, they have some okay arcs, some okay arcs. They're not great, but they're okay. Um, but as a whole, there's kind of a message with the film that about equality and gender roles and stuff like that, and it's heavy handed, so heavy handed in a way where even if it's like, okay, well, the message, I'm not fond of the message, but I wanna watch the movie. If that's how you felt, you didn't have a choice because the message is boom, boom, boom. I didn't care one way or the another about the message itself, what it was, but it is so heavy-handed the whole time. And they're preaching, okay, equality, 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 gender roles. We have to, you know, male and female roles, we're equal, we're separate, but equal. And that's what they kept saying, that's what they're preaching. And then you get to the end and nobody has learned anything outside of Ken and Barbie her themselves, which they both leave. They both leave the setting of the film. Barbie goes back to the human world and Ken wanders off into the distance. They leave because the society we've been following, nothing was learned. And I thought they were being clever. I have problems quality wise with the film as well. But I'll get into that in a second. But you have the film that happens, and you're watching it, and they have this message, and you're just like, come on, this is so heavy handed. What are we doing here? It's almost like the film came second and the message came first. And then you get to a certain part in the third act where I was like, oh, maybe this is more clever than I thought it was going to be. Maybe this is going to pull the rug out, and I'm about to be shocked, and I'm gonna have to eat my words. And it started to do that, and then it completely undoes that third act, hope that I had for it to get better. It completely walks it back and runs it with one line, and I was like, oh wow, they really buckled down on the hypocrisy here. And I, I just don't understand what was gained from it, you know? Quality wise, I had some big issues. And actually I wanted to see exactly what I said in mine. Uh here's what I was wanting to get to. So I said in my review, I said I know there's some that will say, well here, I'm gonna just I say it. Here's where I said I thought for a second the film was about to cleverly rip the rug out from under me in the third act, but I was sorely mistaken. And then I have spoilers. I go into detail and I talk about exactly what I'm saying, which I won't do here. I said I was going to avoid spoilers, so um, but I get all the way to it, and after I say it, I said I know there will be some that will say that was the point. Now men can see how it feels to be a woman, and to that I say, really, because if so, being a woman sucks. I don't want to be a narcissistic, selfish, hypocritical victim that literally pouts on the ground when I lose. But as a self-proclaimed reasonable person, I say this portrayal of women was kind of trash, and maybe we shouldn't weaponize social facades in a movie that was seemingly aimed at. Hold on, let me see. 80% of the dialogue. Overall, I'm extremely disappointed. I wanted this movie to be great, but the mix match tones. That was another thing too. The tones all over the place. I mean, you get extremely goofy first 15 minutes, which I loved. The first 15 minutes was great. Where they're at first in Barbie Land, and you see, Barbie wake up and she's doing a routine, and she's doing the shower, but there's no water, and she's eating, but it was fun stuff. And they go to the beach, and Ken, flies across, and he injures himself. Um, and it's just, it I just it's fun at the beginning and it loses itself. Um, and I mentioned technical qualities and stuff like that, even the technical side didn't work for me. Um, Everything in the human world sucked. And this is what I said here. I said I was absolutely, but as soon as we get to the real world, the quality tanked from the extremely cringe dialogue, the unrealistic humans, to the entirety of the Mattel sequence, this film completely dropped in quality. Why are the supposedly real humans acting more like cartoons than the literal musical toys? That turns out that I mean that's exactly I mean I haven't changed. My opinion hasn't changed on it at all. I watched it, opening weekend and it stays the same. Um I even sit here Ryan Gosling and Margot Robbie turn in some great and at times very powerful performances. Unfortunately, that can't be said for a single other actor. Will Ferrell's not funny. I don't think he really ever has been. Sorry, that's probably my biggest hot take in the entire video. I'm not a Will Ferrell fan, and he was terrible in this movie. America Ferrera is a very cringe character. Um, Ken was great. Everything with Ken was fun. Barbie was okay, but everybody else sucked. Okay, yeah, I really don't know how much more I can say. I could probably make an entire video about how disappointing Barbie was. I went into that movie wanting to like it so bad, so bad. Um, it just ended up being um too all over the place with its quality and with its message. So unfortunate because I really wanted to like it. Anyways, I'll move on. Next up, I just watched this for the second time yesterday. Meg 2. Now, all of these films, like Barbie, kind of hold up real quick. Let me check real fast. I'd say, well, let's just wait. I don't want to get ahead of myself. The Meg 2 is it's stupid. It's a dumb movie. But that's kind of what's fun about it. I don't think they leaned enough into the dumb. That's my biggest negative against Meg 2 is they didn't go far enough. They should have wore it on their sleeves more and just full sent. If you're gonna have Jason Statham fighting not one, not two, but three megalodons, just send it. Make it as dumb and fun as possible. They didn't. They try to balance it too much with having another conflict separate from the sharks eating people on the beach. I don't think it's necessary. Oh, and the kraken. I have a full squid that's up there too. So to add to it. But I feel like they just tried to take themselves too serious. I don't think they did it completely. I mean, obviously this movie is goofy and they knew it was goofy, but I still think they tried to hold on to a little bit of seriousness and I just could have done without it. I think the movie just needed to go and just be about Jason Statham fighting sharks and not corporate espionage and all kinds of other stuff that they added into it. Um, but the shark stuff is fun. So, oh no, cancel. Almost messed up big time. Whoo! That could have been bad. I glitched my stream and everything doing that. Next up, we have Freelance. Just like Mafia Mama, just like the other ones that I named earlier that I've already forgotten. Freelance is just another movie about this one's kind of more Lost City from last year than it is Mafia Mama. Smudge or something. Um, this one, what makes this one stand up to here and not be lower with kind of in the group with the other ones like it is John Cena and Allison Brie. They're that's a great duo. They were a lot of fun, and every time it's focusing on them, yeah, this John Cena it has become one of my favorites here in recent years because he's so funny. He's just so fun, and he's the roles he's been taking have allowed him to really just goof up or just goof off. That's the word I'm looking for. In everything, he's been allowed to just kind of go crazy. And you had Peacemaker most recently, which is my favorite, one of my favorite John Cena roles. Period. And this one kind of tries to tap into that, where you get a little bit of goofy John Cena, and Allison Brie is kind of she's got her own style of goofiness where she's not being John Cena's not being Peacemaker goofy, but he has his own quirkiness, and then she has her own, and they pair well together. And then the antagonist of the film, he's fun too. He has some really fun moments. Overall, it's not a great movie. I think the best my favorite scene in the whole film that I can remember anyways is the scene with the sniper, John Cena with the sniper. That's that's a funny scene. That got a good chuckle out of me. That brought the chuckles. Here we go. Next up, this is the next comedy movie that just unfortunately did not really work for me entirely, and that is The Machine. Some positives here. I think Jimmy Tatro, however you say his name, is hilarious. I know him from Simi Valley, and so I didn't know he was in this movie, and so that was a pretty fun surprise to see him here. Mark Hamill is hilarious in this movie. Um, that's about it. I'm not a fan of what's the guy's name, Bert or Bart, Bert. I just don't find his type of comedy all that funny. He has some funny lines in the film. He's not. It's not no hard feelings bad. There's some genuinely funny scenes, in particular a decapitation scene that's really funny. Um, and Mark Hamill's got some really just good stuff. All the flashbacks with Jimmy is funny, but overall, it's just to me to me every time Bert's on screen, it seems like he's trying too hard. And just like I said earlier about um, comedies and the way comedy happens and is portrayed, I just feel like that's the biggest thing that deflates quality for me is trying too hard and not just naturally letting comedy flow. Speaking of people that are just not funny, Renfield is next up. This was another one of my biggest disappointments of the year. Not worst film, obviously, but it was a huge disappointment because when you have the premise that is Nick Cage is Dracula and Nicholas Holt is Renfield and he's trying to escape from Nick Cage, and you have Nick Cage hamming it up. I only ever watched the first teaser where he walks into the meeting and he's some call me the Prince of Darkness, others the Lord of Death. I don't remember all of it. I don't even remember if I said that right. And he let's eat. Nicolas Cage as Dracula is what sold me on this movie, and instantly had this movie in my most anticipated of the year list. And if they had just done that and focused on Nicolas Cage as Dracula and really leaned into that, and you could have still had some of the other stuff happening as well, but this film lost me is in Aquafina's character. Like I said earlier, when I said speaking of people who aren't funny, Aquafina is one of those for me. I don't like Aquafina. I don't think she's funny. She's not bad in some things. I thought she was fine in the Jumanji, one of the Jumanji movies. Uh, she's fine in that Raya, the Last Dragon, or Raya, whatever it was. But for the most part, I just don't find her funny. I think she was fine in Shang Chi. That's all I care. I thought she was all right in Shang Chi until the end. I didn't like the ending. I didn't like her in the end, but she's fine. But for the most part, I'm not an Aquafina fan. And I really felt it in this movie because there's so many parts where I was just like, why are why are you choosing why are you choosing to focus on Aquafina Cop and the drama of, oh, my sister's murder and everything? Why are you focused on that instead of Nick Cage as Dracula? Because every time it cut back to Nick Cage, it was hilarious. If you was just to cut the other stuff and just compile the Nicolas Cage stuff into like a 20 or 30-minute short film, however long it would end up being, and just have that, this movie would be hilarious. It'd be great. But because they decide to take away from the Nick Cage stuff and leave you in the Aquafina side of the story for so long, every time it cut to her, the film dropped to a drag for me. And I'm sure for somebody who thinks she's funny or thinks she's hilarious, it was great. For me, I don't find her funny, hardly ever. And like I said, she was pretty good in Shang-Chi. She's pretty good in Jumanji. She had some decent lines in that Raya Last Dragon, but for the most part, Aquafina is just not funny to me. And because this movie chose to focus so much on that side of the story, it lost a lot of steam, and this one was a big disappointment. Maybe if I rewatch it, I won't feel as negative about it because the opening with the Universal Monster stuff, fantastic. Every time you're in Dracula's castle or Transylvania or wherever they're at, and you have Nick Cage just doing his thing, fantastic. But when you cut back to Aquafina and you get gang, the cop drama and the gang stuff that's separate from Nick Cage, it loses a lot of steam for me. A lot of steam. Disappointing. My favorite scene in the entire movie is when Nick Cage comes to visit Nicholas Holt at his apartment, and he knows that he hasn't been doing what he's supposed to be doing, but Nicholas Holt tries to lie to him, and he's talking about I had too many bodies. You should have seen it. That's the funniest scene. Nick Cage is just on fire in that scene. Um, that's probably the funniest I've seen Nick Cage in a long time, maybe ever. He's just that's what me and my cousin do all the time after that scene. All right, next up we have Plane. This was one of the first movies I watched for the whole year. Gerard Butler. This movie's fine. Again, just like Freelance, just like Mafia Mama and those movies. This is one of those movies that's just you can turn it on, enjoy it, and be done with it. It's inoffensive. You get some decent action. You get some good performances from Gerard Butler. I like Butler. I like Butler a lot. And it ended at a good spot. I was worried when I was watching it that they were about to take it too far. I was just thinking, okay, this film needs to probably wrap up because if they keep going, my score is steadily dropping. That's where I was starting to feel because I was afraid they were just going to keep dragging the story out. And when it ends, I was like, okay, perfect. That ended perfectly. That's where I wanted it to go. And so essentially what you're left with is just a nice little inoffensive action movie with some good performances from Gerard Butler and whoever else was in it. I don't remember who else is in it. But yeah, it was fine. Again, nothing to stand out. It's just these little mid movies. Here we go, another one of the more recent ones. These are my hot takes, man. These are the ones that I feel terrible when I say them because I want to like these movies as much as everyone else, and that is Poor Things. I was super excited about this, especially after the Variety. What was that? Something on the mic. Especially after the Variety interview where you had Robert Downey and Mark Ruffalo. I watched it and I was listening to him talk, and I was like, "Wow, this sounds good. I'm excited." And I never watched the trailer for it. I avoided everything about it. Um, but I can't help but hear the buzz just because 'cause I'm plugged into all the communities, and so I was still hearing buzz about it, and this film had some very solid buzz where it was like, "Wow, this movie's gonna be great." And what I will say is that set design, costumes, cinematography, all of that, the look of this film is gorgeous. This is a phenomenally gorgeous movie. Um, Probably one of the best looking movies of the year. I would put it top 10 best looking movies of the year, just off the top of my head. I know what a couple of them would be, and I think this would be up there. The score, fantastic score. I thought the score I thought it was great. The performances, fantastic. Emma Stone gives an odd performance. She's very weird in this movie, but it's good. It's great. Mark Ruffalo is equally hilarious as he is despicable in this movie. Um, Willem Dafoe, amazing as always. But this is one of those movies for me that was just this one was too weird. I like weird. I'm not Ari. You'll see Ari Aster much higher on the list for this year. I like weird movies. I This one might have been too weird. I think I found the side of movies that goes a little too far for me. And my review for this was this movie feels more like live action Tim Burton than live action Tim Burton. And I think that's the perfect way to encapsulate my thoughts. It feels like a live action, you know, Frankenweenie, Corpse Bride, those types of movies where it's live action stop motion. And even actually that would apply to the way Emma Stone moves in this movie. She looks like claymation. Um, it's just yeah, it's just too weird. Aesthetically, it's beautiful and everything, but the theme. I mean, you get like the story and the themes is fine. All of that's fine. I heard someone say this is like a more adult Barbie, and I thought that was funny because you get a lot of the same themes in the film. You get a lot of the same themes, but ultimately, I think it's just I don't know. It's just too weird for me. I watched it not too long ago, so maybe it's still a little too fresh to really dive into my thoughts on it. Maybe if I was to talk about this in a couple of weeks, maybe I would have more to say. Um, and maybe it goes up. Maybe on a second watch, it's like okay, well now that I knew what to expect, I could digest it a little better. But as of right now, this is the type of movie where I appreciate everything it did. I just wouldn't necessarily be inclined to watch it again myself. So I'm disappointed because I was excited about it. But you know, everything can't work for us, right? Next up, Paint, the Bob Ross, unofficial Bob Ross movie. Um, I don't think it's truly based on Bob Ross at all. I think it's just the character type of Bob Ross. Um, Look, this is again this in a different way. This movie is weird. There's a few of those on here where it's just weird movies. This one is absolutely weird. It's kind of to me, it kind of had a little bit of a Wes Anderson feel, where it's just awkward the whole time. You get very awkward humor, um, and it's very quiet. I don't know if that makes sense just hearing it like that, but it's a very quiet movie, and it's awkward, it's quiet, it's quirky, and you get Owen Wilson being charming, but maybe you shouldn't like him. Maybe he's not a great person to be rooting for. You don't know. and until the end, and you get as things get revealed and stuff, it's fine. I feel like I'm saying that a lot. It's fine. This movie or this whole list, you have some really greats, you have some really bads, and you have just a lot of okay in between. And this is just one of those okays. This is a movie. If I had to watch it again, I wouldn't be upset. I would be like, okay, cool. It's competently made. It's got some funny performance. I think Owen Wilson's funny in it. It's got a little bit of charm to it, and it's just a little bit weird. It's just again, it's just a movie where I'm not gonna look for it to watch it anytime soon. I'm not. I don't see myself ever going, man. I really want to watch Paint right now. I don't ever see myself saying that. Maybe I will. I don't know. Maybe. But just going out on a whim, I don't think I will. Next up, this is a movie. Again, this is another one that I could probably would have made my most disappointing list, and that is Hypnotic. Robert Rodriguez and Ben Affleck. Huge fan of both of those, the names that I just dropped. The concept is cool. There's a lot of cool sequences in it. For me, where this film fell short was a couple of things. For me, it felt in in an odd way, the film kind of felt a little bit cheap, just kind of dull. Where I really don't know how to explain it, but when you're watching it, it's just like it just doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of passion behind it, and by extension, that goes into Ben Affleck. I think he's fine. I think Ben Affleck's one of my favorites. I think he's a fantastic actor. I think he's an even better director. But in this film, he comes across kind of uninterested, like he's just kind of going through the motions. And I kind of can't help but feel that way about the whole film in general. I think the premise is cool. I think the there's a you get a couple of twists, and I think at first it I'm not going to spoil anything. It at first it's like okay, this is good. I really like what they're doing, and then as it goes along and as more starts to get revealed, you're like oh, and the more and more that gets revealed, the less it starts to work. You start thinking, I don't know how that logistically, I don't know how that works on a logistic level. Um, it was a decent time. I again, I like the premise, but overall, it's just another one. It's just another movie where if it was on, if I had to watch it again, I'm not upset. You don't have to pull my teeth to watch Hypnotic again. But if I had to choose, I would watch something else. So if that gives you an idea. Next up, Mr. Big George Foreman. I am a boxing or fighting movie fan. I'm not a huge fan of I don't watch a lot of sports in general, outside of boxing and UFC and stuff like that. I watch a lot of that. And movies about that, you have movies like Warrior, which is one of my might be my favorite sports film of all time. Southpaw's also super high up there. I like this genre of film. Rocky obviously is up there. Big George Foreman doesn't reach any of those heights. I won't say that. Um, but it was enjoyable. It was an enjoyable movie. You sit down and we had a few biopics this year, and I think this one was fine to watch. I got to learn a little bit more about Big George than I knew previously. I pretty much only knew the boxing side of him, so it was kind of cool to get to see a little more on the personal side. Um, but yeah, it's just you know, it's a take it or leave it movie. I'm not upset. I'm not upset if I never see it again. I'm not upset if I watched it right now. That's how I feel about it. That's how I feel about probably this whole section of movies. Um, now I don't want to. I keep starting to say something, but I don't want to get ahead of myself and eat my words. Next up, again, this is one I wish I would have liked as much as it seemed everybody else liked, and that is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I I would call myself a casual Ninja Turtle fan. Um, Me and my brothers used to watch some of the cartoon. You know, you had some cartoons. We had some of the toys. Um, we really was never fans of the '90s ones. You know, where it's or the suits. I didn't grow up with those, and so we really didn't watch a whole lot of those. But you had some crossovers. You had Batman and Ninja Turtles. You had it seems like I remember a Ninja Turtles and Scooby Doo. I can't remember if that's right or not, or if my child brain is mixed it up, or my brain is mixed up. My child memories. That's weird. Um, but yeah, I didn't grow up with Ninja Turtles, so I'd say I'm a casual fan. And as far as Ninja Turtles adaptations go, I think this one was okay. Um, for me, a lot of the humor, again, like I said with the other comedies, I felt there was a lot of forced humor here, especially with the Ninja Turtles themselves. And look, they act like kids. They act like teenagers. So cool. I that's fine. But I would be lying if I said that I found them funny all the time. I rarely found the turtles themselves funny. Ice Cube is hilarious, and Superfly is an awesome villain. And so every time Ice Cube and his crew or Superfly and his crew been going for 2 hours. My tongue's starting to get tied. Um, Ice Cube and his crew, or Superfly and his crew, man, I may have to make this a part one and a part two. Every time they're on screen, they're great. Paul Rudd's lizard is really funny. Um, but I don't remember the lizard's name. But and I like Jackie Chan as Master Splinter for the what little you get of him. But yeah, I felt like a lot of the humor was forced. You'll see that again with another animated film on here, where I think they would have been served a little better if they had dialed back. Now I will say, in terms of positives, that this is kind of when I said earlier when I said Spider Verse and Puss in Boots just being beautifully animated. This film has a really cool animation style. It's very pastel looking, and that's cool. I won't say it's my favorite, but it is really cool looking, and it makes it stand out. And so I'll give it that. And when I said forced humor in a comic or in a cartoon, here it is: the Super Mario's movie, Super Mario Bros. And this one, I'm these are pretty interchangeable. You could probably swap these two around at any given time. When I made the list, when I went back over the list earlier today, this is the order I felt in. But like right now, after having talked about Ninja Turtles, I think I could probably switch them and I wouldn't be upset. Um, you have again here you have a decent comic I keep wanting to say comic movie. It's cartoon. You have a decent cartoon movie here where you have you know, Mario's fun, Luigi's fun. You know, I have more experience with Mario than I do with Ninja Turtles. I'll say that. Jack Black is the highlight of the film. He is the saving grace of the film. If you replace Jack Black with anybody else, this film drops big time on my list. Um, as much as it probably got overplayed, the Peaches song is so stinking funny. This scene in the film when it comes up and it comes out of nowhere, and all of a sudden it cuts to Jack Black just or Bowser doing his thing, but you hear Jack Black just pouring his soul into this song. I was crying laughing. That's a hilarious scene. Um, Jack Black did his thing. He's a national treasure for sure, and he brought it with Bowser. Um, but to me, this film has too much just it's too much of an Illumination movie. This movie feels like you could swap. You could this is like Minions with a couple of funnier characters. I hate the Minions, so it feels like a funnier version of Minions. Same brand of humor and stuff, and so that's not a good thing. It's not terrible, and again, I think I think it's fine, but I think there's a lot of things that could have been done. Whoa, I lost focus big time. Let's bring that back. Find me, find me. Oh, there we are. That was crazy. Perks of doing it live, right? Um, yeah. So next up, we got again one of the more controversial movies of the year for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why there was so much buzz about this one. Sound of Freedom. I expected this movie to be terrible. I'm just gonna be honest with you. It's at I think I don't know if it's an Angel Studios movie, but it's kind of that brand of movie, and I just didn't expect much from it. You had His Only Son and Jesus Revolution a lot lower on this list because it feels like when people want to make a when these people want to make a movie, it it's kind of the same problem I had with Barbie, where it feels like they have a message first, movie second, rather than making the movie and implementing your message into the story. I think Sound of Freedom did it pretty good. I do have some issues with it. Um, on a technical level, you have there's the movie is split into two parts. You have the first half. I don't know if it's half. I don't know if it's quite half, but you have the first part, which because you have two kids that are kind of the central story here. Two kids that were taken. You have a boy and a girl. The first part is the part with the boy. The second part is the girl. And I think they did a really I think they did a good job for the most part. I think everything pretty much worked for me. My problem is what I was kind of leading into with the two parts thing is after the first part, after the boy, I'm trying not to spoil it. After that, it feels like the movie starts over. Not as bad as I don't remember what movie I just said. It's lower on the list somewhere, where I was just talking about. It feels like it. Oh, Jesus Revolution, where it builds up, and then stops, and it really feels like it's starting all over. You're watching a whole second movie. This one's not quite that dramatic. It never completely loses its steam, but it loses a lot because you have a big, climax with the boy to end part one, and then it kind of slows back down and says, "All right, here's part two." And it kind of made it a little bit of a drag. I feel like if they would have just kind of cleaned up the editing in between the two, you probably could have avoided that and streamlined it a little better and made it a little more made it flow a little better in the pacing. But overall, I think it was fine. It was a good movie with a good message. You know, stop trafficking kids. I don't know why that was controversial. I think people were making it about things that it wasn't about. Um, when that's all it is. Quit doing this. My review for this was I need the sequel that has revisionist history. I need a Tarantino sequel with revisionist history where we get to see all these people pay for their crimes. I don't want to get too far into it because I don't want to get struck by saying something I'm not supposed to say. I don't understand what the problem was. I think it's a message that all of us can get behind in terms of stop doing what they were doing. I don't think any of us have a problem with that. If you do, well, probably should click off. Next up, again, here's another movie that had a lot of controversy. Not quite on the same level as Sound of Freedom, because you had Sound of Freedom that was like all the stuff with the theaters closing down and stuff, all kinds of crazy stuff. It was like a TikTok phenomenon for a while. So this one wasn't quite that, but you have the Marvels. Now this one, if I was to do a most surprising movies of the year, this one would probably make that list. Now it's by no means in my top. It's not my favorite movie of the year or anything. I mean, obviously, but I think for what I was expecting from this movie, what it actually ended up delivering shocked me. And I was like, wow, I actually enjoyed that. I it's not good. And actually, if I was talking quality, it's probably worse than Ant-Man. But I would watch this 100 times before I would watch Ant-Man again. Ant-Man Ant-Man is felt like a slap in the face. This one felt like a dribble. It felt like Marvel is just kind of like, ugh, here's this movie. Ugh. We've been working on it for so long. Just watch it, please. That's what it felt like. Um, I think this film did wonders for Carol Danvers, who a character who up until this point I've kind of hated. I didn't know the character. I was never a Marvel kid. I was outside of Spider-Man and Punisher and a little bit of Ghost Rider. I was never a Marvel kid. I didn't watch, Avengers cartoons. I didn't watch Iron Man cartoons and Hulk and all that. Not until the MCU. And the MCU is where my Marvel fandom kind of started. Um, like I said, I love Spider Man, and the only comics I had was Punisher, and I had a couple of Ghost Rider comics. That's it. And then the MCU rolled along, and then I became a fan. But I was never really a Marvel kid, and so I didn't know who Captain Marvel was. I was always more DC. I think I've made that pretty known on here, uh, for better or worse. But yeah, I didn't know who Captain Marvel was. So when I saw her for the first time after Infinity War, you have that little in credit scene where you see the little beeper, and oh no, that symbol. Who's that symbol? I don't know. And then they announced Captain Marvel, and I was not a fan from the get go of the fact, hey, you're throwing in a random character at the before the last movie. We have one more movie, and you're throwing in a random, or not really one more movie. I mean, you had Ant Man and the Wasp, but we had one more movie, one more Avengers movie to close out this whole saga that we've been building up to, and you're going to introduce a character in the last minute. I was already not a fan. And then I watched the movie and it wasn't quite as bad as I expected it to be, but it still wasn't good. I and Captain Marvel herself was the worst part of the movie. She's so unlikable in that movie and so distant and so just no qualities about her to latch onto. And the movie itself isn't good. So that didn't help. And then I didn't like her at all in Endgame. I did not like her character at all. And she has my least favorite line in the whole movie for no reason other than just the aesthetics of the line that I hated. Um, or the cadence, that's a better word. The cadence of the line, I heard it was like, "Ugh, I didn't like that." That's when she goes, "Hey, Peter Parker." Like, and then she takes the glove. I that was I have no reason to hate that line other than just it's the cadence is very unpleasant. Um, and yeah, I think that's pretty much it in terms of her appearances. I don't remember. I can't think of anything else she appeared on. And then you get to this movie, and so she's a character I didn't like. And then this movie starts, and I was like, "Oh, this movie's gonna suck." I wasn't gonna watch it. I started to just avoid it because if anyone remembers, or if anyone follows me on Letterbox or Twitter or anything, I posted after Guardians. I was like, "All right, that's it. I'm done with Marvel. The MCU. I have no more interest in what else is coming." And that's true. That's still true. I stand by that. And so because of that, I was like, I really don't care to watch the Marvels. I haven't watched any of the TV shows since. I didn't watch Loki. I didn't watch Secret Wars. I didn't watch Miss Marvel or anything. And so I was just like, yeah, I'm I have no interest in this universe anymore. And it's become just kind of coming exhausting to keep up with. And so I got talked into watching this by my brother. He was like, well, let's just go watch it. I was like, all right. It didn't take much to talk me into it. And I'll admit, when I saw it, I was pleasantly surprised. And the biggest surprise for me was Captain Marvel herself became a likable character. I was like, wow, she's relatable. She's alone on the ship. She's happy to have guests. She's, you know, having fun, back and forth with everybody. The weird singing and dancing was that was weird. You probably could have cut that out, but it was still in terms of her character, it was good for her character. So I think she was the biggest surprise about the film. But the best part about the film is Miss Marvel. She was so fun. And she's hilarious in the movie. And I'd say the my biggest negative, besides the villain, yeah, the villain's bad. I don't like the villain at all. I would say it's the villain and Monica Rambeau. I think that's her name, isn't it? The WandaVision girl. Yeah, she to me was kind of a dud of a character. She really didn't offer anything to the team outside of just being another power. And she had some stuff where she's kind of the brains, so she's like, oh wow, this science talk. Um, but other than that, she really didn't offer anything personality wise to the team. So I could have probably done without her. But Miss Marvel was great. Captain Marvel was surprising. Nick Fury's always hilarious, even though I kind of don't like the direction they've taken him. The villains suck. The CGI is okay. It's bad in some spots. The pacing is all over the place. The story doesn't make any sense. The character decisions don't make any sense. I mean, what more is there to say? It's an enjoyable bad movie. I'll say that. It's not so bad it's good. It's not like that. It's enjoyable while also being bad. And it's pretty much entirely because of Miss Marvel. I think while Carol Danvers is a surprise here, I don't think she had a drastic enough change to have been able to carry it without Miss Marvel. But oh well. I talked a lot longer about that one than I expected to. Next up, we have I think the first one of these, and that is DC from this year. I think this is my first DC film I've mentioned. Yeah. I was trying to think. Sorry for the pause there. I was trying to think if I had mentioned a DC film yet. Look, I have a lot of, and I'll plan on doing a completely separate video for DC because I'm going to do a ranking of the DCEU now that Aquaman's out, and kind of just cap off my thoughts about that. So I'll delve more into my thoughts about this universe in that video. Um, this cough is sneaking up on me. It's not a typical cough. Maybe I got TB or something. Um, this film is just kind of. I'll get more into, like I said, I'm gonna get more in depth on my thoughts universe wise, but to kind of sum up how I feel, I think that um I don't even know where to go with it. It was fine. I think I'm not crazy about the villains in this one. The three sisters, I don't think they're even close to being as interesting as the guy from the first Shazam with the eye. Um, and then you get all the creatures and stuff at the end. I could have done without all of that. You get some funny comedy here with Zachary Levi. as Shazam. You get some funny stuff, even though I heard the criticism that he acts too young. He acts younger than Billy when Billy is when you're seeing Kid Billy and not Shazam Billy. He acts so much more mature as a kid than he does as an adult, and that after hearing that, I was like, yeah, yeah, that's a big problem for me too. Um, you have the I think there's some cool stuff in it. There's some decent action. There's some funny jokes. Um, the CGI is okay. The story's fine. I there's an element in the ending that I don't like at all. I didn't mind it at the time when I first saw it, but the longer it kind of sat with me, I was like, "Ah, I don't like that." With the surprise cameo at the end, it just kind of comes out of nowhere. I it, that's how I feel about all of that character's cameos. Pretty much with the end of this universe, all of that character's cameos have felt like, really? Did we need that cameo? Yeah, it's fine. It's of the DC movies this year. I think this is the first one I've mentioned. And it's my least favorite of all of them, unless I mentioned one already and I've already forgot, which that would prove why it's lower than this one. So yeah, I am a DC fan. So let me scan real fast. I don't think I have DC anymore. DC hasn't had so much mystery. Next up, this was an interesting one. No One Will Save You. This was the Hulu movie with the girl from the Sandra Bullock, or not Sandra Bullock, Julia Roberts movie. Yeah, Caitlin Dever, the Julia Roberts George Clooney movie from last year, or maybe that's this year. I don't remember anymore. This one is has an interesting gimmick in that there's hardly no dialogue. I don't think I would be curious to know how many words are actually spoken in this film. And I say words, not sentences, because I don't think there's but just a couple of words individually spoken. Um, and that's kind of a cool gimmick. There's another film this year that kind of did the same thing, and we'll talk about it. Um, it shouldn't be much longer. Um, and yeah, I thought this was okay. It has I think the opening sequence is the best part of the movie. It's very tense. I was watching it with a big group of my cousins again. Those cousins we were all together and we were watching it, and it was pretty fun watching it with a big group like that. That opening sequence is a blast. Um, there's some decent stuff. I there's a kind of a cool little emotional arc that the characters kind of going on, and you get a cool sequence with flashbacks and stuff. Where this movie kind of maybe this should be higher. As I think about it, I think maybe I could move it up, but as of right now, I'm gonna stick with what I have. Just know that this movie could probably move. Um, I'm not crazy about the ending, and I think that's solely the reason that I have it where it's at is the ending. Um, plus the no dialogue thing, it feels kind of gimmicky. It's not as bad as it is on another film on here, but I don't know. I don't know. It was good. I enjoyed it. It's not a best of the year for sure, but it did some cool things. Has some cool creature design and a really standout opening sequence. So that was a weird one. I looked at it and I kind of got an idea from my thoughts earlier when I was kind of going over my list, and then completely forgot what I wanted to say about that one. All right, this one This next one has kind of been my I have a couple of different people that I have my movie going rotation because I watch I mean I watch a lot. I mean I watched 105 movies this year. I watch a lot of movies. The people around me don't watch as many as I do, so I have certain people that watch certain things with me. And the guy that I watched this one with, he's an older cousin, and this one has kind of been our threshold for every time we've watched a movie since this one. We say, was it better or worse than Cocaine Bear? This one, this is probably the most middle of the road movie I've ever watched. I'm curious to know what number it actually falls at in terms of placement. I lost count a long time ago. I'm not even trying to recover it. I'll know where we're at once we get once we get to a certain spot. But yeah, Cocaine Bear is the most middle of the road movie on the entire list. Um, Hence why we used it kind of as the threshold for the rest of the year. After we watched every film we watched, I would he would watch something before me, and I would say, "Well, was it better or worse than Cocaine Bear?" And if he said better, I kind of had an idea. Okay, yeah, that's not bad. If he said worse, I was like, maybe I shouldn't rush to see this. And vice versa, he would ask me the same thing. So this was kind of like the threshold movie, and I don't know that it really deserves being a threshold movie. It's just kind of a it just became that joke this year. Um, it's fine. It has some really funny when it's really leaning into the bear stuff. It's funny. When it's focusing on Alden, whatever his last name is, so young Solo, when it's focusing on his character side of things, I got some good laughs out of that, especially with a gazebo, the scene with the gazebo and a whole pack, a whole yeah, it's funny. There's some funny stuff. Also, the ambulance scene is probably the biggest standout. It was it was the biggest sequence shown in the trailers, and it's one of the biggest sequences in the movie. It's just so over the top and funny. Ray Liotta is pretty good in this. He's pretty funny in this one. I was kind of surprised to see him here. I again I don't remember. Uh, I don't watch a lot of trailers. I try to avoid most stuff. It just depends on. I take everyone on its own merits, and this was one I don't remember watching any trailer except for that first teaser and with the ambulance. And so Ray Liotta was a surprise, but there's several characters here, and I think it was Kerry Russell and the two kids is the kind of the plot that kind of dragged it back a little bit, where I was just like, this one is just not as enjoyable. You're watching multiple threads, and they're all linked by this bear, and I think the Kerry Russell one was the least interesting. And every time it was focusing on hers, I was like, okay, let's cut back to Alden being depressed about his girlfriend because that's funny. I enjoyed those two characters, him and his partner. I think it's O'Shea Jackson, wasn't it? But yeah, middle of the road movie. It's not breaking any records. It's not doing anything new. It's just a fun time. Next up, kind of the same way I feel, and this was another one of the first movies I watched this year, and that is Megan M. Threegan. Now, I did not watch the it was like a an uncut version or something they released to Peacock. I never watched it, so I don't know. Maybe that version would slide this up higher. But as is with the version I watched, it's fine. You know, it's goofy. You know, the and it knows it's goofy, so that was a plus. And Megan's just it's got some really funny stuff in it. It's got some real zany things, and when especially when you get to where she's going on her spree at the end, and you get the scene that was shown everywhere with the dance and the blade from the little I can't even think of what the thing's called. A lot of fun, and you get the garage scene and the robot. robot stuff. It's goofy, it's stupid, but it's fun. It was a fun time. There's some goofy character decisions here. Some things that after you think about it too long, it's like, wait a second. So you just kind of have to shut your brain off with some stuff. But overall, Megan was fun, and it was a decent start to a kind of bland horror year. We'll talk more about the individual genres at the end. Um, Next up, we have A Haunting in Venice. This one was kind of surprising. I won't say it was. It probably wouldn't make a most surprising of the year. But I was genuinely surprised by this one, not by the film itself or anything the film does, but just the quality was better because Death on the Nile, I hated. I hated Death on the Nile. It was so boring. So boring. I didn't like it at all. And this one I was afraid was gonna be the exact same thing. And I was surprised that it wasn't as bad. I think there's a decent mystery here, even though now I'm not this isn't props to me, but I had this one figured out so close to the beginning. And I watched it, me and Snackery from the game side. Uh, Me and him watched this one together, and we both right at the beginning get placed our bets on what the mystery was going to end up being, like the what's the word I'm looking for? The reveal. The reveal was going to end up being, and we both placed our bets on kind of what we thought it was going to be, and I pinned it from the get go. And even after hearing his guess, which was a good, he guessed different than me, and when he guessed, I was like, oh, and he kind of actually made me even rethink, like, oh, maybe he was right. But I buckled down. I was like, no, I think I'm right, and I was dead on the money. Even down to I had the culprit, I had the motive, I had it all figured out. It's I'm not patting myself on the back. It's not very tricky. It's not a very tricky film. Um, but it's enjoyable. I wish it would have leaned more horror. Maybe that's just me being a horror fan, but I would have liked to have gotten more of a horror element in this. There's a little bit, but I definitely would have liked them to lean more into like a horror noir. But as is, I think it's fine. Again, it was surprisingly better than Death on the Nile, and so that was a plus. If it would have been even remotely close to the same quality as Death on the Nile, it would have been in the bottom 15 at least. Next up, The Boogeyman. Now, this one, whoa. I guess that one really just wanted to come out when I started talking. This one is another one that I say another one. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's the multitasking. When I start trying to multitask, I start saying stupid stuff. My brain prioritizes what I'm doing versus what I'm saying. This one is one that if I was to look at the list of the other of kind of my movie going circle, this one would probably be higher on my in my circles list. But for me, as someone who watches 105 movies in a year and who prioritizes horror over the others, and I watch a lot of horror, and this is just new releases. Not only that, I'm watching other movies too. I'm watching 80s movies. I'm watching movies from every decade, all over the place, all the time. I watch at least a movie a day. I watch a movie a day. It'd probably come out to that because you have some days I don't watch anything, and you have some days where I watch two or three movies. So I'd be willing to bet that it comes out to a movie a day, and a majority of those are horror. I watch a ton of horror, and so a movie like The Boogeyman, where it was when we went and watched it all together as a group, it was really effective for the people I went with. It was like, wow, that was good. That was effective. That was like that reminded us of watching A Quiet Place for the first time and stuff like that. I watched it and was just like, that was good. it was reminiscent of other things that I'd seen, and it didn't really do anything different for the most part. Now, it did have some cool stuff. I'll give them that. The design here is cool, and I like the way they present the boogeyman in this movie where you don't really see it. And there's some great sequences that I think the sequence with the closet that kind of sets off the events of the film is good. I think you get some good moments with the little moon ball light thing. You get a good moment in an office. You get a good moment with a couch and a TV reflection. That's a cool scene. Um, but ultimately, it was just another haunting film. Kind of like this is the film earlier on the list, earlier in the video when I said It Lives Inside was derivative of another movie this year. This is the movie I was talking about. For me, when I watched It Lives Inside, I was thinking this is just the boogeyman with a couple of tweaks, a less a lesser version of the boogeyman. And that's what I mean when I say the boogeyman, because to me, the boogeyman feels like Smile, where it's completely different in terms of it's kind of different, but at the same time, it's kind of the exact same thing. It's just there's a certain brand of horror, and where you have the boogeyman, you have Smile, you have It Lives Inside. For this year, you have It Follows, and those types of movies. There's like a certain subgenre, and I don't know what it would be called. It's just these. It's these, and I think it was a good version of those. It wasn't great. I wouldn't say it was great. I think I gave it 3 stars. Let me check. Right, sitting right in there. So I mean, it's fine. It's not breaking any new ground, but it's a good version of things we've seen before. And so I enjoyed it. Next up, we have Asteroid City. This is the first Wes Anderson film I'd ever seen. But I'm familiar with Wes Anderson's style. So as you know, somebody who I'm a writer and aspiring filmmaker. I study a lot of different directors and stuff, and of course, I've looked into Wes Anderson. He's one of the more prominent ones, one of the bigger names of directors working now. But this was the first film I'd actually seen by him, and it was good. It was fine. It was quirky, very quick, kind of like how I described Poor Things, where it's very weird. Aesthetically, it's extremely pleasing. Cinematography is beautiful. Um, the shots are great. You get a lot of cool camera movement, a lot of panning, kind of that Wes Anderson pan that he likes to do. So you get a lot of cool stuff like that. And I mean, essentially, what you're watching you're watching a play, and that's cool. That's kind of a cool element. But overall, it's just a movie that it doesn't have a lot of rewatch value, and I don't know how to describe it because I don't want to come across as negative. I think I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I think it was good, and it was a great introduction to Wes Anderson's filmography, of which I haven't finished yet, but it was a great introduction, and I just thought, it was fine. You get some decent performances, you get some very quirky wooden awkwardness, you get some really funny visuals with alien spaceship and the way they chose to portray it. I thought it was hilarious, and you just get some cool, you know, translation of a stage play, seeing the stage play. And so that it was cool. I'm glad I saw it. Obviously it's not my favorite of the year or anything, but I'm glad I watched it. It's one of those movies that I think I definitely benefited from having seen it. Next up, we have Elemental, the film that it seems like nobody watched. uh, this movie was fine. I feel like I'm saying that a lot right here in the middle of the list. Um, Elemental, it's just an inoffensive, Disney cartoon or Pixar or whoever did this one. It's just inoffensive. You get introduced to these characters. It's the same thing you've seen before, just in a new package, and that package is enjoyable in its own right. That packages elements. You have fire and water and trees and clouds, and you get to see how this world operates, and you get a lot of the same. It's the same story that you get in pretty much every Disney Pixar, you know, animated film, but it's told in its own way, and I felt like it was interesting. I don't really have a whole lot to say about it outside of that, other than just yeah, I thought it was fine. Probably didn't deserve to bomb the way it did. I'm pretty sure it was one of the big bombs of the year. And I don't think it deserved it. I think it was fun in its own right. And so, what can you do though? Next up, here's the horror fan in me that kind of had had fun with this one. That is Insidious: The Red Door. This is if I was to put up my Insidious ranking right now, I believe this was last in my Insidious ranking. Kind of what I just said about the Boogeyman. That's how I felt about Insidious. They're all it's pretty derivative of other things you've seen, especially in this style of horror. I just think that they needed to find a new way to go script wise. Patrick Wilson steps behind the camera, and he's also obviously he's on in front of the camera too. But he makes his directorial debut here, and I think he did good. There's some really cool camera shots. He's got an eye for where to have the camera to build the suspense, in particular with you know a scene with a window, and you're moving pieces on this window. Pretty cool scene. The MRI scene, which it got spoiled in the trailer, which I personally didn't watch the trailer, so it didn't spoil it for me. But the person I took is very squeamish when it comes to horror, very easily scared, and they watched the trailer, saw that scare, and so they expected it, and that scene didn't get them, and that was disappointing because had they not seen that trailer beforehand, that would have sent them running, and I kind of wanted to see that. So I would have liked to have seen that. So I hate horror marketing. That's the takeaway from today's video. Horror marketing sucks. Um, but yeah, it's fine. If you've watched the other Insidious movies, this one was kind of frustrating because the whole time what the mystery is. There's a mystery in this film of what's going on with my mind. Why do I not remember what happened? But we as the audience have seen it, so there is no mystery while also being a mystery, because the audience has the answers from the previous movie. And so I wish they would have taken a new direction and gone somewhere completely different with the story. I don't mind revisiting the family. I wish they would have done it differently. I hate the way they've picked up, and it's just frustrating. There's another movie on this list where I'll go more in depth on this specific thing because it seems like that's becoming more common. But the way they handled Patrick Wilson and what's her name, Rose Byrne's character, their relationship, the way that they pick it up, I was very disappointed in how they did that. Because you watched the original, and that was one of the things I liked about the original is that the family dynamic is there. That's kind of something that James Wan kind of excelled at because he did it in Conjuring as well too, where you have very strong connections here, where very strong bonds, and it's broken for this film, and so I didn't like that. Um, I'm just kind of getting sick of the broken family thing. I don't know. Maybe it's just getting old to me. I'd like to see some drama built somewhere else. 2024. Let's get some movies with strong family bonds and the conflict coming from somewhere else. Iron Claw set the precedent. We'll talk about it later. Speaking of family movies, next up, About My Father. Um, Again, kind of like I said with the other ones, this is just an inoffensive movie. This is one of the comedies of the year, and I think it was okay. It, Robert De Niro has some funny, some funny stuff. I always forget the other guy here. I always forget his name, but they have some funny stuff. There's some funny sequences, like with Robert De Niro cooking supper for these future in laws and stuff like that. There's some funny stuff in it, but overall, I hesitate to really call it a comedy. It's definitely more of just a family drama, and because you get some really good stuff, especially towards the end when you get the conflict happen between Robert De Niro and his son that's standing here, and I can't remember his name. Um, you get kind of a good conflict there, and it leads to an ending scene that if you are I don't want to single it out. As someone who's very close to my father, um, it was touching. It was a very touching moment, and you get a speech from De Niro that just proves that there's a reason he's considered one of the best in the business, and he's still got it. And you see it on display and towards the end of this film with his little monologue he gets. And as someone like I said who's very close with my dad, that was very touching. Next up, again, if I was doing a most disappointing list, this would probably be on there, and that is Silent Night, the most recent John Woo film. There are things this movie does that I like a lot. I think the action is handled when you get the action. I think it's handled pretty cool. You get some classic John Woo with the slow mo and the way he does the slow mo, particularly. You get some really cool kills. This isn't a slasher, so it sounds weird to say it like that, but you get some really cool sequences in the film. Um, you get a decent one take on a stairwell and stuff. So the action is there, and you get a great performance from Kinnaman, who just delivers he delivers a solid performance without ever saying a word. And that kind of segues into my negative with the film is just the lack of dialogue. Again, this is the same thing I said about No One Will Save You. It feels gimmicky, having zero dialogue whatsoever. There's probably a way you can do it that doesn't feel as gimmicky, but I don't feel like either of these films quite made it. I think No One Will Save You did it better, even though I prefer Silent Night as a film better. I think I think No One Will Save You handled no dialogue better. Um, I just think that jo- Kinnaman not being able to talk is fine, and having a silent protagonist, that's cool. That could have been done cool. The wife not talking to him and just looking at him and kind of in disgust and texting him, fine. It makes sense. But the detective and the gang members and stuff not saying anything, that's when it starts to stretch too far. And that's when it leans into gimmick territory. Where it starts to feel like, okay, you're doing this, just so people will talk about, oh, there's no dialogue, whoa, rather than it actually serving the plot. Um, and so yeah, that was my biggest negative. Also, I think the pacing is pretty bad. Um, I mentioned the action being pretty cool when it happens. I mean, there's a lot of build up to the action. I think you probably could have trimmed at least 15 minutes out of the build up to the action, and it would have made the film better. Next up, again, this is another one that's I like the film. These are all films that I like. Just disappointing, man. I think they could have been better, and that's 65. Adam Driver. I love the guy. I think he's great. I think he's a fantastic actor who was completely crippled by Disney, who just completely crippled his acting talent. and was just didn't let him shine. I think he's a fantastic actor who since then has proved, that he's not Kylo Ren, that he's a serious actor. And the premise here, you have Adam Driver landing on a planet with dinosaurs. And it's basically Last of Us with dinosaurs. He's got to take this kid to safety. Sign me up. That sounds awesome. That should have been a 9 out of 10. Easy slam dunk of a movie. Unfortunately, it's not quite that. Okay, so I'm gonna break it into so you have the negatives that everybody else talked about that didn't really bother me, and then you have my negative specifically. The one that I heard everybody complaining about was the language barrier because the girl that Adam Driver is stranded with speaks another language that he doesn't know. And so you get kind of a cool dynamic where he can't tell her things. He can't say, "Hey, I need you to be quiet. Hey, I need you to follow me. Hey, we're going over here." He can't do that. He has to find creative ways to communicate. And you get some funny gags with that where she's starting to pick up on certain things he's saying and what they mean. And he has the sequence in the sand on the table where he's drawing and he's trying to explain things to her. So I think they handled it well. That was fine. My issue with this film was just the lack of what we came for. And this is kind of what I said about something earlier, one of the films lower, where I said, that we can't. Oh, it's Coke. No, what something else. Where I said we came here for this and we didn't get as much of it as we should. Ended up focusing on the wrong things. Oh, Renfield. That's what I said about Renfield. We came for Nick Cage's Dracula. We didn't get a film about Nick Cage's Dracula. We got a film about Aquafina's, you know, murder investigation with sprinkles of Nick Cage's Dracula. And that's kind of how I feel about this, where we came for Adam Driver fighting dinosaurs, and instead we got Adam Driver drama plot with sprinkles of dinosaur. I think it's a lot better than the example for Renfield. I think Renfield was handled awful. I think this one handles that better. You get more of what you came for. And when you get it, I think it's fun. You get some cool stuff, some cool creature design. The fight at the end is cool with the steam and everything utilizing the environment. I thought it was a lot better than I was hearing people say. Still disappointing though. I would have liked to have gotten more. Speaking of disappointing, next up, another film that did crazy good that I wish I would have loved as much as everybody else, and that is Five Nights at Freddy's. Now I'm not going to delve into this one as much because I did a whole live stream talking about this movie with my good friend and blood relative, Snorkeling with Dad. He'd love that description. So that's still up on the channel if you want to get our in-depth thoughts about this movie. We really dove in. I think we talked about this movie for an hour, 2 hours. We really dove in and talked about it. So I'm not going to get too deep into it now. I'll just give you the Cliff Notes version. Some things I thought that they did great. I thought the animatronic design and the effects, the practical effects, which I'm assuming, you know, from what I understand, a lot of what we see on screen is practical. It's not CG. I think it looks great. I think it looks great. I think Josh Hutcherson does good with what he's given. And yeah, that's pretty much it in terms of positives. Um, I think the we don't again just like 65, just like Renfield, we don't get enough of what we came for. Granted, and this is what I say in the breakdown of the movie. I'm not a longtime Five Nights at Freddy's fan. I have very little experience with one of the games. I don't even know which one. Um, I didn't grow up playing the games, and so and actually I watched some of Markiplier playing the games, and that's it. So I really have no experience with this. But coming into this movie as a horror fan and just as a movie fan in general, it didn't fit. for me. It didn't give. It's like, okay, evil Chuck E. Cheese with Josh Hutcherson trying to survive for 5 nights. Let's go. Sign me up. And you don't get that. You get the first night, you get like little sprinkles where it builds up, and then you get, you know, a kid building the fort with them. You get you get puppet fort time, and then a big third act that really doesn't make sense when you start thinking about it. So that was upsetting and disappointing. Um, but the biggest negative about this movie is absolutely the cop. I don't even remember her name, but if you want our in-depth thoughts, go watch that video because I hated that cop. She's the worst character, one of the worst characters of the year. Nothing about her character makes sense, and the stuff that is like, okay, well, it doesn't have to make sense. It's just how she is. Well, then it's she's a bad person. She's just a bad person. Next up, our next DC entry for the year, and that is the most recent. My boy Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. Now, once upon a time, I was super excited about this movie. Actually, last year, probably at about around October, early October, September, I was super excited about this movie. I'm a huge James Wan fan. I really liked the first Aquaman. I wouldn't say I love it. It's not my favorite. It's kind of like middle of the road of my DC ranking, which I'll be doing here shortly within the next couple days. So be tuned for that. Um, it wasn't my favorite, but I enjoyed it a lot. I'm just a huge James Wan fan, and I like Momoa. I like this universe, um, and I was excited for it. And the closer we've gotten, the less and less interested I've been, and especially after the trailer dropped, I lost pretty much all interest in this movie. Um, and that's unfortunate to say because I went from it made my most anticipated movies of the year list when I made that list last year, and it became one of the movies that I couldn't care less to see. Just news of the reshoots and the problems and the problems with the test screenings going bad and all of that stuff discouraged me. And I was like, this, I just don't even want to watch it. I don't even care if it comes out. It did come out, and I watched it, and I enjoyed it. It's fun. It's not as good as the first, and actually, on my DC ranking, don't be shocked if it ends up pretty low. I know where it's at. Y'all don't know where it's at yet. Um, and it's just to me. Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of speak to it because I'll go more in depth when I do my DC ranking. Positive wise, I think it just keeps more of what we liked in the first movie. You still get it here. You still get some cool action. Um, I think the biggest positive is the dynamic between Arthur and Orm. That's my favorite thing about the film. Again, just kind of like I said about about my father appealing to my love for my dad and my bond with my dad. Movies about brothers appeal to my bond with my two brothers, which I'm going to be talking about later on. Trust me. With Iron Claw. Um, but yeah, I it was fun. It was just a fun movie. It was inoffensive. You get in, you watch a big underwater adventure, and then you get out. Um, Negative wise, I think Arthur's too goofy in this movie. I think Momoa is just dialed up too much. He Momoa is less Arthur Curry and more his villain from Fast X in this movie, and I think that's a detriment to the film. Um, what else? I think the villain's not as interesting here. I don't mind. I think Black Manta isn't that his name. He's fine for the most part. I kind of like the idea of him getting the trident, being more powered, and coming back. But the whole, you know, join us. We'll melt the ice, unleash. I, that all I could I could have done without it. Just a little on the lame side for me. Not bad, just not great either. And finally, it's just a kind of a whimper to end the DC EU on, which I'm a fan of. You probably should have shuffled these and had Flash come out last and Flash been the reset. But as it stands, this is the end of an era, and I think it ended on a whimper. So that's probably my biggest negative, aside from just the tone being a little too goofy. All right, next up, I'm gonna try to move pretty quick for the remainder. I'm trying to move faster. I'm taking too much time. Missing. This movie is pretty cool. It's one just another entry into the ever growing list of social media movies where you had movies like Host and Dark Web and those type of movies where it's phone screen or camera screen movies. And I think this one does pretty good. I think this one's probably the best of those that I've seen. You get a decent mystery here. I think they utilize the cameras and stuff pretty creatively, especially with the way they resolve and you have the Siri thing. Good stuff. I think, yeah, I just think it's an enjoyable little thriller. It's again, it's just a movie that it's not breaking any new ground here. You're not, you know, you're not breaking. I'm just repeating myself. I was about to just repeat myself. Um, yeah, you're not doing anything new. You're not walking away having experienced something new and fresh, but it's fun. And you go in, you enjoy a thriller, you get out. That's kind of how most of these middle of the road movies are here. Um, I yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about that one. I thought it was good. I'd watch it again. Again, kind of like I said earlier, that's one of those. If it was on right now, wouldn't be upset. Next up, this one before Barbie, and still, I'd say probably in competition with Barbie. Still, this is in competition for most disappointing movie of the year. Not worst, obviously, but most disappointing. Where Barbie, I expected it to be the comedy of the year and wanted it so bad to be the comedy, and it wasn't. This one I thought was going to be a fantastic entry into a an already pretty solid horror franchise, and that is Scream 6. Now, Scream 6 does some things that I think are best of the franchise type stuff. This Ghostface is so aggressive and so mean spirited and he's a force to be reckoned with. And for that, I think this is probably at least before the reveals, this is the best one of the best portrayals of Ghostface. He's great. And you get that scene in the convenience store, standout sequence. The ladder, standout sequence. I love that stuff. I was like, yes. And as we were going, especially after once we got to like the ladder and stuff, I was like, this might be my favorite of the franchise. This is up there. At the very least, it might be my favorite sequel. Putting it right up there with right under the first. I'm loving this. And as it goes along, it starts to some holes start to poke. And it's like, oh, I didn't like that. In particular, I think the first big one is with Gail and the throwdown in her apartment. I thought was pretty bad. It started fine, you know, with her, you know, and you see, you know, her boyfriend or whatever get taken out in the background, um, and he gets thrown through the thing. That stuff was cool, and I was like, okay, yeah, let's do it. And you get kind of their chase around, and she barricades herself in the closet with a gun that's loaded, and she's got a phone. do one of the dumbest things I've seen in a movie. This is like Hall of Fame stuff for dumbest decisions made in a horror movie. Instead of staying in this closet that has one entrance, she's got a gun fixed on the one entrance. The only way Ghostface can get her is to step in front of her gun. She's got a phone and she's in this room. If Ghostface attempts to come for her, he's dead. Stay there, call for help. But instead, she makes the dumbest decision and decides to walk out. And because of that, she almost dies. And therein lies the second negative with this. Almost. This is my biggest one of my biggest issues with this film. Everybody lives. Who actually dies in this movie? There are like a couple of side characters. Everybody lives. Gail is the first offender because you have there's no reason for her not to die here. No reason. You killed Dewey off in the last movie, and that was great until the reveal. And I have my issues with the reveal of that. I'm not going to get into Scream 5 right now. With Scream 6, you have Gail here. She makes the dumbest decision ever. And it's the biggest, up until this point, it's the biggest negative of the movie so far. Drops it a half star on its own. And then you follow it up immediately with a second dumb decision of she lives. Absolute madness. I could not believe I was like, wow, that's bad. That is very bad. But that's not all, folks. After that, it is steadily just one dumb decision after the next. Just one by one, just boom, boom, boom. Wow, this is getting bad. And by the time we reach the third act where it's the showdown in the theater, there's has been so much dumb stuff happen that it's just like, oh man, they gotta rally it, just kind of bring it all back together with this reveal. And then you get the reveal. First off, um, I can't remember the you have the core four. I can't remember the girl's name in the core four. The Randy's niece. Um, she's been killed on the subway. And now you're in the spoilers for Scream 6. I said I would give warnings. There's your warning. Um, you get into the theater and you get your reveal. Uh-oh, there's two ghost faces. And they pin cushion the guy of the core four. I can't remember his name. Just boom, 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 boom. Just stab, 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 stab. This guy is Swiss cheese. He's dead. So now you're just stuck with the two sisters. You have Jenna or Ortega and you have Melissa Barrera, or however you say her name. And they're the last two. And then you get the reveal, which is something I've been saying. I just wanna go on record right now. I've been saying, and you can find record of it in the ether out here, that I've been saying we needed three ghost faces for a while. That's been my twist that I've wanted forever. Is that we needed a third ghost face because two too predictable. We've already done one. Two is every other movie. We needed three. I thought they were gonna do it with five, and and when they didn't, I was pretty disappointed because it retroactively made five worse because of the implications. This one they give it to you, and it's just disappointing, man. When they reveal who it is, it's like, come on, like really, we're doing this again. We did this with Billy Loomis's mom. We did this here. We did this. So we've repeated. We're just repeating ourselves. We're just putting it under a new package, and so we get that, and then you get the dumbest third act of any horror film of the year, and that is when he they're you what's his guy the main guy's name? I can't remember his name. Uh, the cop. I always he's an actor that I always accidentally call Patrick Dempsey. It's not Patrick Dempsey, but for some reason I always call him that. Never the other way around. Anyway, this random fact. Anyways, so you get some stupid stuff going on. And then the dumbest thing in the entire film that happens, you have that guy's character. I can't remember his name. He's standing there. He's got a gun on Sam. And he's got she's got a knife, or maybe it's the other way around. She's got the gun. He's got the knife. It doesn't matter. Someone's got a gun, and you get it's almost so bad it's funny. If it wasn't so disappointing, it would be funny. They charge at each other, and and the way it's cut, it looks like a Monty Python type thing. We have the one with the knife, ah! And the one with the gun, ah! And they run at each other, collide. Neither one of them using the weapons that they're holding. They collide and tumble over the rail. At that point, the film lost everything for me. And honestly, if it wasn't for how good the first half is and how awesome this Ghostface portrayal is, if it wasn't for that, this film would be in my bottom 10, but maybe bottom 15. But I would be willing to bet it might have made bottom 10 because of how bad this ending is. And you get kind of a cool moment where Sam dons the costume and he's the one looking for her, and then she pincushions him. Kind of cool. And you get kind of a cool moment where Jenna Ortega's like, you think she's like, oh no, my sister's a killer, and then she's like, boom, gets hers in. It's like, yeah, yeah, we did that, and so kind of cool. And then they put the nails in the coffin when they get outside, and the guy, what's his face, that the one that pincushion Swiss cheese over here is wheeled out. He's fine. He's got oxygen on his face, but he's fine. He's good enough to talk, and they even pull the oxygen off, and him and Jenna Ortega embrace and kiss. Bro, you just got stabbed 45 times. How are you still alive? Stupid. And then it gets worse because what's her face? The other girl from the Core 4 comes running up. Guys, she's been gutted. She was gutted on the subway, stabbed in the gut, twisted the knife, all kinds of just brutality, and left there to die. And she just comes jogging up. Guys. And then this is where you get the news. Yeah, I just heard Gail's fine. She's going to recover. And I was just sitting there thinking, wow, it went from terrible to so much worse in the span of 10 minutes, 15 minutes here at the end. One of the worst endings I've ever seen in a movie. For me, like I said, if it wasn't for how good I think the first half is, and while I'm talking about it, it's making me want to drop it on my list. It's making me, but I'm gonna commit to rational me from earlier instead of the one that's been talking for 3 hours. I'm gonna commit to rational me's judgment and leaving it here. But it makes just talking about it makes me want to move it down. If it wasn't for how good the first half is, this movie is bottom 10, easy. But I digress. I spent way too much time on that movie, but I just needed to rant. That was terrible. Next up, this is another movie where it's not as disappointing. It's not as bad. Not even close to as bad as Scream. But it had some of the same problems that I had. But it's helped by a little bit. And that's The Blackening. This movie was hilarious. One of if you are taking comedy paired with something else, this is one of the better comedies of the year. I laughed a lot in this movie. I still quote this movie all the time. Chilton is one of the funniest characters of anything all year long. Love Chilton. And yeah, it's funny. My problem with this is kind of the same thing where yes, it's a comedy, yes, it's silly, but it's still at the same time it's a horror film. I'm not asking it to be, you know, Rosemary's Baby or Halloween, but there's got to be some little bits of consistency. And when you get to the end, it just kind of and you start revealing things and things start happening. It just kind of this movie kind of fizzles out. That's my main thing with this, where it just the comedy stood out. Everything else, or like the comedy side of it, where you're getting the back and forth banter with the characters. Again, you have Chilton, who is just hilarious for no reason, and you have a lot of hilarious stuff going on. And then, but everything else is just kind of, eh. If you, this is one of those movies where if you don't get the humor, there's nothing else to offer. Luckily, I, the humor worked for me. But if this isn't your type of humor, there's nothing else here for you. There isn't a good who done it aspect. Not really. There isn't really a good killer or kills or anything. There's not really a good third act, reveal breakdown and everything. You get that, but it's nothing stand out. And that's kind of a little bit disappointing just because how funny the comedy side of it was. I wish the other side of it would have been it didn't even have to be as good, but just close because that would have brought this film up so much. I still think it's great. I think it's hilarious. Again, I still say it's one of the funniest movies of the year. Um, but it's just the other elements that just didn't quite get there for me. And that's the only reason it's this low. Next up, I'm just going to speed through a couple of these, like this one here, because I don't have a lot to say. And that's A Good Person. Florence Pugh is a drug addict because of a tragedy that happened, and she gets addicted to pills. Morgan Freeman is her supposed to be father-in-law, and who has his own dark past, and fate kind of brings them together. There's a lot of drama and everything. This film, I watched it as part of a double feature with the craziest other movie. And I'll tell you when we get there. It's a lot higher on this list, but it's such a weird double feature because they're polar opposite movies. This one was first, and I watched it and said, "Wow, yeah, Florence Pugh, she's a heavy contender for being one of the better actresses working today. She is fantastic in this movie. Morgan Freeman, fantastic in this movie. The drama itself, the plot, it's kind of it's kind of derivative. You know what's going to happen. You know how it's going to play out. There are some things that are shocking where it's like, wow, I didn't expect them to go there. And because it's R rated and it's a little grittier, it does allow them to go certain directions that you wouldn't typically get in one of these type of things. But overall, it's a fine movie. It's fine. Florence Pugh kills it, and I think that was my review for the movie. Was yep, Florence Pugh is here to stay. Next up, The Hunger Games. Um, this is this is a movie kind of like some others that I've already mentioned that should have been split. I think you have build up to the games themselves, and it's like, and when the games was over, I was like, wow, that was pretty good. I'm not a huge Hunger Games fan. I read the first book and watched the first two movies, and that's it. I haven't seen the others, and so I probably should have watched them before going and seeing this, but here's what it is. Um, but I watched this, and it got to the after the games, and I was like, that wasn't bad. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. And then it kept going, and you get the whole second half of the film, which is a completely different thing. And I was just thinking, wow, this probably should have been separate, because every bit of momentum is gone after the games. The momentum just tanks, and I can't help but wonder if maybe it would have served better if the movie ended with Snow arriving at District 12. I think is where he was at, and it ends before he finds Lucy Gray. To me, I think that would have been a better ending. It would have, for the people who really loved it, it would have hyped them up for, hey, yo, ready for him to link back up with Lucy, see what happens. And then you can really flesh out the kind of plot that he has there and that betrayal plot line that he goes through. But ultimately, I as is, it lost a lot of momentum for me in that second half after the games. But overall, I think it was fine. You know, it's my number one description for all of these. Next up, Deliver Us. This movie was kind of a kind of under the radar horror film. I didn't know anything about this. I come across this by accident, and when I watched it, I was pleasantly surprised. I was like, okay, yeah, cool. This is a very symbolic movie, and so there's a lot of metaphor and stuff like that in it, and I think it's pretty cool. You get some decent action or not action. You get some decent acting, some cool set pieces, some interesting horror. There's one scene in particular I thought was pretty cool in the woods. I won't. I'm not going to spoil anything. I got my spoilers out of. I get the spoilers out of my system with Scream. But yeah, overall, it's a movie that's pacing is kind of thrown off because of how much symbolism is thrown in. Next up, our next from DC. I bet y'all hate that. I don't know what that sounds like for y'all. Uh, Blue Beetle. I liked Blue Beetle. I was excited for this one. Um, for separate reasons than the others. I'm not even gonna attempt to say his name. The lead from Cobra Kai. I love him in Cobra Kai. I think he's the best part of the show. Aside from him and Johnny are the best part of the show. And it's the only saving grace that the show has. um, I was excited to see him. I was like, yeah, I'm totally down for that. I'm not as familiar with the Blue Beetle character. I really only know him from the Injustice games and a little bit from it's still from Injustice, but that comic line. And so, or I think maybe it's not Injustice. The games is definitely, but I can't think of what else I know him from. I don't know. I'm very lightly familiar with it. That's the best way I know to say it. Um, cool, but he's got a cool character, and I think when this film is at its best is when you're just getting to see. For one, I think they shoot the action pretty cool. It's a familiar but fun setup for the plot. Um, as he's learning what he can do. I think the villains are okay. Not super interesting, but they work for the film. And the family dynamic is fun. George Lopez as kind of the eccentric uncle is a lot of fun. My biggest issue though is also kind of it's in it goes hand in hand with what I just said, and it's the family stuff. I think they go too far on the family side in the third act when you have revolutionist grandma coming up with a minigun and she just to me that went too far. I could have done without that. Um, but it's just it just gets it got too silly. That's my thing. It got a little too silly for a film that was already super lighthearted and fun. I think they could have dialed back a little bit. Um, but yeah, it was a good time. I enjoyed it. Next up, It's a Wonderful Knife. Uh, this is one of those movies, like I've said so many times before on this list. Um, it's okay. It actually, this movie is probably a lot worse than its placement. It is a lot worse than its placement, but I gave it extra points because of Justin Long and how funny he is in this movie. Justin Long is so funny in this movie, and I heard some people saying he was the reason they didn't like it is because he gave it kind of a tonal imbalance. I agree, there is a tonal imbalance, but I wish they would have leaned into the Justin Long side because every time he was on screen, he was getting a laugh out of it. His goofy over the top voice, his funny look with the big teeth and everything. He's a lot of fun. I like Justin Long, and I think he was the best part of this film. It's a cool killer design. Interesting premise. I mean, it's another one in the long line of, or the ever growing line of classic movies turned slasher film. There's another one on this list that we'll see later. And yeah, I think it's fine. You know, if it wasn't for Justin Long, it would be way lower. But because you have Justin Long just giving a goofy performance and just going all in on the silliness of it, because of that, it is where it's at. He single handedly raised it up here for me. The story doesn't make any sense. You get like some weird trance stuff towards the end. The stuff with the Northern Lights doesn't make any sense, but overall, is just it was a good enough time. Next up, this one kind of hurts my soul a little bit because of how good the quality is of this film. Priscilla, I think on a technical standpoint, this film is excellent. It's one of the better movies of the year. And if I was only talking that, it would be way up on the list. Performances are outstanding. Like I said, technical, the way the camera is done, the way the cinematography looks, the editing, all of it is so cool. Obviously, Coppola, it just has some kind of filmmaking gene that just runs in the family because Sophia knocked it out of the park. Where this film falters for me and why I have it as low as I do, it is simply because of on the pacing side, on an enjoyment side. This is not a fun film by any means, and I don't need my films to be fun. You're gonna see some later on that aren't fun, that are way up higher. Um, but what I mean when I say that is this film, not only is it kind of a drab film, a kind of gloomy film because of Priscilla's situation and her entrapment, her imprisonment to Graceland or whatever. I think that's what it's called. Because of that, there's not a lot of levity, which is fine. But then you add that to the pacing where you have a lot of sitting around and a lot of this, and because of the nature of the film and the way it's portrayed, I didn't know where that stopping point was. And so it just feels like you're just meandering around for almost the entirety of the runtime. Now at the beginning, it's got like a nice solid little pace because like she meets Elvis and they're connecting and she's growing more and more infatuated with him and he's, you know, growing more and more mythical in status and she's trying to keep up. And so you have a drive, you have a plot, but as soon as she gets to Graceland, you start thinking, okay, where are we going? Even if you know the story of Priscilla, which I did for the most part, I didn't know all the details, but I know the skeleton story of what happened with her and her situation. Even knowing the story, you're thinking, where are we going with this movie? We're just kind of sitting around, not doing anything, to the point where when the film did end, I was like, okay, I didn't even realize we were closing everything out. Interesting. Now, I like the ending itself, and I like the note they ended on, but for me, there was nothing, no light at the end of the tunnel, not in the sense of hope, but in the sense of seeing where you're going. So because of that, the film just kind of it really dragged, and I kinda made the joke, while I think the movie is excellent in terms of quality, like I said, on a technical standpoint, just enjoyment, it's not there. I kind of made a joke when we were leaving. I said, I feel like I could have watched Oppenheimer 3 times in the time that it took to finish this movie. It's not true, obviously, but it felt like that because Oppenheimer is somebody I didn't know, but there was a through line. You knew where we were going with the story, and we'll talk more about Oppenheimer later. Whereas Priscilla, there wasn't that. I didn't know where we were going. And there's another movie that's on the list that is the same kind of the same way, and I'll talk about that a little bit. I think it handled it better, but that was my main thing with Priscilla, and I really wish that Coppola would have found a way to kind of drive the plot along in a way that kind of allowed it to function like a movie. But as is, I think it's. I'm glad I watched it. Next up, we got The Last Voyage of Demeter. This one was an interesting one. I was cautiously optimistic. I'm gonna s- I when the film or when the year started, I part of me wanted to put it at my most one of my most anticipated because like, oh yeah, another vampire film. We're on a ship. It's kind of a period piece. Let's go. But then at the same time, I was like, this has potential to be really bad, and I don't think it was either. I think it was somewhere in between. I think this is another one like Renfield, like, 65, where I wish they would have done more. I think you get some really cool stuff here, some really cool scenes and sequences. There's just not enough of them, and that's my only problem. Whether it's add a few more sequences, make the sequences themselves longer, or trim out the fat around them, I don't know. I would need to watch it again and really think about how to improve that. But I think what we got, I think was cool. I just wish we would have got more of it, at least more frequently in the terms of the plot. But cool stuff. I liked it. All right, we're getting really high now. Let me see what number we're on. We're in the home stretch. More complicated than it probably should be. 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 20. So we're in the 30s. We're getting up there. Next up, I think this was next up. Make sure. Okay, I want to make sure I clicked the right one. All right, next up. We're moving pretty quick now. We got Napoleon. Um, this is kind of like this isn't the one I was talking about when I said that there was another one like Priscilla where I didn't really know where the film was going, but I can throw this in there where as I was watching it, I was thinking, okay, where's our end goal here? Um, I think the battle sequences here. This is okay. Here's what I thought about this one. I think I went into it expecting a movie about a military genius with some personal flaws, and got a guy who has personal flaws who happens to be a military genius. Flip. And because of that, you get a lot of personal drama with the occasional battle. And I would have preferred that dynamic flip where you see the military genius at the forefront. And then as the story goes along, you trickle in and you see, okay, he's actually kind of a pathetic man behind the scenes. I would have rather him done that instead of the other way around. As is, I think it's okay. I think the battle sequences here are beautiful, and I would have loved to have seen them in IMAX. The one on the ice that was shown in the trailers, really cool. But that one in the end with the horses and I don't want to get too in depth. Really cool. I wish we would have got more of that of the military side. Performances here are all great. Joaquin is one of the best actors working today, and he just proved it again. Um, for the for the for at least the second time of the year that I can think of. There's probably another one that I'm forgetting. Um, and yeah, I Ridley Scott is a very competent director. You don't need to hear me say it. I mean, the guy's acclaimed for a reason. I think there was a better way to tell the story with just some restructuring and maybe doing some things a little differently. But as is, I think it's solid. Next up, Sick, the Kevin Williamson slasher. This one I watched very early on in the year. I don't remember when I ended up watching this one, but it's been a long time. So I really don't remember a whole lot about it. That's not necessarily the movie's fault. Probably a little bit because it is just a slasher film. I remember a lot about it. I remember the killers being pretty interesting. There's a lot of funny, satire here, uh, taking jabs at no pun intended, taking jabs at COVID and just the way COVID was handled and stuff. There's a lot of funny comedy in that. Um, and yeah, it's just a decent slasher. It's a decent time. The killers are pretty interesting. I like kind of the after the reveal, the way they act and the way the dynamic happens. There's some comedy to be had out of that too, and so it is good. Not the best, but certainly not the worst. All right, next up, I think the point was 38. This should be like 36. Creed 3. Michael B. Jordan directed. I think this is his directorial debut, and he killed it. Directing wise, I think this film is solid. The action scenes look cool. I think one of the big negatives that I heard when the film came out was the final fight being odd is so different and so Michael B. Jordan has gone on record saying he was inspired by anime and everything and how he shot it, and it's so different from what we're used to that I remember hearing that was most people's negative for this film was that I personally liked it. I thought it was a cool change of pace. I think the story here is interesting. I think um, Jonathan Majors is one of the most interesting villains in the whole franchise. Um, my issue with this film is, in particular, with kind of the rise and fall of Jonathan Majors as a friend turned villain, as the antagonist. It feels like we're missing a huge chunk of the film because you get it rises, rise, and then a certain thing happens. I'm not spoiling anything. A certain thing happens, and then the next thing that happens, it's like, whoa, 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 whoa! I feel like we jumped. I feel like we just skipped something. Like if this would have been a TV show, I would have been checking and making sure I didn't skip an episode because it does. It feels that way. It feels like there's a gap in where one part leaves off and where the next part starts up. Also, it's not the movie's fault. It's not Michael B. Jordan's fault as the director. There's a serious lack of Sylvester Stallone. I didn't need Rocky at the forefront, and I thought they handled him great in the previous film. But there's a scene in the film where I was like, wow, you really could have used Sylvester for just like a small cameo to really bring it home. Overall, solid movie, and I'm ready to see what he does next. I heard he's directing another one, so I'm ready for it. One of the biggest surprises of the year, and this I'm moving on. That not Creed 3 was surprising. This next film is one of the biggest surprises of the year. I expected it to be hot garbage and be just another throwaway film, and it ended up being a lot of fun. And that is Dungeons and Dragons. This movie was a blast. You have Chris Pine who is just totally chewing it up and just being a blast on screen. There's some really funny jokes in this movie. I watched this one twice, and it was funnier the second time. I was like, yeah, this is good because we watched it the first time. And I went with a group and we watched it and we were talking about it. And I was like, was it that good? I don't know. I feel like I'm being too positive on it. I feel like I'm being positive and I can't think of a negative, but I feel like I'm overlooking something because it shouldn't have been this good. And then when we watched it again, I was like, no, yep, it's just that good. It's good. Cool stuff here. I think all the main cast is fun. Even the magician kid, who I'm not a fan of typically. I think um, I mean, most recently I can think of him for Fallen Kingdom. Whew. But Jurassic World. But he was enjoyable here. There's some really funny back and forth with these characters. There's some sequences in the film where I was like, yeah, that's just funny. My favorite joke in the whole movie is still Jonathan with the Jonathan joke. It's That's funny. Just it's just a fun adventure movie. It's not good enough to warrant being above anything else over it. I don't think, but it's good enough to be over the others. So good stuff. Next up, we got Michael Mann with Ferrari. Now, this is the film I was referring to when I was talking about Priscilla. This is a movie where I not familiar with this story at all. I'm not. I had no idea going into it. I didn't watch a trailer, so I had no idea what this was about, other than just something to do with Ferraris. And this is a movie, like I said with Priscilla, where there really isn't a there's not a huge thing where it's like, okay, where are we going? You kind of have it with this main race, and it's like, okay, we gotta get these drivers and stuff. But the movie really isn't focused on the race; it's focused on the personal drama and the love triangle or lack of love triangle that he's a part of. Adam Driver is fantastic, and you get probably one of the most shocking for somebody who didn't watch the trailers, who doesn't know the story. One of the most shocking crashes that I've ever seen. My jaw hit the floor when it happened. I was like, "What did I just see on screen?" It came out of nowhere, and it shocked me. It's a great movie. It's one of the more recent ones I watched. I mean, it just came out a couple weeks ago, and I enjoyed it. A lot of fun. I won't say a lot of fun. Uh, not a fun movie. But yeah, it's an enjoyable movie nonetheless. And I think I'd be interested to check it out again and see how it holds up. Next up, one of the one of the funnier movies of the year in terms of comedies. Here we go, and that is Dumb Money. Paul Dano, man, he's great. He is great in this movie. It was cool with this movie seeing a movie made about something that I was able to witness. You had like Ferrari we just talked about, or Priscilla, or these other movies about historical events that I wasn't around for. I was born at the end of the '90s, and so I didn't get to experience these other things. And even movies about stuff that I was around for. A lot of times it's younger, like early 2000 stuff when I was too young to really know what was going on. This one I was a part of. I got to participate in this event, and I was on Reddit with the Wall Street bets and stuff like that, and I got to see some of this stuff firsthand. And I didn't. I unfortunately didn't jump on the GameStop trend early enough, or I would have been running this PC setup a lot sooner. But it was cool. I got to watch this and think, wow, especially when they're showing the Reddit stuff and the memes, and you're seeing Paul Dano's stream. I was like, wow, I saw all this. I got to see this stuff when it happened. That was cool. I think that kind of added to the enjoyment factor of the movie. But as it is, Paul Dano's great. Pete Davidson is funny for once in a movie where they don't overdo it. I think the only other time that's happened for me is Bodies, 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 where it's like, hey, it's not Pete Davidson going too far. He's actually being funny. That's how I felt in this movie. There's some really funny lines with him in this one. Um, yeah, this is a funny movie about some really despicable people and a really despicable government. That's the best way to put it. Funny, Great, funny movie. These are all movies that I really really like. Everything else are movies that I really like. We're in the 4 stars and up, which is 8 out of 10 and up for my non-mathers. Next up, we got Equalizer 3. Man, Denzel has still got it. I am an action movie fan. I've talked several times in this video about being a huge horror nut and stuff, but action was my first love. I definitely lean more horror. Sorry, I gotta hook the phone up. I definitely like the horror side of things more, but as is, I'm a huge action fan as well. And man, this was the year for action. Denzel killed it. I think there are elements in this film that are better than the two before it. Um, that you get such you this one's so much more personal, where you have Denzel who is, I can't think of his name in the movie, but you have Denzel who, he's grown a liking to these people. And the one thing I will say, I don't think the villains are as memorable, but when Denzel does his thing, he really does it, and it's so enjoyable. Um, yeah, I really liked this movie a lot. In terms of negatives, I we're getting into these movies here where I don't have a whole lot of negatives, where they're either nitpicks or they're just things that, slightly brought it down. And for this one, I'm struggling to think of anything really other than it's just not as good as the movies ahead of it. That's the only thing I can think of right now. There's probably something. There's got to be a reason I put it where I did, but I mean, I'm telling you, this is just a great movie with a brutal third act. I mean, he is Denzel is at his cruelest. Next up, my boy, one of my favorite directors of all time, for better or for worse, and that is my boy M Night Shyamalan. Shyamalama Ding Dong. This movie is split into two halves for me. You have the half that I love and the half that I wish didn't exist. And it's not exactly perfect halves. It's split into two parts. Everything that's happening in this cabin, I love. I think M. Night is killing it in this movie. The camera work is fantastic. The acting is stellar. The plot is cool and it's intriguing and the motivations are intriguing and the kills are, they're there. Where this film falters for me is in the flashbacks. I did not think they were necessary whatsoever. You have the flashbacks for this main couple where you're seeing them, their story, where they get together and they adopt this girl, and you're seeing the adversities that they went through. I don't think you needed it. For me, it brought it dragged the film down, because you would have such a cool sequence where they're sitting there and you have just something happen where it's like you have Dave Batista just killing it. He's just, you can tell he is so passionate about his character, is so passionate about what he's saying, whether it's right or not. And then you have a something tragic happens, and one of these kills happen, and then it cuts to a flashback, and it's like, no, stay on the other thing. Don't cut away. Leave it in this cabin. I really wish you would have done that. I would have loved. I would love to see what this movie would look like without the flashbacks, because I think without that, I think if you just played it straight, left the flashbacks up to the audience, let the audience figure it out on their own. Don't tell us, just let us do it that job, and you just tell the cabin story. And I think this film would be way higher, way higher, if it would have been, if that was the case. But as is with the flashbacks, it's down here. I think we're at 30. I think that's what we're at. I'm not sure exactly. Um, I lost count again. I get to talking and forget where I'm at. Next up, the other weirdo movie. I said when I talked about Poor Things that it was a little too weird. This one is almost there, and that is Beau is Afraid. You want to talk about a weird movie? I think someone needs to hug Ari Aster. I that guy, that guy's got some issues, man. Um, but on a serious note, I think again, this is what I'm saying. All these movies from here on up, actually from earlier on up, from like Dumb Money or maybe Ferrari too. From there on up, it is these are all great movies. Now, this movie is just expertly directed. My only negative with this movie is it's too long. I think he could probably trim it somewhere, and it would benefit it big time. I love how bizarre it is. There's a lot of horror to be had in just complete bizarre chaos. That's how I felt about Darren Aronofsky's Mother, where it's just so much happening and so much, like I said, bizarre. Things are happening. You're like, what just happened? There's a lot of horror that you can get out of that, and I think there is in this film. I actually my if I was gonna throw something in that's not really a negative, but it's kind of a thing that I wish they would have done different. I would have wished he would have leaned more into that, more horror, make it really show the what from his point of view how bad this anxiety is. I mean, you do see it, but let's see more horror in it. It's really cool. It's a cool film. It does. There are parts where it gets a little too weird. Where I'm like, I kind of wish you would just dial back slightly on the weirdness and like if you had sliders, I think of it like a soundboard. Slide weird down and slide horror up just a little bit on just some couple scenes. As is though, I think it's really cool. It's a really cool film. It's like a fever dream. I think about things that happened in that film. I'm like, did that? Did I watch that? um, Next up, we got one of the underrated horror films of the year, and that is Cobweb. This one I watched when I was doing my haunted hippie challenge for October, where for anybody who was watching now that didn't watch earlier, um, it was 31 days, 31 movies, 31 categories. I ended up adding some extra ones because for some reason I like to give myself more things that I have to do. And so I ended up with 45 movies to watch in 31 days, and they coincided with the categories. This was one of them. One of the categories was the parents are acting weird, and I didn't know anything about this other than Anthony Starr and Lizzie Kaplan were parents that were kind of creepy. I was like, well, that fits the category, fine. And so I threw this on my list, and when that day come up and I watched this, I was blown away. I was like, wow, this movie's great. Why didn't anybody talk about this? Now, I think it loses steam big time in the third act, and not even the whole third act, but just the end, the reveal. I I don't like the reveal just at all. I don't like it at all. There's not like a nuance to it. I just don't like it. I don't like the creature or when you see what's been causing things. I don't like it. And just here's my thing: when you have Anthony Starr and you have Lizzie Kaplan, who are just killing it in this role, creepy, creepy antagonist, and you get the pretty shocking scene with that supper, and you kill them off. What follows has to be as good, if not better, as if you're replacing your antagonist. At towards the end of the film, you gotta be replacing them with something that is at the very least on par, and I don't think they did. That's my only negative. This film is so cool. There's several sequences in the film where I was like, wow, this is really good. Next up, we got Gran Turismo. This is a cool. This is just another cool movie where, as a gamer, as somebody who plays, and this is a PlayStation game, or this is a PlayStation movie. I'm a PlayStation gamer. I mean, I have 5 PlayStations right here. The one, the two, the three, the four, and the five right here. You don't see it. I got the whole collection here. I've been a PlayStation fanatic since a kid. Watching this was cool. You get a lot of just even just sound effects when there's certain things happening. It's like, oh, that was satisfying. And you get certain little icons. Me and my brothers used to play Gran Turismo together, and it's just this was just a cool movie that is probably helped by my previous experience with the brand. I didn't know the story, so this was a cool story. Just that you just it's one of those things where you just can't believe that it actually happened. It's like, wow, that's real. That really happened. That's cool. David Harbour is amazing. The main guy, I can't think of who he is, what his name is. He killed it. Orlando Bloom is a cool surprise to see him not as a pirate. Um, yeah, cool stuff. I really enjoyed it. The race sequences are really good in Gran Turismo. When I left the theater, I just wanted to just race all the way. Actually, I I did. Where I went with a group as always. It's always a group. Actually, that was my birthday movie. I watched Gran Turismo on my birthday. I just remembered that. So that added to it. That adds to it. Next up, I might be cheating with adding this one. It's not exactly a film, but it's not exactly a series either. So I didn't know what to do. So I just went ahead and added it, and that's the Continental. The three-part series, maybe event. Um, Obviously from the world of John Wick. This is following the story of Winston and how he kind of got his foothold in with the table. Um, this is a really cool thing. There are elements of this that are excellent. Where I was watching and was like, "Let's go! That's great! I'm glad they made this." There are other parts that I think they could have trimmed. It's the each episode. I say episode. They're not really. It's just three parts. Each part is like an hour and a half long. They're little movies. It's like three movies, and there's a lot of kind of meandering. There's a lot of build up and setup that I think they could have trimmed had they just, not used this format. I don't necessarily think you might could have crammed it into a film. I don't know. I don't know. I do think they needed to trim some stuff because it drags a little bit in the especially in the middle. But some really cool stuff. Obviously, it's the world of John Wick, which is a world that I love. You're gonna see that later on, trust me. Um, and yeah, cool thing. If you haven't watched it, it's it's pretty sweet. Check it out. Next up, DC again. I think this is the last DC movie of the year. I think there was four. This is the last one. Drum roll. The Flash. Process of elimination. Y'all got it. I this movie is this is kind of an in betweener. Part of me is super frustrated with this film and certain things that they did. It's just like why? And then other parts is like I'm more frustrated with the DC fans and that kind of added to it. Okay, so I'll start with this. I really liked Flash. Obviously, we're towards the end. I as someone who's not a super big fan of aside take the Ezra Miller drama out of it. Let's just forget that exists. I can't separate the art from the artist. I wasn't crazy about Ezra Miller's Flash in Justice League. I thought he was a little too whiny. If that he's not terrible, but he's kind of got a little bit of a whininess to him where he's just I don't know. He's I, I really don't know how to explain it. He's super whiny in Justice League, so I wasn't crazy about him. He had that. I didn't. Justice League doesn't exist. He had that awesome sequence at the end of Justice League where he turns things back and he saves everybody. Awesome sequence. This movie, I was not. I was dreading this movie when when in the earlier days. I was like, I'm not crazy about Ezra Miller's Flash. as it is. He's too whiny. He's too, he's just not a good. To me, he's just not that good of a Flash. And so I was already kind of dreading it, and then you had just constant delays and reshoots, just development hell for this movie. I had zero hope. And then when the Super Bowl teaser dropped and we got to see Michael Keaton in the trailer, I said, okay, never mind. This looks cool. I'm excited. And you get the awesome shot where Batman's in it. We try not to die. And he closes his hand and he goes to fight. And when he moves his hand, you see Supergirl floating in the air. That's an awesome scene. That's a cool shot. And that little teaser got me excited for the movie. I said, "Yep, I'm ready to watch Flash." And when it came out, I really, really liked it a lot. There are things I don't like. The CGI is when I watched it the first time, it was a lot worse. I think it looks worse at its worst in the well, there's two parts. I don't mind the bad CGI when he's running through the bubble and he's looking that's fine. I can get that. I can buy that. The babies, I'm just not crazy about the baby scene in general, the baby shower. Why did I just do that? I just accidentally hit my space bar. The baby shower scene, I don't like, and I don't like the worlds merging at the end and you get the cameo scene. I don't like either of those scenes. Everything else, I like it I like it pretty good. The Batman stuff, the when so I got home from watching Flash. We watched Flash opening night, and I got home and I was writing my review. And as I was writing my review, most of my reviews on Letterboxd, that's where I do most of my reviews. And most of them are just like little one-off jokes about the movie, and then I talk about the movies more in depth on here or on wherever. And but there are a couple that I actually type reviews out for. Barbie was one of them. Flash was one, and then there's one other one that I really talked about in depth this year. And while I was typing it, I kind of got to a point where I was just thinking, I was like, all right, what do I want to say here? And I got a notification, and it was James Gunn, and so he's not talking to me. James Gunn texted me. No, I got a notification that he posted on, I think it was Twitter or X. He posted, and so I clicked on it because I was like, oh, I'm kind of got some writer's block on my review, so I'm gonna click on James. I'm gonna just read some other stuff. And James Gunn was announcing that he had announced that Andy Muschietti would be helming, who directed this film. He'd be helming Batman: Brave and the Bold, and I said, yes, sign me up. If he fix the if the CGI is not an issue, I have 100% faith that his Batman is going to be awesome because of how he handled Michael Keaton. He handled him with such respect, and he struck a perfect balance. So I'm a Batman whore. I said it earlier, and I'm going to say it again. I love Batman. Everything Batman. There are very few things that I don't like with Batman. Even Batman and Robin. I used to watch it not every night, but I watched it a lot as a kid because it would play at like 3 in the morning on whatever channel it would play. It would do Batman Forever, Batman and Robin back to back, and I'd double feature them every night. So even Batman and Robin, I like. My favorite, how do I want to say it? I think Matt Reeves, the Batman, is perfect for capturing that noir side. And I'm so excited. I think Pattinson killed it. I think Matt Reeves knocked it out of the park. I can't wait to see what he does next. But when it comes to Brave and the Bold and having a separate interpretation of Batman running simultaneous, I hope that they can strike a different balance for Brave and the Bold, where you get kind of the pretty much what you see in this film with Michael Keaton, where he's serious and he's just tears through these Russian soldiers in this bunker where that's one of the best Batman action scenes probably ever. I would put it doesn't beat the warehouse scene for me with Batfleck, but it's probably right under. It's up there close. That was an awesome scene. I was like a little kid hopped up on candy during that scene. I couldn't contain it. I was so hyped watching Michael Keaton just tear through these guys. And um, but you get that side of him, but you also get, the comedy stuff where he's they get on the elevator and he's doing all this cool stuff. You got the dramatic music and the music stops and he goes for his belt. The music swells, it stops, and he pulls out a little tape measure and then how much do you weigh? And they tell him and they do the math and he does it and he jumps on. He does the charge and then he jumps on there and then it explodes and the music kicks back up. That was hilarious. It's a funny little thing. Same with when they get there and he shoots the grappling gun and and Barry kind of grabs on. He's just kind of waiting there with his leg up. Michael Keaton grabs him, pulls him, and goes up. There's little stuff like that where I think he struck the perfect balance of a little bit of comedy and but not sacrificing how cool Batman is. And if Muschietti brings that to Brave and the Bold, sign me up. Sign me up. I'm all in. I'm all in. I have 100% faith that he can do that. Now he's got to fix his CGI. I can't have Flash CGI in a Batman movie. So, anyways, that was a long rant, not about the Flash. I like the Flash a lot. Okay, I had problems with it, but and I will say this too before I do the next one. I think the emotional core with Flash too is so strong that it retroactively fixed a little bit of the goofiness with the worlds colliding where I was just like, "Ugh, I don't like this." The scene in the grocery store kind of fixed it. Or I was like, "Okay, yeah, that worked. It worked a lot." And like I said earlier, these strong family dynamics in these movies keep them coming. I'm kind of getting burnt out on the broken family being the driving of the plot. We've seen that so many times. Let's get some strong families on here because you get cool dynamics like what you saw in the Flash and what you'll see later on with Iron Claw. I'm not even ready to talk about it. Next up, we got The Creator. Again, this is another one kind of like what I said about Cobweb. I feel like this film is too underrated. Not enough people were talking about this movie, and I don't know if it did good or not. I don't know. I think I was late to seeing this one because I don't remember why, but for some reason I wasn't able to catch it opening weekend. And I mentioned my movie circle, my people who go and watch movies with me and stuff. Um, One of the guys that I was watching this with, he had already seen it, and he told me it's terrible. I don't like it. And I was like, "Really? You don't?" I figured it was going to be super good. What didn't you like about it? He said, "I'll just tell you when you watch it." And while I was watching it, I was like, "What did he not like? This is fantastic. This is cool, and this is awesome world. You get just amazing, amazing. This right here. All right, this is something that happened. I'm completely pivoting. This film right here, the existence of this one, and another one that we're going to talk about later, is exactly why I have Ant Man and Indiana Jones at the very bottom. That's this movie right here is because this is a movie where it didn't have Ant Man and Indiana Jones budget. I think this was 80 million, an $80 million movie. And what they were able to achieve with the look of this film, it's a gorgeous movie. The worlds that they have are gorgeous, and you see multiple different worlds. You don't get just one location. You get, you know, like this beautiful beachfront in the villas, and you get a destroyed, like apocalyptic looking city. You get a cyberpunk looking city. You get like slums and grimy places. You get space, and on this cool ship, you get all these cool things, and they achieved it with so little compared to what these others did, and that instantly bumped this movie up for me and bumped the other ones down. It didn't bump Ant Man down; it was already at the bottom, so there was nowhere for it to go. it made the gap bigger between my last place and the one above it. But yeah, I don't think it was perfect. I think you probably could have done this movie probably could have used a little more on the emotional side with the character relationships and everything. I think what we got is good. I'm just saying if I have to think of something, that would probably be where I would focus is okay, let's get a few more character dynamics in here. But as is, I thought it was great. And I don't understand why it didn't do as good as it should have. It's one of those enigmas, I guess. Next up, we got another one of the ones. It's one I mentioned earlier when I said movies, horror films or slasher films that are taking old films. I don't even know what I'm saying. That made no sense. Strike that from the record, Your Honor. Totally Killer. This is the Back to the Future slasher. It's hilarious. I mean, this movie, I was excited. I heard about this one from me following Fantastic Fest, and I heard about this one. Was like, yeah, let's go. I'm ready for this to come out. And when it came out, I got exactly what I wanted. It's a ton of fun. I think they utilized the time travel thing perfectly. Um, I really liked one thing that I that was kind of a breath of fresh air is you had the character. She went back, and you had the character was just like, oh, okay, yeah, you time traveled here. That you didn't have to have the oh, you have to prove it and stuff like that. It's kind of getting played out. You just had she said, oh, okay, well, I I assumed I'd make a time travel machine one day, a time machine one day. And so that was kind of a breath of fresh air. And yeah, you just get some really funny stuff with these characters. The difference in culture where you have the super PC, modern girl when and the way she talks and the way she thinks, going back to a time where it was the Wild West in terms of what you could say and do. And it you get a lot of funny dynamics there. So it's good stuff. You probably could have got a little more creative with the killer himself, but again, we're just talking nitpicks at that point. Next up, we got another slasher, and that is Thanksgiving. The Grindhouse Dream Come True. um, I enjoyed this a lot. Here's my biggest issue with this film, and it is in the characters themselves, and just the characters and how they act. I thought to anybody else were they super weird. Everybody felt off. They didn't feel right. Even like the final girl and stuff. I was like something like feels distant, almost like I don't know how to explain it. I don't know. I probably shouldn't have even said it because I can't back it up. It was weird. And you get that weird CGI kill with the trash with the dumpster lid. I didn't like that at all. But everything else, I had a blast. Um, this one is actually Patrick Dempsey, not the knockoff version that I keep calling Patrick Dempsey. He's actually here and he's great. And it's kind of predictable. I was I was on the trail of it and I was like, maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong because I don't think they would go that predictable. And I was mostly right. So it's kind of predictable. That's not any credit to me. That's just saying that's the film. Um, but yeah, it's an enjoyable slasher. The dinner table sequence was fantastic. Um, and yeah, I can't wait to see where else he goes. I heard that that Roth is already trying to develop the sequel, so I'm excited for that. Let's see where it goes. See this, I'm fiddling with stuff. I had to stop because I was clicking the pen, and I know that's gonna sound super annoying on there. So I had to do something to get myself to stop, to occupy my hands. Next up, we have one of the most it's frustrating. This was a frustrating movie. Dream scenario. Didn't even have the poster click. Nick Cage is in top form, man. He is really knocking it out, and it would be the case that on his resurgence where he's just killing it in everything he's in that he announces that he's getting ready to retire. It would be that way. Yeah, this movie's great. He's hilarious. The situation is fun. My only things with this one is I really wish they would have kind of leaned more horror. That the marketing, I didn't watch the full trailer. I don't think, anyways. I try to avoid everything, but it seems like I caught like a teaser or something, and it looked like they were going more horror, like where he comes walking in, or he's got the Freddy glove and stuff like that. I wish they would have leaned more horror. You get a pretty fun sequence when you start to see the darker side of these people's dreams, and I really liked it, and I liked the way society reacted. The reason I called it frustrating is kind of what I was talking about with family dynamics. His wife and kids are the worst people ever. The worst people. I was so mad by the especially by the end of the film, where I was just like, "Are you serious right now?" This as so you get a scene where he kind of pours his heart out. Everybody's telling him, "You need to address this. You need to make a video. You need to talk about this. You need to address it. You need to apologize." And they're telling him he has to apologize for doing nothing. He hasn't done anything wrong. So he caves in and says, "You know what? I'm going to do it." And he does. And when he does it, he gets berated by his wife and kids, where they're calling him an embarrassment. You embarrassed us. How am I supposed to go back to school? Or how am I supposed to go to work and stuff like that? And his family is the worst people, probably probably on of every movie I've talked about so far. His family is terrible. They're terrible people for the way they treat him. And then it just kind of ends. It gets to what I was just talking about, where it builds up. It goes a little farther, where it really is vilified by society, and then it takes a hard pivot into a direction that I thought was weird with the watch thing. I was like, "Hmm, are we going a little too sci-fi? I feel like we're getting a little too sci-fi here." And then you get the ending, that the actual ending, and I felt like it could have ended a little better. It ended on kind of a like I said, it kind of just fizzles out after the very frustrating climax. I think this is number 21. I think we're breaking top 20. And this one is no surprise to me whatsoever. This was on my most anticipated list, and I knew it was going to make it up top here, and that is Sisu. This movie needs to be watched by more people. I've talked to a lot of people that would love this that never even heard of it. I was like, yeah, we really need to get this movie popularity up. This was great. It was exactly what I wanted it to be for the most part. You get this character who he's just mining, he's just out minding his own business, and these Nazis, who are probably the only characters worse than Nick Cage's family in Dream Scenario, these Nazis are like, hey, his gold is our ticket to freedom, because the war's not going well. And as soon as the war's over, we're going to be hanged. Let's take this guy's gold and use it to buy our freedom. And he's not having it. And you get some really cool stuff here. My only setback is the plane sequence at the end. And I was like, oh, you might have pushed it a little too far. Might have strained credibility slightly there by what happened. Overall, fun movie, cool action. I think the lake sequence is my favorite. Um, they frame him as almost a slasher villain, especially in the lake. And if you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. I think I'm at top 20 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yep. This is top 20. Home stretch. Sorry for the pop. And we got this one is probably more niche to me than and I'll probably be one of the only people who have this on their list at all. Period. And that is Mr. Monk's Last Case. I love the show Monk. It was a detective comedy dramedy from the and procedural from the 2000s. It started, I think, in 2002, and it lasted 8 seasons, and it's fantastic. I love the show, and it's not as good as Psych. I'm a Psych fan. I'm a Psycho, and when Psych started doing their movies, which they have 3 now, I have been saying it. I'm ready for Monk to do theirs. I wish they would really, because they tease it at the end of Psych, the crossover. I wish they would stick to their guns and done it for a movie, but they haven't yet. But I've been saying Monk needs to make a movie. They need to come back and make a movie. They did that little teaser during COVID that Peacock did, where it's like a little 5 minute video of Monk trying to survive COVID, and it was great. And I said, yeah, this guy needs to he, he needs to return for something. And then they announced this year, and I was so excited. And I watched it, and it was great. It felt like watching the show again. Everybody's old. Everybody's old, which was crazy to see. Um, Everybody just slips right back into form. Tony Shalhoub, I think is how you say his name, is is absolutely fantastic, and he kills it in this role once again. This one was more emotional than I expected it to be. I knew that Monk, the whole show of Monk is sad. It's sad. It's comedy, but it's got a layer of sadness in every single episode because of his character and what he's doing, what he's going through. And you get to this film, and they really crank up. Like I talked about the sliders earlier, they really cranked up the sadness here. And I'm not going to say it for anyone. I think everyone watching this now or in the future should go watch Monk and then watch this movie. You'll love it. Especially if you like procedurals and comedies and stuff like that. This is a great one. This is the blueprint for all of those. And yeah, I think it's an emotional movie. It's sad to see it the way it is, and I think it was great. I think they handled it great. Next up, this is I think, and I'm gonna check real fast, but I think yeah, this is the best comedy of the year, and not enough people saw it. My favorite comedy of the year, and this is number 19 on my list, and that is Bottoms. This movie is what No Hard Feelings wishes it was. This movie is hilarious. And look, the premise is funny. On its own, you have, and I don't know any of the names here. I'm gonna do this. You can see my mouse. You have these two girls here who are gay and they're losers. And they say, "Hey, what if we do this? What if we start a fight club, like the movie, and make it a girl fight club, and we do it as a way to sleep with them, to try to to try to make friends and eventually get to where we can sleep with them." And that's their plan, and it is so funny. And I honestly, if it wasn't for this girl right here, and I can't remember her name right now, this girl right here is the soul of this movie. She is so funny. Every time she's on screen, every time she opens her mouth, every time she does anything, I was laughing. And yeah, it's a funny movie. I wish more people had saw it. It's really funny. Um, yeah, this chick is hilarious. I don't know who she is, if she's in anything else that I've seen, but hilarious. Great movie, bizarre premise, and bizarre execution. That the coach that's sitting on my favorite character too. He's funny. The teacher. All right, number 18. We have one of the again. Underrated is coming up a lot right now. It's because these movies, I didn't see a lot of buzz about them, and that's how I feel about this one here. When Evil Lurks. This one again. I tracked this one from Fantastic Fest. I and I was excited to see it. I said, okay, yeah, cool. Uh, a new take on a possession type horror. Let's do it. I had no idea what I was getting into, and yeah, it's fantastic. It's shocking. It has one of the most shocking sequences I think I've seen this year. Um, Ferrari has one has a is a good contender too, but I think this one probably beats it. with a scene. You kind of start expecting it, but you're like, no, there's no way they go that far, and they do in fact go that far. Um, Good. I think I probably could have used a better ending on this one. I feel like the ending is odd. It's not bad. It's not like it's not Scream, but it's odd to say the least. But yeah, I think my review on this was this movie is everything Children of the Corn wishes it was. It's a good movie. Underrated for sure. This one is not underrated, but perfectly deserving of the love it got, and that is Talk to Me. I imagine this is showing up at number one, at least for horror. For most people who watch horror films, I think this one is probably ending up on everybody's top of the year for horror. It didn't make top of the year for me, but it is very good. I really enjoyed Talk to Me a lot. I knew I would. I'm an A24 fan, and I was excited to check this one out. I'm familiar with the people who made it, so I was like, let's go, let's see it. And it was good. I think again, kind of like I just said with When Evil Lurks, I think the ending for me probably could have been well, the ending was fine. The ending, I'm fine with the ending. This one I think needed more horror, which is crazy to say because of what it is. But when you actually think about when you get past the film and you start thinking about okay, yeah, what was the big scare sequences of it? There's really only maybe two sequences that are really standout horror sequences, and everything else is just kind of blink and you miss it type stuff. And so I wish they really would have dialed it up in this one, but I don't know how they would have done it without just you know going too far. So I like it. Good stuff. Next up, this one I feel like I liked this one a lot more than most than most of the people that I saw review this. Um, Guy Ritchie, a man, Operation Fortune. Um, Again, this movie, hilarious movie. Is you got Jason Statham who's doing the Jason Statham thing. I really love his comedy side, and you got Aubrey Plaza in here who is just so funny in this movie. She's her awkward, like she's she's sexual in an awkward way. She's saying things that you're like, I don't know. How do I react to this? You're giving me mixed feelings here. And she says, and she's so dry in the way she says things, and it's so funny. Hugh Grant's hilarious. It's everybody's hilarious. You get some cool action with Jason Statham, and it's Guy Ritchie, and so you have Guy Ritchie just killing it on the pen. Good stuff. I really liked it. I'm not going to spend too much time because we're going to keep talking about Guy Ritchie because up next, right after that, is The Covenant. This movie, with one change, would be probably top 10. I loved this movie, and the only thing holding it back is there's a sequence in the film. So the big thing. So it's not a spoiler. It's kind of the main marketing thing. Is you have the story where Gyllenhaal's injured and the interpreter hauls his body back to safety. That's the main thing that you see in the marketing for this film is him being hauled back and this interpreter just really just risking his life and putting it all on the line to help this guy. And that's a big section in the movie where you get Gyllenhaal who's just out of it. He's not completely unconscious, but he's mostly unconscious. And so you have this interpreter who's having to just do all the work, all the leg work, literally. And he's pushing him up this mountain and he's dragging him in this wagon and he's having to hide and stuff like that. And so you get this long sequence of that. And then the film picks up with Gyllenhaal who's back to safety. Okay. And this interpreter has disappeared. He's gone underground because he's in risk of his life. His life is in danger. And Gyllenhaal goes back to saving. That's the big turnaround of the story. is Gyllenhaal going back to get him. That's the third act. And that's not my problem. My problem is, and it's a very small thing, it's a nitpick, but if you cut it, the film instantly improves so much for me. And that is when Gyllenhaal's coming, he comes back to, and he's fighting with the suits and the higher ups about letting him go save this guy. You're getting you get a big sequence where it's a flashback, and you see that whole journey of this interpreter saving Gyllenhaal, but you see it from Gyllenhaal's perspective, where he's phasing in and out, and it's probably 5 minutes at least, if not a little longer. And so basically, what it is, you get this whole long sequence of the film, the second act of the film, of this interpreter saving Gyllenhaal. Gyllenhaal saved, and then you get a flashback watching that whole sequence again from Gyllenhaal's perspective. I didn't like that. I could have done without the flashback. The flashback brought it way down for me because I was like, oh, come on. We just watched this. We just spent 10, 15 minutes experiencing all this, and now we're watching it again. And the changed perspective doesn't really add anything. We're not learning anything new. We saw it. And so I wish if you'd have cut that flashback out, this would have been kind of, it's the same thing with M. Night with Knock at the Cabin. Cut the flashback and the film flies up my list. That's how this one was. As is, though, I loved it. And Homelander coming in with, oh, I'm not going to say anything. Homelander coming in towards the end was cool. All right. What was that? What number was that? That was, let's see, this one was 20. That's 19, 18, 17, 16, 15. We're top 15. This is number 14, baby. And here we go. This one of the bigger surprises of the year. Saw X. Man, you want to talk about a franchise getting a second win. This is number 10. That's what that X is. 10. And we're just now picking up speed. I love the first one. I think the first one's great. I think the second one is kind of as good. Sometimes I think it's as good, sometimes I don't. It's right there. It's first one and the second one kind of does this. It teeters. And then the third one isn't as good as the first two, but I think it's a good end. It's a perfect bookend to the trilogy. And then 4, 5, 6, they all blend together as movies I'm not really crazy about. 4 is not as bad. 5 and 6 are brutal. Spiral, which come out in 21, was one of my favorite movies that year, I think. I think it made at least top 20. No, it was higher than that. It was like top 10. I think I watched 40 something movies in 21, and you can check my list is on Letterboxd, so if you want to fact check me, you can. Spiral was pretty high. I really enjoyed Spiral. My only problem with Spiral is the telegraph twist that was so bad. I wish they just wouldn't have done it. I thought for sure that they were tricking you. I was like, oh, there's no way. That was so obvious. There's no way they're going to stick to that. And they stuck to it. I wish they wouldn't have. Other than that, I loved Spiral. But it was separate. It was something, it was like, okay, Spiral really doesn't count. It's separate from the rest of the Saw movies. So it really doesn't count. I can't give the Saw franchise credit for Spiral. Then this one comes out, and everything I just said, I can do for this one. I can give the franchise credit. Now we have, with the 10th film, we have a movie that finally focuses on Jigsaw, which I think the only one to really do that before was Saw 2, where you really focused on Jigsaw. And even that was more Donnie Wahlberg. This one Jigsaw is the focal point, and it's great. Um, this is number 14 on the list. We're in the movies that I really liked this year. I mean, really liked this year. So I really don't have anything negative to say that I can think of, other than just this one's kind of in limbo, where it depends on the next one, because they have Saw 11 announced for this year, 24. And so this one's kind of suspended because it left it open ended. So depending on how 11 does could retroactively either help this movie or make it worse. I don't know because he left it open ended. Jigsaw left it, and if he left it open ended and it and 11 is bad and it could retroactively hurt this one. So this one's kind of in limbo right now. It's just floating. But as of right now, awesome stuff. I liked it a lot. Jigsaw killed it. Tobin Bell, what a beast. All right, number 13, Extraction 2. You're gonna talk about surprising. The first Extraction came out of nowhere. And I watched it and was like, what is this? I didn't hear anything about this. This is awesome. Hemsworth is a beast, man. I mean, this guy's got he's got the ability there to be a great action hero. You know, we have very few left. We got Keanu, we have Tom Cruise, maybe Statham for modern action heroes. Hemsworth has the potential, man. He killed it in the first one, and I did not think that the second one was gonna do it. I thought for sure that they were gonna drop the ball, and they didn't. I think the second one, I don't know if it's as good. I need to rewatch them both together to kind of see, if I lean one towards the other or lean one or the other. But as is, this film is fantastic. The prison sequence is awesome. The high rise sequence is awesome. It's great stuff. Great stuff. I loved Extraction 2. I'm kind of flying through these because we're at the 4.5 hour. 4.5 hours I've been rambling. My throat is starting to feel it. Next up, this was probably the biggest surprise of the year. Ben Affleck's Air. Now, I said earlier that I love Ben Affleck as an actor. I think he's an even better director. This is proof right here. This is a subject that I couldn't have less interest about. I am not a shoe guy. I'm not even a Nike guy. I'm Under Armour. So I lean Under Armour. All my shoes are Under Armour. So I'm not a collector shoe guy. I'm not a basketball fan. I'm not really a sports fan. Nothing in this film appeals to me in terms of my interest. But Ben Affleck, man, he killed it. His directing here is awesome. I think he's funny. Chris Tucker is so funny in this movie. And it's again, this is what I was saying earlier about comedies. It's natural. It's natural comedy. There's so many funny things in this movie. It flows. There's nothing too crazy. And I think this is one of the better biopics that we've gotten ever. It's one of the better ones where you have it focuses on a company as opposed to focusing on a person. You're focused more so on the company and the shoe in particular, and you get little sprinkles of Michael Jordan, which again, not again, but while we're saying Michael Jordan, the fact that you don't see him, that you kind of he's obscured by whether you're looking at him from behind or something's in the way or something. Really cool decision by Ben Affleck. Yeah, this movie was great. I didn't expect to like it as much as I expected to like it because I like Ben Affleck, and he hasn't directed a bad movie, and he hasn't directed a bad movie, and a couple of his movies he's directed are amazing. Argo is fantastic. The Town is fantastic. So Ben Affleck has fantastic directing chops. So I expected it to be good. I did not expect to love it the way I did. Next up, we got hear my voice going out. We got The Iron Claw. Now, I have alluded to this film several times in this ranking. Um, wow, what a movie! This is the most recent one that I've watched. I watched it this past weekend. I think I watched it Saturday, and wow, what a movie! And this one has the most potential, I think, to move up. I think Zac Efron. It will be criminal if Zac Efron does not get at least a nomination for his performance in this film. It is fantastic. You want to talk about biopics? This one here. This is such a tragic movie that it's just oh man. And I talked about the family stuff earlier, and I alluded to this film, but I didn't really go into detail. Look at this. Shameless plug right there. Maybe this will help. Probably not, but this film you have. So I'm a brother. I'm the oldest brother of three. It's me and my two younger brothers, and then I'm very close with my brothers. We do everything together. This film, there were so many points in this film where I was sitting there thinking, they captured it perfectly. This is a perfect representation of what it's like. The scene when they sneak out and go and take the youngest brother to his performance. I had a grin on my face the whole time. I was like, wow, this is I don't know who these guys are, but it, if I didn't know Zac Efron already, I'd be convinced all these guys were brothers in real life. Flawless performance and portrayal. Ah, heartbreaking. This movie is the most heartbreaking movie of the year. Probably one of the most heartbreaking movies I've ever seen. Um, the movie itself is just devastating, and then you get to the end and the ending scene. I was telling, I cried watching it. I'm not afraid to admit that I shed some tears watching this movie. And you get to the ending, and as an older brother, this movie was devastating. As an oldest brother, this movie just gutted me. And you get that ending where, and I'm not going to spoil it, but you get Zac Efron, and he's just kind of sitting with him with his thoughts and himself. And that's where I was kind of just sitting there, and I was really fighting it back. I was like, man, this is sad, and if I was just to let myself go, I could really start crying to this. And then you get one of the most heartbreaking lines and line deliveries that I think I've ever seen in a film. And I started bawling in the theater. I was crying in the theater, and I gathered myself and went home. And I was talking about it later. And when I was telling the story, and I was like, this, and this. And then I got to that last line. I was like, man, the ending scene. And I started telling it, and I was like, oh, starting to get a little choked up talking about it. And I quoted it. I'm not saying it now because I'll start crying right now. But I quoted the line and started crying just talking about it. It is devastating. This movie is devastating, but it's so good. It is such a good film. Everything about it works. Everything about it works. I just I can't sing this praises film or sing this film's praises enough. I think yeah, they knocked it out of the park. Zac Efron better get nominated. I'll be upset. I will be upset if he does not get nominated. All right, we are not quite top. Oh, maybe we are. Yeah, top 10. And this is everybody's baby right now. That is Godzilla minus one. I loved this movie. This movie was awesome. I expected it to be good, and it was better than I expected. Um, and I started thinking, I wondered if my viewing was a little skewed, and I was liking it more than I should because this was also the first time I ever watched a movie in 4DX. And I watched it with my brother in Alaska, and we're watching it, and like I said, the first time I've ever been in a 4DX theater, and if you want to watch a movie in 4DX, this is the one to do it. This was wild, man. What a cool movie! And this is when I was talking about the creator saying that it put the other blockbusters this year to shame. This one, this one did the same thing, and I'm so happy that it is just killing it right now. Because it's pretty much a flawless movie. There's very few little tiny little nitpicks that I had talking with my brother about it, and they're tiny they don't detract from the film. The only reason I have it at number 10 and not in the top five or top three or something like that is just because the films above it I liked more and I would watch more. I think this one quality wise is better than a few of them above it. But I just yeah, this film was great. Awesome stuff. We're getting into the perfect movies here. The movies that I gave almost a perfect score. Next up, we got Evil Dead Rise. I didn't know that I did that. I just probably spoiled it for anybody who's paying attention. I forgot to do this part before I did this part. Evil Dead Rise. What number is this one? I'm gonna do it this time. I'm not making that mistake again. Oh yeah, that was 10. Oh yeah, this is 9. Number 9 on my list. This one was very close to becoming my favorite horror film of the year. I'm an Evil Dead fan. I love Sam Raimi. I love Bruce Campbell. That original Evil Dead trilogy is fantastic. The remake by Fede Alvarez, I think, yeah, Fede Alvarez, I think, made it um in 2013. Amazing, fantastic. One of the best remakes or sequels or reboots or whatever you want to call it. Technically, I guess you could say it's not. It's a sequel, kind of, but it's a requel. I guess you could say kind of. I don't know because you do get that in credit scene. But anyways, 2013's was awesome. This one I had absolute faith that it was going to be great. Bruce Campbell. I didn't watch a single trailer for this one. I didn't watch anything. Every time we would watch a movie and this trailer would play, I'd put my hat over my face and just sit there. I did the same thing for Scream, and this one I did that with, and so I didn't see a single trailer. And in the lead up, in the build up to this film coming out, Bruce Campbell posted on something. I think he posted on Twitter a video of him talking about this, and he was saying, "Yeah, this movie's great." He was like, "Yeah, this is." And Bruce Campbell, he's anybody who knows me, Bruce Campbell is one of my favorite people of all time. Love Bruce Campbell. And I was listening to him. He was like, "Yeah, this movie's great. You know, it's funnier. It's got the funny. It's got the gore. It's got the scares. It's got it all. But now we're in a new setting and everything. And I don't remember what he said. I don't remember. But I that got me even more hyped for it. And so this was, I think, like third on my list of most anticipated, and it knocked it out of the park. I loved it. I've watched it a few times now, and I love it. I my only nitpick negatives would just be just I maybe the way things happen are a little too convenient. But somebody it had to happen somehow. So I could argue my own against my own nitpicks. I loved it. I thought it was great. And so yeah, Evil Dead Rise number 9. For those of you who didn't get it spoiled by me not doing my job right, next up, and this is my number 1 horror film of the year. Surprising. Infinity Pool. Brandon Cronenberg's second film. Now, when I said earlier I did a double feature with A Good Person, the Florence Pugh movie, this was the other film. I watched I watched A Good Person first, and then went right into this one. Weird double feature, I'll tell you that. What a creative movie. I mean, I didn't know anything. Again, I went into this one completely blind. I didn't even know about it really. I saw it. I knew Cronenberg was attached. I was like, okay, cool. Possessor, really cool movie. I'm gonna go watch it. And wow, I had no idea it would become my number 1 horror movie of the year. Granted, it's not been the best year for horror, but we'll talk about that later on. But yeah, Infinity Pool is awesome, amazing concept, great performances. Mia Goth is becoming is becoming my favorite actress, especially horror actress. She has worked her way up so fast with my second favorite movie of last year in Pearl, and X killed it too. And then she did the Suspiria and everything. I think I'm gonna have to take a bathroom break. I think I'm gonna have to here in a second. Um, yeah, yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. Let me take a bathroom break real fast. Wow, I thought I could make it. Might hear echo. I thought I could make it. Man, so close. Made it to top of 8. Just couldn't hold his water. Where was I? I really wasn't even paying attention to what I was saying there at the end because I was fighting it so bad. Man, cough's killing me. All right, Infinity Pool, awesome movie. I loved it. Crazy, unique concept. Um, and some really cool horror scenes. The only thing that kind of held it back for me, and it didn't hold it back very much, obviously. I mean, we're at number 8 out of 105. The only thing that held it back for me, though, from being a perfect horror film or a near perfect horror film is the trippy scenes. You get a lot of, there's a lot of hallucinating, there's a lot of tripping on drugs and stuff. And those scenes, some of them went a little too long. One in particular goes on for a lot longer than I would have liked, and it didn't feel like you were gaining anything during those scenes. It's just like you're just seeing it happen. And it's like okay, yeah. And as it keeps going, it keeps going. It's like oh, we probably could have trimmed this bad boy up. But other than that, I mean, this film was awesome. I really liked Infinity Pool. Next up, this is everyone's darling of the year. My last animated film, I think. Yeah, this is my last animated, and that is Across the Spider Verse. Now, I really liked the first one, but I didn't love it the way everyone else did. Now, I know that's sacrilege, but when I watched it the first time, I was like, yeah, that was good. It was good. I liked it, but that was it. I didn't love it as much as everyone else. And then when I watched this one, I got the hype that everyone got on the first one. I got it with this one, where I was like, okay, yeah, these movies are top tier, and this one retroactively made the first one better for me. Where I went back after watching this one and watched the first one again, and was like, yeah, that's better. It's better than it was the first time I watched it. I didn't not like the first one. I liked it a lot. Like I said, I liked it a lot. I thought it was great. Um, but this one retroactively made it better, which is what I think every good sequel does. Um, yeah, it was great. The only thing that I will say about this one, it's kind of like I said about Saw, is that this one's kind of just hanging in limbo because it has the potential to either be retroactively made better or retroactively be made worse by whatever Beyond does. And it doesn't sound like we're going to be getting a conclusion to this story anytime soon. So that's kind of holding this one back as well. Um, Next up, my boy, Mr. Marty, Killers of the Flower Moon. I expected to like this one. I did not expect to love this one as much as I did. Especially with the runtime, which I think is just ridiculous. I did not expect to love this movie, but I did. I watched it and was just captivated and was like, yeah, this is why Martin Scorsese is one of the greatest to ever do it. This is why. And it's a 3.5 hour drama about some terrible people doing some terrible things with really no there is no payoff. It just ends. It's like, yeah, they killed all these people and they didn't get away with it, but they kind of got away with it. And so it's there's no payoff really. You're just like, wow, you just watch them get away with it. And it kind of leaves you feeling empty at the end. You're like, wow, that's messed up. And by the way, let's talk about the ending real fast, which I love with the play or the radio show. Awesome, awesome, and creative ending. I was like, I'm so happy that Marty chose to do it that way. Marty Scorsese chose to do it that way instead of just black screen with text and a picture saying, so and so did this, so and so did this, so and so did this. Instead, he chose to recreate what you would hear on a radio drama, and that was brilliant, brilliant choice. Yeah, I loved this movie. And what's crazy is when I was watching it, I was like, man, 3.5 hours. This is long. I got to dedicate a whole afternoon just to watch this. And then I was watching it and I was like, okay, well, that first hour went pretty fast. I was like, oh, wow, that second hour went pretty fast too. And then I got to about the 2.5 hour mark and I was like, I don't think they're going to be able to wrap up. I don't think this film's going to be long enough. I was sitting there thinking, Marty, I don't think you're going to be able to wrap this up in with what at that time was only an hour left. I was like, there's no way he wraps up. And so by what's crazy is a 3.5 hour movie, and by the end of it, I was thinking that it could have been longer, and I would have been fine. So Martin Scorsese, it's the power of good directing right there. Uh Here we go, another upper echelon director. This one is I didn't expect to be controversial placement, but I've been looking at other people's end of the year list and kind of seeing how everybody else has placed things, and this one is surprisingly low for everybody else. I have this one. I mean, we're top five. This is my top five here. So obviously, I love this movie, and I'm surprised that I don't expect everybody to have it top five, but I'm surprised it's not as high. It's not very high on anybody's list from what I've seen, and that is my boy David Fincher, The Killer. This movie was incredible. I loved it. I mean, it's David Fincher. He's in my three. I always said my three favorite directors are like the default directors you have: Nolan, you have Tarantino, and you have Fincher. Those are the big three directors that are on everybody's list, and then it varies from there. And then my list gets very all over the place after that. But those are the big three. It's almost like staples of if you love movies and you pay attention and you really dwell in the world of movie making, your favorite directors are going to be these guys are going to be on your list somewhere. And so I've been shocked to see how low everybody's had this movie because I loved it. Fassbender is so cool in this movie where he's he's playing a hitman. So what you have is, and I've heard one of the main things, the main criticisms, something that I agree with. It's something I can't deny, is that the story is just derivative. It's very okay. We've seen this before. The hitman that the hit goes wrong and he has to work his way up the ladder to find the guy that is behind it all. We've seen that before. But what's great about this one is you have David Fincher's charm, David Fincher's flair here, where it's essentially split into three, and it's not only three, but I'm trying to remember exactly how it goes. You have three after the main thing, so you have the first essential hit, which kind of kicks the film, the first act, and then it splits into where he's going to different places, and he has different missions, and he approaches each mission differently, and you get to see that you have the um the more aggressive um what I want to say the torture style kill, and then you have the have to brawl it out. You have the one where he has to fight his way out, which I'll probably have to give it. That's a contender for one of the best fight scenes of the year. And by process of elimination, y'all already know what's in these top five, so that's saying a lot. Um, Yeah, his so you have that second one, and then you have the third one that's very methodical and it's cold, and he's just it's split into like these chapters where you get to see a different side of what he does and the calculating side of him, where it's not just, he's not just a Denzel where he's going and he's just taking these guys out as ruthlessly as he can. He's very methodical and he's ordering things he's using everyday items and he's using them as devices of killing. And that's such a cool element that you see, where he just orders on Amazon and he goes and he picks it up at the Dropbox. And he's just doing these little things like that, and he's setting all these little pieces in place for something he's not even doing right now. He's going to do it later. Very cool, very cool. And then I loved the way he wrapped it up. The way it ended was really cool, and it just got me in a David Fincher mood after this one. And I wanted to do a video where I ranked it, and I was out of town, so I wasn't able to do it. So maybe one day I'll get back around to ranking David Fincher. But yeah, The Killer, awesome movie. It's my number 5. We're almost there, fellas. This next one and the one above it they've kind of teeter tottered. I've swapped them and I swapped them and I swapped them and I swapped them. So they're probably gonna just keep doing that depending on which one I've watched most recently. I've watched my third spot most recently, so this one's at number 4, and that is Guardians of the Galaxy, the best and only exceptional comic book film of the year. I won't say that because I guess technically The Killer is a comic book film and stuff too, but ignore what I just said. I retroactively hate what I just said. I'm just getting late, guys. I've been talking for 5 hours. Yeah, Guardians, fantastic movie. The perfect close to the best trilogy, the best franchise in the entire MCU. It's not even close. Guardians clears by so far. I loved the first one. I loved the second one. At the time, here's what's crazy. I loved the first one. The second one I loved even more. And then the third one's in here too. To me, I think they're all pretty much that was the way it originally is. Now they kind of all interchangeable. I think they're all at the exact same level of greatness. My MCU ranking, which is coming pretty quick, or coming pretty soon, I'll say. I've been working on a thing for that. Um, they're all three right beside each other. Spoiler for that when I eventually do that video. They're all three together because to me they're all three of equal caliber or equal caliber of quality. Wow. So yeah, I love Guardians. I don't have a negative for it. I think it was a perfect end to the trilogy. It was emotional. It was perfect. What was funny was going into Guardians, me and my brother, we were trying to guess who James Gunn was going to kill off. He was like, he's killing somebody, but the trailer is kind of sick. You can see, okay, and this is one of the films I made the exception and watched the trailer for. I was too hyper for it. I was too hyped for it, and they kind of set it up where you see, okay, maybe Groot dies, maybe Nebula dies, maybe Drax dies, maybe Star Lord dies. They all have their moment in the trailer. Maybe Rocket dies. They all have that moment in the trailer where you see it and you go, man, he's setting us up. Who's he going to kill? So we kind of driving to the theater. We were debating, all right, who do we think he's going to kill? Who's dying? And I was saying, I think it's going to be Peter Quill and Drax. And my brother was like, no, I think it's Rocket and Drax. And we each got we were picking two. And then when the movie started and we started getting into the banter and stuff, I leaned over to him. I said, "I'm not gonna lie, I hope they don't kill any of them." I was like, I don't want to see any of these characters die. And this was such an emotional movie. Sad to see it go. These franchises ending, man. These things. You got to think. I've been alive for these things. These have been huge parts of my life, huge chapters of my life. The MCU started when I was 8, and it ended. Now it's still going, but for me, this right here was the end of the MCU. Everything else that I watched, like the Marvels, I watched Ant-Man. I can't remember if Ant-Man was before or after this. I've watched other movies, but to me, this right here was my head canon end to the MCU because I don't need anything else. This was the only line left that I needed to be satisfied after Infinity War. I'm not. I have my issues with in game and stuff like that too. Infinity War was like the last great one for me, and this was the only thread I needed closed, and they closed it. I said, "All right, that's it. That was a perfect ending. I'm done. No more. My brain for MCU cut off." And I still feel the same way. I think it was one of the best films the MCU in the entire MCU, right there with the other two Guardians, and perfect ending to the trilogy. Next up, this is the one. It's these two are interchangeable, man. And I gotta tell you, this movie shocked me with the way it performed, and that is Mission Impossible. What happened? These movies are kind of just they're 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 like guarantees. You can guarantee that people are gonna go watch these movies. Top Gun Maverick proved it. We were like, oh yeah, Tom Cruise is a box office draw. But for some reason, this movie this movie just didn't do good. I think it bombed. I don't know. I don't know for sure, but it seems like it bombed. And if it didn't bomb, it got close to it. It didn't do what it should have done because I think it's great. It's not as good as Fallout, but I think it's great. Haley Atwell is a fantastic addition to this franchise. She's so funny. The scene at the roundabout I is one of the best scenes in the franchise. Actually, you can just expand that to the whole car with the little car, little tiny car. That entire sequence is one of the best in the whole franchise. I absolutely loved it. Haley Atwell is so charming and funny this whole movie, and Tom Cruise is in peak form. I mean, there's some crazy stunts here. I hate that they spoiled the bike stunt in the trailer and with the behind the scenes videos that were coming out. And I remember watching those and thinking, wow, if they're pushing this stunt, they gotta be hiding something crazy. And they really weren't. That was the big stunt of the movie. So I don't know why they did that. I I don't know if that contributed to it not doing good or not. I can't see it doing that, but this movie was great. I think it deserved to be, you know, to do Top Gun Maverick type numbers, and for some reason it didn't. Awesome movie. And yeah, like I said, this one and Guardians kind of flip depending on which one I've watched most recently. This one I've watched most recently, so this one is the one I have opted towards. But if I watched Guardians right now, they would swap right back. So yeah, so right now my number three spot, Mission Impossible. I have no idea why it didn't do good numbers. Actually, I'm gonna just go ahead and tell you, I forgot. That was basically number two because my number one and two are tied. Like one and two are tied, and three and four are tied because they could sit and do this. They could flip depending on my mood for the day. Is what decides it. But right now, the way I'm feeling at this very moment, my number two spot, Oppenheimer, my boy Nolan. I'm telling you, this guy never fails. I love Tenet too, by the way. I'm just saying. so so it's not this isn't shocking by my standards. I This was my number one most anticipated movie of the year, and it's interchangeable with my number one spot. I am a Nolan fanatic. I just told you that Nolan, Fincher, and Tarantino are my three big directors, just like everybody who loves filmmaking. And he did it again. And I think this has the potential. Right now, I think it sits right dead in the middle of my Nolan ranking. I think it has the most potential to go up. I think it's his funniest film. It's got so much like subtle humor, natural humor, like I've been saying the whole video, very natural. It flows very smoothly. Um, it's also his most tense. The Trinity test. is one of the moments this year that I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was watching it and was blown away. Me and my brother got to go watch it in 70 millimeter, and that Trinity test, I was blown away, and just watching it in the silence. And it's also got one of the most horrific scenes I've ever seen in the theater, where it with the auditorium, and you get his fear and his psychology manifesting on screen, and that scream, it's a blood curdling scream that just breaks cuts through the crowd cheering, and it just deafens everything. And then it's just silence, and you're just watching him look around, and then you're watching the light consume and the skin flake, and it's horrific. And of all the horror films this year, that's the most horrific thing I've seen on screen. That was horrific. I don't even know how to describe it any other way. Um, the drama here is great. The performances are all stellar. And then I've heard people say that it should have ended after the Trinity test, but I don't think so. I because you get the Senate hearings and you get the fallout. No, I mean, I don't want to say pun. No pun intended. You get the fallout of everything all culminates to this, where you have Robert Downey Jr.'s character in Strauss, who's just seizing his opportunity to take control, and it's excellent. This film is so good. I have no negatives. It's I'm telling you, for my it's tied for my favorite film of the year. It's interchangeable. And I thought by the end of the year, I'd set it as a tie when I watched it, and I thought, yeah, by the end of the year, I'll have decided which one, and I haven't. I think it sits very comfortably sharing first place with what's gonna be appearing as first place on here, but this might as well be first place too. So yeah, I love Killian Murphy. Always have, always will. This guy, he killed it. Robert Downey, I'm telling you, everything, stellar, awesome movie. I could gush about Oppenheimer all night, but tied. I can't even say coming in at first place. Tied with first place, tied with Oppenheimer for first place. That's what I'm going to say. Is my boy, and this I'm telling you, I knew it was going to be great. I did not expect it to be this great. And by process of elimination, I'm sure most people know what it is. My boy, Mr. John Wick. Come on. There's no reason for a movie to be this good. save save some goodness for the rest of us, Chad. Um, this movie's perfect. I mean, I know a lot of people said that it goes too far, that it stretches, believability. I think it's all perfect. There's nothing I would change. The cinematography here is gorgeous. There's so many shots in this movie that I would set as a wallpaper, and that's kind of like my metric. If it's wallpaper worthy, then we're talking good cinematography. And if there's a lot of wallpaper moments, then this film is stacked. And this one is. Every action sequence in this film is stellar. I've watched it 3 times this at this point. Um, and it just continues to get better every time. And I always switch which one I like the most, because when I first watched it, it was the sword fight between Donnie Yen and it's too late. I can't remember the guy's name. Out on the little pier, or the little walkway between the two ponds. Excellent fight scene. That was my favorite when we first watched it. The second time I watched it, I was like, nah, it's that dragon's breath scene. Dragon's breath is way too cool. And then I just watched it my most recent time. I was like, no, it's the traffic one, the roundabout. But the fact of the matter is, that's how good this film is that every one of the sequences stand out on their own. There's something new being brought to the table every time, whether it's a new stunt, whether a new weapon, a new type of choreography, a new set piece, something. New type of of cinematography. I mean, the Dragon's Breath with the top down view. I when I watched this movie, I was so blown away. I couldn't believe what I was watching. This is number one for different reasons than Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer is just one of those movies where it's like it's a flawless movie that's stellarly acted. The score is brilliant. The cinematography, everything is perfect. John Wick is the perfect action movie. Quality wise, if we're talking like dialogue and stuff, it's not even close to Oppenheimer. In drama, it's not close to Oppenheimer. But Oppenheimer doesn't reach the heights of excitement that John Wick has. So that's why I couldn't pick between the two. They're both tied at first. I love these movies. My whole top like 15, maybe even top 20 or top 25 are movies that I loved this year. So now we're going to get to the cool part. That's the ranking. That was all 105 movies right there. 5 hours to talk about 105 movies. I don't know if that's good or not. So now I'm gonna get rid of that. And so I did something cool this year that I didn't think about doing last year. And that was I did some tedious math for you guys. And so first off, let me do something. So that's it. That is 2023 come to a close. Um I'd say overall it's been a great year for movies. The standout genre, I got the stats here. The standout genre was without a doubt action. I mean, action was was not even close. You had heavy hitters. You know, John Wick 4 was obviously number one. You had Mission Impossible was number three. You have Guardians was tied for three, four. You had Extraction 2, Sisu, Covenant, so many more. I mean, you could even throw. I mean, you had Denzel with Equalizer 3, and so many action movies this year that just were great. Great act. This was a fantastic year for action. Um, and then drama and horror were no slouches. I mean, you had horror with Infinity Pool and Evil Dead Rise, two of the best that it had to offer. You had drama with Killers of the Flower Moon and Oppenheimer, and you could probably you could throw some others in there and kind of fit in as drama. Fantastic for standout movies for those as well, but they don't reach the heights of the action this year. For me, was this year good as last year though? Last year was great. I saw 40 more movies though. 40 I watched 40 more new releases this year than I did last year. Um I think when it comes to drama and action, yeah, absolutely this year takes the cake. Um I mean it last year didn't have action that quite hit the peaks of John Wick and Mission Impossible and all those that I just mentioned. Um but when it comes to horror, nah, last year owned. Last year owned in horror. I mean, you had Pearl, which was my second favorite movie of the year. If I wasn't such a Batman whore, Pearl probably would have made number one. But I loved Matt Reeves' Batman so much. Um, I mean, the fact that Pearl even got that close is just mind blowing to me. So yeah, that's just incredible. You had Black Phone, you had X, Barbarian, Nope. Uh, it, Orphan, First Kill, or whatever. It was just so many good horror movies last year. This year didn't compete when it comes to horror. Um, but yeah, I wanted to do something this different this year than I have last year. I wanted to try it, and that is giving the average ranking for the year. And this one is interesting because you have such high highs and some really low lows, but there's so much just okay in between. So many just 3-star movies right there in the middle that just kind of I think it kind of just drags the score down a bit. But yeah, so we had for me, this is just my rankings, obviously. We had we had 8 5-star movies this year. Movies that I gave flawless scores to, 8 of them. That's pretty good. Eight 5 stars. We had 4.5 stars. So these are movies that just didn't quite make it to the 5-star mark, but that 4.5, it's right there. It's so close to being perfect. We had 26 4 stars. That's huge. That's a that's a lot of 4-star. I mean, these are 8 out of 10s. That's 26 8 out of 10s for my non-mathers. That's good. That's good stuff right there. Um, we had 21 3.5 stars. This is where we're starting to get into just those a bunch of these. We had 21 3 stars. We had 13 2.5 stars. We had 7 2 stars, 3 1.5 stars, and then we had no 1 stars, and we had 2 half stars, which is Ant-Man and Peter Pan. Those are my 2 half stars. Ugh. Indiana Jones should be down there too. I was too generous to Indiana Jones. Sorry about that. So, anyways, after some long and tedious math, did some calculations and stuff that I was doing earlier, I come out to an average score for the year. And the drum roll, let's see, do I have a drum roll? I don't have a drum roll. I probably could program a drum roll into this thing. But it is the average score for the year, 3.34 stars. So we'll just round it on up to 3.5 stars is the average score for the whole year. So a 7 out of 10. What do we think? Are we gonna applaud that, or what are we gonna do? Are we gonna cheer? I don't know. A 7 out of 10 is not that bad for the whole year. Like I said, really high highs, really low lows. So I think we should. Come on. That's good. That's good. Thank you. Thank you. I think the year deserves it. Um, here's what I'm kind of hoping for next year, or for this year, for the year of 2024. Um, we've got to get horror up this year. I didn't. I wish I would have done stats for the individual genres. Maybe I'll come back on my next stream because I'm gonna do a what did I just say I was gonna do? I've been talking too long. I'm starting to forget. Whatever my next stream is, I can't remember what it is. Um, I'll come back with those stats and we could talk about like the individual genres. Actually, you know what? Let me just see. I can filter these things. 32 horror films I watched this year. I don't know if y'all want to just sit and watch me calculate, so I won't do all that. Yeah, there are 32 horror films this year. Let's see. We have a lot of. We have a 4.5, 4 stars. That's a lot of 4 stars. One, two, a lot of 3.5s. A couple of threes. A couple of twos. A couple of 1.5s. The lowest score for horror was a 1.5. And Skinamarink and Run Rabbit Run are the two bottoms. Well, for a second, I thought I could hear my stream here. It sounded like the clapping was still going. I certainly hope not. The audience just can't get enough of me. Yeah. So horror, I'd like to see horror do better next year. Um, and so far the release slate's not too crazy. Really, Maxine. If Maxine doesn't have a release date yet, but I'm assuming it'll be this year because they shot it last year, 2023. They finished shooting in like July or something, or June or July. So I'm assuming it'll come out this year. Um, So if it comes out this year, that's obviously my most anticipated. I mean, that's a no brainer. Nosferatu, Robert Eggers is another one up there. Jordan Peele has a unannounced movie that is slated for this year. He hasn't even announced it yet. I doubt it. I have doubts that it comes out this year, but if it does, obviously that's on my list. Excited for that. But really, there's just not, unless I'm just forgetting something. I don't think there's very many horror films slated to come out I'll say that have already been announced that get me super excited for horror this year. And honestly, this year seems like it's going to kind of be a slow one, anyways. I mean, we have Ballerina, so the next John Wick entry, and and obviously just because of how much John Wick is climbing on my list, that one has potential to be a top of the year, movie for me. Fall Guy looks interesting in terms of action. Furiosa, I loved uh, Fury Road, and I'm kind of a original Mad Max fan. The first one's pretty good. The second one's okay. Third one's weird. Fury Road was awesome, and so I'm excited for Furiosa. Havoc, which is blah, blah, I can't talk right now. It's the Gareth Evans movie with Tom Hardy. I'm excited about that one. That was supposed to be a last year movie that didn't come out. Um, Mickey 17. That's the Bong Joon Ho. If I'm saying his name, I'm sorry. Sorry, bro. Just totally butchered his name. That one's slated to come out this year. If it does, I'm excited for it. I liked Parasite a lot. It's starring Robert Pattinson, and I love Pattinson. Um, you got Cohen's are dropping a movie this year, with the Drive Away Dolls movie. I'm a Cohen brother fan. I mentioned my favorite directors earlier, and they're on my list for sure. I absolutely love the Cohen brothers, and so I'm excited for to see what Ethan Cohen's got with Drive Away Dolls. But yeah, just I mean, I'm looking at the list for movies, and there's one horror film on my most anticipated, and it's because it's the only one that's for sure coming out that I'm excited about. You have movies like Night Swim that's getting a lot of press right now. Night Swim and Imaginary with the little teddy bear. So maybe to me it just seems it just both of them. I haven't watched the trailer for either one. I just saw the original teaser, and I try to avoid trailers, especially for horror. And to me, just from the teasers, they both look like just more Blumhouse horror. I hope I'm wrong. I would love for this year. I mean, real quick, I'm just gonna look at. Let me see. What was 2022? 2022's horror was just insane. We had some heavy hitters. All right, here we are. Let's see. Let's see. I'll let y'all see it. I don't want to be stingy here. Look at this. All right, there you go. All right, here we are. I wish I could do the carousel view that you can do on mobile. But I mean, look at this. I mean, you have 22. So obviously, I watched less, but I watched 40 less films last year than I did this year. But look at this slate here. I mean, I'd say the first seven are great. Actually, I'd probably swap these two. Maybe I don't know. I hesitate to call this one a horror film too. But I mean, you had the first seven I thought were fantastic. You had the next. I'm not counting this one. You had the next. I'd say these two were good. This one would have been so much better if they cut Sally out. This one was just a good version of things you've seen before. Kind of like I said about Boogeyman. Halloween Ends is a weird one. I thought it was okay. Some things I liked, some things I didn't. Hatching was weird. Great practical effects. Beast had some cool stuff. I love Idris Elba. These are just kind of I didn't really like these. These two or these three, or you could add Speak No Evil too. I hated these bottom four. I mean, look, that's a 1.5. That's a half. Jeepers Creepers was so bad. but these right here are such heavy hitters for me. And I keep excluding these. I didn't hate Scream 5. I really liked Scream 5 until the reveal. And it not even the reveal, it was a little after when I got to a certain spot and I was like, in the end, I was like, wait a second. Because of what they just revealed, that implies this. And started thinking back into the logic of the film, and I was like, wow, I really don't like that. And so after the reveal, Scream dropped a lot for me. It didn't drop like Scream 6 did. Scream 6 just nosedived right off the right off the roof of the Empire State. Bodies, Bodies, Bodies. I'd probably put it above Scream. In retrospect, it's so funny. I, it, this is this is humor that my generation partakes in, which just added to it because this is the type of stuff I hear. Maybe not completely mine, maybe slightly younger, like my youngest brother's generation. This is the way this is the way I hear 'em. Not my brother so much, but this is the way they talk and the way they act, and being chronically online as I am. This movie was so funny to me. So I could probably bump this one up, but and like I said, cut Sally out, and this becomes my favorite sequel of the franchise. So last year had some heavy, heavy horror. What did I just do? No, no. What did I just do? Come on. Don't see me being. Can I just take them off? All right, now I don't want to exclude horror. I just want to. So action. I mean, look at action. I mean, you had some great ones. Um, this should have been in my horror. I liked Prey a lot. Prey should have been horror. I don't know why it wasn't on there. Maverick was great. Everything Everywhere was great. Northman was great. Oh, and this movie was fantastic. This movie was a blast. Puss in Boots, if we're lumping it in with action, was fantastic. This one I'd lean more comedy, but it did have some action in it. This one's absolutely action and it was great. This one was fun. I mean, that's horror, so I don't know why that's on here. I don't really count this as a full on action movie. I mean, it could be. You could say that, but Ambulance was fun. I had a lot of fun with it. Avatar was okay. Gray Man was pretty forgettable. Black Adam was okay. Medieval wasn't bad. Had some cool sequences in it. And this is where they start to get kind of. But yeah, you look at the difference. Action dominated this year. I mean, you had John Wick. I'd put John Wick over these. Mission Impossible. I'd put it up here. I'd say, yeah, I'd put it up here for sure. Sisu and the Covenant. I mean, these would be right up here too. So yeah, action dominated this year. I don't even think it's close. But yeah, last year took horror by a landslide. Even though I didn't watch as many. Didn't watch as many. But of course, you already know who took number one. Oh, why was that not an action? What is this classified as? I mean, yeah, I get it. Yeah, I'd say all of those, but I probably would have threw action in there too. It's definitely more action than Prey. Yeah, this is my favorite movie of the decade. It's like my favorite movie this whole decade. I mean, we're only 3 years into the decade, but man, what a movie! So if we learned anything from this, it's that right now I want to go watch the Batman again. Right now, of all the movies on if we just saw the Batman, I've watched the most times. Period. It's become one of my most watched films at all. You had, if you're talking all time, I mean, it's going to be hard to ever watch anything more than I watched Revenge of the Sith or Signs as a kid. I mean, those are two of the most watched movies of all time for me. And Spider-Man 2, like we're talking we're talking movies I've seen so many times. I don't think it's possible to count. But the Batman is quickly making its way into that list because I've watched I've watched it so many times now. Let's see, I think I watched it 4 times in the theater, and then it dropped on HBO, and I watched it again immediately. Like, as soon as it dropped, I watched it. And then I spent some time out of town last year, and I watched it. I know I watched it twice when I was in Mississippi, and then I've watched it a couple times this year too. I had one day this year where I was on such a Batman high. I had been playing Arkham Knight. I kind of started actually after I watched the Batman. I kind of got into a Batman high where I just wanted to. I was just consuming Batman media like crazy, and I was playing the games again and doing like my third or fourth playthrough, and went through beat Arkham Asylum, went through beat Arkham City, and was playing Arkham Knight. And Arkham Knight, I by the time I got to Arkham Knight, I wasn't playing as often anymore. And this year, is earlier this year, it's probably in like March, March or April or something like that. I was kind of I'd been playing Arkham Knight, and I'd kind of gotten back into it where I was playing it a lot, and I was like, I need to watch Batman. And so I sat down and watched the Batman again that night, and I was on such a high. I woke up and watched it again the next day. It's pathetic. I'm pathetic. I'm a pathetic person. But hey, I'm just happy. I hope the next one's better. That's what after I watched it and Batman instantly jumped to my number one of last year. That's what I said the whole time. All last year I was saying, I hope something beats it. Because if something beats Batman, we're talking a monumental movie here. Something so good that it can't be explained. And that's how I felt this year the whole time. I watched John Wick and said, please, something beat John Wick. I'm begging you, because that means we're just getting some fantastic movies. And we did. We got a lot of great ones. I just wish I hope this year horror steps up its game. But that's gonna do it for me. It's 5.5 hours I've been on here talking. My voice is starting to give out. You can kind of hear it. Starting to starting to give out on me. I'm having to push more to make sound. So I'm gonna go ahead and call it. I appreciate everybody who watched. Hey, happy 2023. This was a celebration of the year. Because like I said, the average score is just under a 7. It's like a 6.8, I think is what my actual math come out to. 6.68. So 6.7. For the year, that's a solid year. Of 105 movies that I watched, to come out with almost 7 score, that's a good year. That's a good year. And that just goes to show, you know, the ones that made it on top are the people who are pushing the boundaries. The Chad Stileski's with John Wick, who's just pushing action. Nolan with Oppenheimer, who's just pushing cinematography and the way we make and watch movies, pushing it forward. Tom Cruise pushing stunts with Mission Impossible. James Gunn pushing just being a good writer. uh, Scorsese pushing runtime, all these things. It's just all these top films are people who are pushing film forward in some way, and all these middle ones are films that are fine, but they're just not doing anything different. And there's so many of those this year that kind of bogged it down. If you'd have cut like, if I wouldn't have watched, 20 of these movies that are just throwaway, take them or leave them type movies, this year would have been looking really good. But I watched so many movies that could have went without. Movies like Marlowe. I could have gone without seeing Marlowe, or Unseen, Freelance, even Plane. I thought Plane was fine, but I could have gone without it. So you cut some of these throwaways out, and this year looks really solid. And I didn't even get to see all the so remember, so at the beginning, so anybody who's watching right now who didn't catch the beginning, I started this off with honorable mentions, which were movies that I wanted to watch and I didn't get a chance to, whether because they didn't show near me or they just I didn't get to catch them while they were doing their theatrical run, whatever the reason. Um, Saltburn was one of those, and I got told by several people who did watch it that said, "Hey, yeah, you're gonna like Saltburn. It's right up your alley." So maybe this score fluffs up because we have Saltburn. Um, I don't remember the other ones I listed. I listed a few. Let me just see real fast. I don't know. Royal Hotel. That was another movie I wanted to watch and didn't get to see. Um, I'm not. I'm not seeing. I was looking at it earlier and it's not showing me popular right now. I don't remember, but there's a few movies that I missed that may have boosted the score even. So, like I said, this year people slouched on this year. I've been hearing a lot of people say this year is terrible for movies just because the blockbusters pretty much died this year. I mean, there's so many flop busters. I've been hearing it called this year that people just kind of wrote this whole year off as being bad, and it wasn't. This year was pretty great, and look, I can't wait for this upcoming year. I really hope that some cool stuff gets announced. Like I said, you have Nosferatu, you have Maxine, you have Drive Away Dolls. These are maybe the Jordan Peele movie that if it gets announced for this year. You have a few, but when I went into 2023, I had a full list. I think I had I had like a 15, a top 15 most anticipated, and I struggled to make 10 for this year. So we need to get some announcements for some movies because I'm hoping to keep these numbers up. 2025. Now that's going to be a year. We have we have a lot of 25s. That's going to be a tough year. I already know what's my, if I was going to place money on it right now, what's going to be my number one movie of 2025. Anybody who's been watching long enough to hear me ramble about how much I love the Batman should know what I would put my money on. So I'm telling you, I have a problem. I have a problem. I need to get this addressed. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I love doing this. Originally I started trying to play around with edited content, recording and then sitting down and editing. I just don't have the time or the software or the patience to do it. Like right now, if I wanted to do what I originally said, I would be taking this video. It's 5.5 hours long, and I'd come through and edit out all the fluff and just have the ranking. I don't have that kind of time or that kind of dedication. So so unless someone wants to be step up and be an editor, I'm um I'm gonna keep it live streaming for now. I have another video coming out. Oh, I remember. So I have a DCEU ranking that's gonna be happening within the next couple days. It'll be just like this. I'm gonna go live and do the ranking. We can talk about the movies. I'll go more in depth with how I feel about the universe, which has been controversial in the past. I've gotten into several arguments on here about my feelings about the DCEU and certain films in the universe. So if you're interested in that, if that sounds cool, stay tuned. Definitely, if you're on YouTube, subscribe, hit the notification bell. If you're on Twitch, follow and enable that notification. You'll get that when it goes live. Like I said, it's what is it? Technically, it's Tuesday for me now. So, hopefully, I don't think it'll be tomorrow, but maybe we'll see what happens. I may have to take a day to recover my voice after this. but but yeah, DCEU ranking, and then at some point, maybe I'll wait for something Marvel to come out again. But I was putting together a Marvel tier list, and it was supposed to be MCU. Here, I'll show you this real fast. I created my tiers, and they're kind of funny. So I'm not going to show you yet. You don't get to see that until the video comes out. I'll show you this real fast, and then I gotta go. I gotta go. All right, this is. I wanted to do just the MCU, just the movies ranked, but I found the tier list, and I wanted to do a tier list because to me that be a little more fair for my thoughts on these movies than just ranking them outright. But look at this. That is not just MCU. You can't. Not even almost. You don't get to see. I haven't watched category because a lot of these shows I haven't seen. I never watched Defenders. I never watched Iron Fist or Luke Cage. I have watched Daredevil, and I'm currently watching Punisher. So maybe that's what I'll do. I'll wait to finish Punisher, and then I'll go live and do this. But I've seen. I think I've seen all the movies on here, and yeah, I'm gonna be doing this tier list sometime soon. I'd like to do it. I'd like to do it. I wanted to do it when the Marvels came out, and I've been doing too much traveling, so I wasn't able to, and so I kind of missed my window of Marvel being popular. So I gotta wait for the next Marvel project to drop, which I don't even know what's dropping this year. So whatever it is, whether it's a show, movie, whatever, I'll go live with this. So I'm excited for this one. It's gonna be fun. Um, and then yeah, I did my haunted hippie uh challenge that I recorded and never posted. So that's got it. I gotta post it because I had some issues with production on that one, so it didn't get posted. So I'm gonna be posting it at some point because I did a lot of work on that for nothing as of right now. So um, yeah, that's the immediate things that are going to be coming out. Me and G Piggy are streaming Lethal Company right now. We did a big New Year's Eve stream last night. We were gonna stream tonight, but this video lasted way longer than I thought. I figured I'd be done in 2.5 hours, maybe 3 hours, but we're leaning closer to 6 hours. So I wasn't able to do Lethal Company tonight. But it'll be Lethal Company tomorrow. Possibly some Grounded. Me and him, we're gonna start streaming a lot of games on here. So just stay tuned. The Twitch is where the games are gonna be going. The stuff like this is going to Twitch and YouTube. Um, Also Kick. The games are going to Kick too. Yeah, hit me up on the socials. I don't have any kind of card or anything to put up on here that has the socials. But you can follow me at Yun underscore Queasy, like the name right here. You can't see what my mouse is doing. Where am I at? Right here. You can see my name spelled just like that. But there's an underscore there. On Twitter, that's where I do a lot of movie news type stuff. A lot of the movie talk, like we're doing here. I do reviews on there sometimes too. Hit me up on Letterboxd. That's where all my lists are at. My 2023 list is public on there now, as well as my 2022 list. Um, All those things are public. I just have lists for everything. I have so many lists. I don't even know how many lists I have. But yeah, you can go over there. You can get spoilers for rankings. So like the DCEU one is public on there. So it's I mean you can spoil the video by looking at there. I have here. I keep lying to you. I keep saying that I'm not gonna share anything else, and then I change it. Here we are. Here's my letterbox right here. Young underscore Queasy. Hit me up on there, and you can see. I mean, I have all these. I have so many lists. I watched all the Rob Zombie movies this year. Did a whole binge. Um, I mean, that right there sums up my thoughts on Rob Zombie's movies. Some of these are incomplete because I haven't watched everything yet. I haven't watched all of Zack Snyder. I haven't watched all of Denis. I haven't watched all of Ty West. So I'll skip because I don't want you to see some of these. Um, yeah. So I haven't. There's some incomplete ones that aren't public right now that you're seeing that you shouldn't be seeing. But yeah, hit me up over there. Also, Critic List is new one. It's kind of like a letterbox, but it's a little more in depth. It's a little more personal. Kind of cool. Added groups. I've created a group over there called Ding Nation. So if you like this kind of stuff and you want to chat more one on one about movies or if you want to just rail on me for my opinions on something today or in this video, hit me up on Critic List and let me know what you and I'll add you into that group and we can talk more specifically. So I think my Critic List is the same thing. I'm just gonna show you on here. I'm not casting my screen. So it looks like this. Maybe on there, Yon underscore Queasy right there. Hit me up on Critic List. Same, it's kind of the same essential thing as Letterboxd. I'm newer to Critic List, so I don't have as many lists. Um, I don't think I have a single public list. I started to do a 2023 list and I was way too late. I was like, I'm not retroactively putting all 105 movies on here. But yeah, I got the Ding Nation group, which is this right here. So if you're interested, hit me up over there. We'll get in there and we'll start up a little community. We'll get to talking about it. Yeah, I think that's everything. I don't have anything else to say. So no other announcements as far as I know. So yeah, if you liked this, let me know. Comment, let me know. Hit me up on any of those socials, and stay sweet. So in case I don't see you again, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.